Chapter 1863. Amidst the unfathomably vast and mysterious thunderclouds, Xiao Chun formed the heaven-devouring seal with both hands and absorbed the demonic nature hidden in the clouds. The demonic nature turned into countless black ribbons and entered Xiao Chun's body. The environment here was different. The demonic nature here could not be compared to the Forbidden Ocean. It would definitely be much slower than in the ash-gray sea. However, as long as there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before he successfully condensed the demonic cloud seed. The eyes of the terrifying demonic cloud bird behind him shone with a demonic light that seemed solid, looking somewhat terrifying. The demon blood vultures flying around occasionally exchanged glances with that demonic cloud bird, feeling fear in their hearts. It was as if he had bumped into his ancestor, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. For hours later, a black light appeared above his dantian. This speck of black light was exceptionally deep. It was only a speck, but it gave off the feeling that it carried an enormous amount of energy. The demonic cloud seed was about to be successfully condensed. At this moment, in the depths of the thunderclouds, two strange black-clothed men were hunting thunder crystals. Sensing the abnormal auras, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Strange, there are people cultivating demonic arts here? Let's go take a look. Maybe they're from the same clan. The reason why these two freaks were called freaks was because their faces were covered with faintly discernible black scales. Furthermore, there was a single horn at the center of his eyebrows. He did not look like a human. So. As the two walked out of the thunderclouds, they saw streaks of black demonic light gently drifting in the thunderclouds like ribbons. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Big brother. This looks like the heaven-devouring seal. It's the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. I've read about it in ancient texts, and it's one of the 10 great demonic techniques. Interesting. This person should have just started cultivating. If he succeeded, he would be able to absorb the demonic nature of this place in an instant. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. The stronger of the two had thicker scales on his face, and his figure was thin. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was greedy. Go. The two of them moved as fast as lightning in the thunderclouds, flying toward Xiao Chun's location. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture's feathers suddenly shone with a scarlet light. It let out a sharp cry that shook the surroundings. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. A strong enemy had arrived. He's not one of us, the slightly plump-scaled man said in a deep voice as he looked at Xiao Chun, who was surrounded by thousands of strands of demonic threads, and the demon cloud bird behind him. The lean man stared at the image of the demonic cloud bird and said solemnly, "It is indeed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Go." Without hesitation, the two of them turned into a flash of lightning and flashed toward Xiao Chun. However, just as he was halfway there, countless tiny red lights shot out from the thunderclouds. Those were the demon blood vulture's feathers. They looked like arrows covering the sky as they shot towards the two. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blood vulture's sudden attack covered a wide area. The two strange men could not dodge. Unable to dodge in time, the two of them were struck by hundreds of feathers. A water barrier flickered on the two's bodies, successfully blocking the poisonous feathers. However, his attack was also stopped and he was forced to retreat. Demon blood vulture. That was the cry of this strange bird earlier. To think that there is a demon blood vulture protecting him. Big brother, this person is somewhat difficult to deal with. The slightly plump-scaled man hesitated, fearing that it would be difficult to deal with Xiao Chun after he succeeded. What are you afraid of? Riches come from danger. This person is not a holy venerate. So what if he wakes up? The lean man was clearly overcome by greed. After he recognized the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he did not want to give up. Go and restrain this strange bird. Whoosh! The plump man roared angrily, and the scales on his face appeared, densely covering the surface of the water. Then he swung his sword horizontally. He easily sliced through the thunderclouds, and the sword landed on the demon blood vulture's back. The heavy strike made the demon blood vulture very uncomfortable. However, the demon blood vulture was not to be trifled with. The moment the sword struck it, it immediately counterattacked. The demon blood vulture turned around and pecked. Its huge body nimbly turned in the air, and its hook-like beak pecked a large hole in the lean man's chest. Dang! The slightly plump, scaled man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. However, the strike still knocked him back. His sword nearly flew out of his hand. Damn it! The slightly plump, scaled man roared furiously as he fought the demon blood vulture. The slightly plump, scaled man used his advantage in the terrain to fight the demon blood vulture evenly, unable to gain any advantage. The demon blood vulture was strong, but it could not do anything to the other party. The demon blood vulture hid in the clouds, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Despite its strength, the demon blood vulture could not catch the other party. The demon blood vulture wanted to launch a large-scale attack several times. However, because the demon blood vulture was too close, it feared accidentally injuring Xiao Chun, so its hands were tied. This is a good opportunity. I'll kill it with one sword strike. The lean man's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun. The lean man immediately made up his mind and drew his demonic sword. The lean man's eyes filled with a demonic nature. His sword flickered with a purple watery light, and motes of light spread out. The demon blood vulture's sword gave off ripples of electricity. That was water-attributed energy and lightning-attributed energy perfectly merging. This silent sword strike contained the berserk speed of lightning-attributed energy and the stealth of traceless water. The gentle water-attributed energy perfectly masked the lightning-attributed energy and surging sword intent. An ordinary person would easily ignore the might of this sword strike and rush to receive it. Without any mental preparation, one would often be caught off guard and lose their lives. Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous. The black light in his dantian had not formed a demonic cloud yet. He needed some time. Xiao Chun had no choice but to take a risk. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught, and he would suffer even more severe injuries. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and executed the sharp spirit finger with one hand and the heaven-swallowing art with the other. At the crucial moment, he split his attention. Clang! Xiao Chun gathered all his veritable essence energy, soul energy and vital qi, filling his limbs and bones. He used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world. Xiao Chun's sharp spirit finger finally caught the other party's sword strike. Boom! A berserk force exploded from the other party's sword. The lightning sword intent contained in the water instantly exploded, nearly sending Xiao Chun flying. Fortunately, there was a demonic cloud bird image behind him, helping him stabilize this space. How can this be? The other party caught the other party's sword strike with 2 fingers, startling the skinny man. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and the energy gathered between them immediately bounced back. The lightning sword intent in the skinny man's sword immediately bounced back. The sword continuously twisted, and the skinny man vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 10 kilometers. After knocking the other party back with 1 finger, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to pursue. He quickly formed hand seals and absorbed the demonic nature in the thunderclouds, condensing a demonic cloud seed. I don't believe that you can receive another sword strike from me. The skinny man roared, and scales appeared on his face. Then he sent another sword strike at Xiao Chun. 3, 2, 1. When that sword strike was less than half a meter away from Xiao Chun, the demonic cloud seed finally condensed. The demonic cloud bird image behind Xiao Chun entered Xiao Chun's body, and thousands of strands of black demonic light entered at the same time. The black light gathered in the spot of black light above Xiao Chun's dantian. However, at this moment, the skinny man's sword light was less than 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chun. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the blue dragon divine wings behind Xiao Chun unfurled. The wings spanned 30 meters and flapped ferociously. Electric light spread out as Xiao Chun turned into a beam of light and arrived behind the skinny man. Xiao Chun instantly drew the tyrant saber. The purple tyrant saber successfully pierced through the other party's water barrier and scales, sending up black blood. However, the skinny man only managed to hit the afterimage that Xiao Chun left behind. The skinny man let out a miserable shriek, revealing a pained expression. The scales on his face turned back into patterns. Whoosh! When the skinny man drew the tyrant's saber, blood spurted out again, and the skinny man cried out miserably. Not daring to turn around, the skinny man plunged downwards trying to flee this place. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber, revealing a suspicious expression. What is that? There is a fiendish demon aura in his body. However, the black scales and the horn on his forehead seemed to have some dragon race bloodline. The person who fled was rather strong, so Xiao Chan did not intend to give chase. However, Xiao Chan did not intend to let the other strange man fighting the demon blood vulture go. Chapter 1864. Xiao Chan looked at the faintly discernible scaled man flying about in the clouds. After carefully observing for a moment, the azure-colored dragon wings on Xiao Chen's back flapped ferociously. Violent winds blew, rolling up boundless thunderclouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chan appeared in front of the scaled man, blocking his path of retreat. The scaled man was slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chan to suddenly appear and block his path of escape. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Boom! An astonishing power of thunder erupted from his body. The radiance was resplendent, and the water rippled faintly. The resplendent lightning contained a frightening power. Once this kind of monster erupted, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Xiao Chan didn't want to retreat anymore. He didn't want to let this person go. Xiao Chan snorted coldly and drew his purple tyrant saber. Starlight flickered in his eyes. The star venerate will merged with the saber, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated. In that instant, the saber lit up with a resplendent saber light. Aside from the resplendent saber light, there was only black and white in the thunderclouds. With a loud bang, the scaled man was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber. The demon blood vulture cackled strangely. Then it opened its mouth and quickly swallowed this scaled man. Awesome! Who asked you to jump around? You still ended up being eaten by me. The demon blood vulture felt incredibly excited after swallowing up this strange scaled man. Xiao Chan watched this scene in shock. As he looked at the demon blood vulture's raised head, he smacked it hard. Without waiting for the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian turned him into a ring and sealed him up temporarily. What an idiot! Xiao Chan pondered for a long time. This scaled man was indeed strange. He had some low-level dragon bloodline and the aura of a fiendish demon. Unable to think of a reason, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the clouds. At this moment the sky was already bright. It had already been a night since he left. Xiao Chan did not dare to stay for too long and hurried back to the Marquis's mansion. After asking the little monk, Xiao Chan learned that the soaring dragon Marquis and the others had not come to look for him. It looked like the matter of monarch you would have to end for now. However, during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Marquis's mansion and concentrate on cultivating. It was better to be careful. After setting up a spirit gathering array in the cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged in the eye of the array. Xiao Chan looked into his body and saw that a demonic cloud seed had formed above his dantian. Blood drop seal. In accordance with the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, Xiao Chen's hands formed a blood drop seal. His heart shattered, and a drop of his heart's blood slowly fell, emitting a strange bloody light. As Xiao Chen's hands landed, his hands continued to move, continuously infusing his soul energy, veritable essence energy, and vital qi into them. This caused the heart blood to shine brilliantly and emit an intense bloody glow. The intensity of the light even seeped out of his body, covering Xiao Chen's body with a layer of bloody light. If an outsider was here, they would be able to tell with a single glance. What Xiao Chan cultivated was definitely not some orthodox cultivation method. Xiao. This drop of heart blood, which contained Xiao Chen's soul, quintessential essence, and vital qi, landed accurately on the demonic cloud seed. The scarlet light entered it. It instantly vanished, and the black demonic cloud changed color, turning a faint scarlet. The demonic cloud seed formally formed. As Xiao Chan cultivated, this demonic cloud seed turned into a demonic cloud bird, living in Xiao Chen's body. This process was no different from the birth of the true demonic cloud bird during the Great Desolate Aeon. At first, the demonic cloud bird was just a demonic cloud infused with the primal chaos god demon bloodline. Then it evolved into the heaven-swallowing demonic cloud bird. However, now the primal chaos god demon bloodline was Xiao Chen's, which was much weaker. However, Xiao Chen's bloodline was much stronger than the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's. Xiao Chan had the rank 8 Blue Dragon bloodline in his body. While the power of this bloodline was not unrivaled, It was definitely unparalleled. The demonic cloud seed infused with the heart's blood became even more demonic, like it was nurturing life. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun could vaguely hear a heartbeat. It was exceptionally strong and contained vast life force. Mission accomplished. Xiao Chun's hand seals changed, forming the heaven-swallowing seal to assist in his cultivation. The spirit-gathering formation activated, and the spiritual energy it contained entered the demonic cloud seed at an incredible speed in the span of a breath. After that, the demonic cloud seed breathed and turned into pure demonic chi, veritable essence energy that flowed into the 9-star primal core. Because Xiao Chun had not cultivated for the past few days, his demonic chi veritable essence energy was at a clear disadvantage. Unable to balance the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy, Xiao Chun could not bring out the Taiji force field. The Taiji Dao emphasized balance. Once the balance was broken, Xiao Chun could not bring out the Taiji force field. After about 7 minutes, the 100 medial grade spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation were drained. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This was the disadvantage of demonic Dao cultivation techniques. The stronger the demonic Dao cultivation technique, the more horrifying its expenditure would be than a righteous Dao cultivation technique. If this continued, who knew when he could successfully cultivate the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out superior grade spirit jades this time and placed them in the indentations of the formation's nodes. Superior grade spirit jades were exceptionally rare, much more valuable than medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chun had only managed to find some in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, but there were not many. There were less than 100,000 superior grade spirit jades, which were exceptionally rare. Normally, Xiao Chun could not bear to use them. However, now that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he had to use them. Time passed quickly day after day. It had been more than 2 months since Xiao Chun fought with Monarch Yu at the drill ground. In the past 2 months, several Long Clan disciples came to seek an audience. They wanted to befriend Xiao Chun or ask for pointers on saber techniques or archery. However, Xiao Chun refused to meet them. Time was tight. Xiao Chun needed to go to the Divine Dragon Empire soon. How could he waste time on this? However, the little monk jumped out and happily accepted the Long Clan disciples' attentions. Back then, the little monk swept through Monarch Yu's subordinates and suppressed 2 holy venerates, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Several Long Clan disciples also felt admiration for the little monk. Knowing that the little monk was willing to guide them, they all felt excited. Unfortunately, not everyone could be as calm as Xiao Chun, able to calmly face the misfortune attribute of the little monk. While he was practicing with the little monk on the drill ground, all sorts of accidents happened to the disciples of the Long family. In just 7 days, more than half of the Long family's disciples had crippled themselves. No one dared to look for the little monk anymore. The little monk felt bored. He could only lead the demon blood vulture around the Marquis's residence. Those who saw them were afraid, and those who saw them would run. In the Marquis's mansion was really the tyrant. He was even more domineering than the eldest young master of the Marquis Manor. He entertained himself and was quite happy. This caused everyone in the Marquis's residence to suffer unspeakably. They all complained to Long Yan, wanting this little overlord to leave as soon as possible. Long Yan smiled bitterly. It was clearly impossible for him to persuade them to leave. On this day, an old monk arrived at the entrance of the manor. He wore gray monk robes and a kasaya draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows and beard were all white, and he held a magic staff in his hand. When the Soaring Dragon Marquis heard the news, he led the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence and his heirs out to personally welcome them. Venerable Su Yun, sorry for the wait. When facing this seemingly ordinary old monk, the Soaring Dragon Marquis used the Buddhist sex etiquette to show respect. May the Lord Buddha bless you. Lord Marquis is too polite. That little disciple of mine did not cause trouble for the Marquis's residence, right? The Venerable Su Yun said with a benevolent smile as he bowed slightly and returned the greeting with one hand. Someone in the Marquis's residence immediately wanted to speak and list the little monk's crimes. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis stopped him with a look. He said softly, "The child is a little mischievous. It is not a big deal. Venerable, there is no need to worry. This was an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone that even the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor respected. Ha 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 ha. Master, you finally came. I am very happy in this Marquis's residence. I eat well and sleep well. If you had still not come, I would have stayed here for a long time. A berserk scarlet wind blew above, accompanied by cheerful laughter. The little monk rode the demon blood vulture and appeared before everyone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The little monk pushed the demon blood vulture's speed to its limits, kicking up a strong wind that howled endlessly. Clang! The Marquis's residence's signboard on the gates fell off. This startled Long Yen, causing his expression to change drastically. He quickly soared into the air and caught the signboard. The little monk landed on the ground. When he saw this scene, an awkward expression appeared on his face. Sorry, big brother Long, let me help you hang it up. The little monk quickly walked over and grabbed the Marquis's residence's signboard, wanting to make up for his mistake. Long Yen quickly said, There's no need. There's really no need. It's fine. It's what I should do. Crack! A huge force pulled the signboard in half, breaking it in the middle. Everyone in the Marquis's residence turned green. Even the soaring dragon Marquis's lips twitched involuntarily. Breaking someone's signboard was no less than killing one's father. The signboard of the Marquis's residence represented the Long clan's reputation for at least 1,000 years. It already involved the clan's luck. To any clan, breaking a signboard was something unbearable. When the demon blood vulture saw this scene, it laughed maniacally in its heart. Who asked you to torture me all the time? Now you are in for a treat. The little monk felt incredibly embarrassed. The soaring dragon Marquis had not seen his master for a long time. The moment he saw him, he caused quite a bit of trouble. The venerable Su Yun's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, It looks like it cannot be fake. You are really my obedient disciple. If Lord Marquis does not mind, this old monk will write a new signboard for the Marquis's residence to express my apologies. The soaring dragon Marquis immediately rejoiced in his heart, overjoyed. The venerable Su Yun's cultivation was so high that even the soaring dragon Marquis could not figure it out. If the venerable Su Yun put some effort into the words he left, they would rival a soul tool. What was even rarer was that the venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation of the Buddhist Dharma was unparalleled in the world. Naturally, the venerable Su Yun would receive the protection of the Buddhist sect's wishes. This in itself was a kind of blessing. According to rumor, there were several signboards in the royal palace's courtyard. The royal clan had personally asked the esteemed monks of the Hidden Spirit Temple to write them. This was equivalent to receiving the royal treatment. Venerable, this way please. The soaring dragon Marquis led the venerable Su Yun into the Marquis's residence. The little monk felt very depressed as he followed on the demon blood vulture. Occasionally, the demon blood vulture would smack the demon blood vulture's head. However, when the venerable Su Yun thought about the consequences of doing so, he helplessly endured. The venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. When he chatted happily with the soaring dragon Marquis, he immediately left behind a calligraphy treasure. The disciples of the Long family who were fortunate enough to be present to observe were all extremely shocked. It was said that every word that Master Su Yun wrote, with every word the venerable Su Yun wrote, Buddhist chanting rang out, and a 5-colored treasure light poured out, shocking everyone. After leaving behind the calligraphy treasure, the little monk led the venerable Su Yun to Xiao Chen's cultivation room. Chapter 1865. In the cultivation room, Xiao Chen had been in seclusion for 2 months. Time was of the essence, and he wanted to make the best use of his time to master the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. In just 2 short months, Xiao Chen had already spent 10,000 of the 100,000 superior grade spirit jades. If it were medial grade spirit jades, the number of medial grade spirit jades would probably reach 10 million. Furthermore, it didn't have such an effect, and the time it took was much longer. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already failed to cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. According to the book, the demon cloud bird tattoo would appear on one's back after successfully cultivating the first stage. Demonic path true essence could transform one's body, physique, soul, and will. However, 2 months of bitter cultivation was not without gains. The demonic cloud above his dantian had already begun to unfurl, and the embryonic form of a cloud had appeared. It was no longer just a black dot. The life force of the scarlet demonic cloud had become even stronger. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Chun could feel his soul being constantly devoured by the demonic clouds. This demonic cloud seed was probably not as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. There would be many mysteries beyond his imagination. At this time, the demonic nature within Xiao Chen's body suddenly erupted, and the demonic true essence within his body flooded his entire body. Black demonic light flowed out of his body as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with demonic nature. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had been modified by the Mahasvara Buddha's Saraira, he could cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and merge it with the immemorial demon soul formation. The demonic nature in his body had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood vessels. It was inevitable. This was the instinctive reaction of the devil after encountering its natural enemy. At this moment, he was cultivating demonic arts to begin with, so the demonic nature of his body took over at this moment. However, a moment later, the Buddha nature contained in the deepest parts of his organs, limbs, and bones. It turned into a gentle breeze and spread out from his body, dispelling the dominance of the demonic nature over his physical body. All of this happened without Xiao Chen's control. It was all an automatic reaction of his body. Looking at it from this angle, it also proved that Xiao Chen's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had yet to reach the point where he could control them as he pleased. It was like walking on a tightrope above a cliff. It was extremely dangerous. Closing his eyes again, Xiao Chun released his soul power to see what was going on. Within Xiao Chen's perception, everyone in the Marquis's residence was instantly detected by Xiao Chun. Everyone was a flickering dot of light. The flow of quintessence in the bodies of the weaker ones could be clearly seen, clearly imprinted in their minds. As for holy venerables, they were like a ball of burning flames. Unless one used their soul power to sense them, they would not be able to sense them. Otherwise, he would only be able to see this blurry ball of flame. As his soul power swept across, there were 3 flames that were particularly eye-catching. A ball of blazing flames gave off a terrifying aura that rushed into the sky. There was also a faint king's might within it, and a mysterious dragon fate covered it. Xiao Chun could not detect this person at all. Without a doubt, it was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. There was also a clump of flame that was about the same size as the soaring dragon Marquis. However, it seemed lethargic. This should be a hidden sovereign personage expert of the Marquis's residence. As for the third cluster, it was the karma that caused the demonic aura in Xiao Chen's body to erupt. That was a clump of flame that gave off pure Buddhist might. It was like a lamp, not dazzling or eye-catching. It only slowly burned, and the flames drifted about. Only the flame's heart remained fixed, unchanging since ancient times. It was like the flame in this flame's heart had existed since the world was created, never extinguishing. Beside this flame was a clump of mixed black flames. It looked very mighty and overwhelming with demonic might. However, when one looked carefully, one could see the core of this black flame, the pure flame's heart without any impurities. This was the little monk Yen Chun, who had committed overwhelming sins but had a Buddhist heart and wielded the Buddhist sex commandment saber. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and roughly understood what was going on. The little monk's master came with him. Not daring to delay, Xiao Chun stopped circulating his energy and walked out of his room. Then, he went to the courtyard to personally welcome the little monk. "Big brother, my master is here." The little monk rode on the demon blood vulture and happily led the way, introducing Xiao Chun to him. The venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said softly, "I have long heard of benefactor Zhao's name. Today I finally get to see it for myself." Xiao Chun rubbed his nose and smiled. "Venerable, you must be joking. Long heard of it? I just arrived in the Central Great Realm not long ago. It has only been 2 months since I arrived in this soaring dragon Marquiate. Although I caused a commotion, my fame only spread within the soaring dragon Marquiate, far from spreading in the Yanwu dynasty. I am not joking. A monk does not lie. I met benefactor Xiao 17 years ago." The venerable Su Yun smiled mysteriously but did not elaborate. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. 17 years ago was when he first met the Mahasvara Buddha. Could it be that when the Mahasvara Buddha turned around, some mysterious phenomenon happened, allowing this venerable to see me? Yin-chan, you already told me about your situation. Can this old monk take a look at you? The venerable Su Yun asked softly to Xiao-chan after he was let in. Xiao-chan glanced at the little monk. When he saw the little monk's innocent expression, he knew that the little monk was worried about him. Something happened to his dual cultivation of righteous and demonic. Hence, Xiao-chan got his master to check on Xiao-chan for him. That's fine. If I can get some pointers or find some hidden dangers, it will be a gain. Xiao-chan nodded and lowered his guard. Then he said softly, as you wish. The venerable Su Yun put down his staff, and a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. This was an extremely strong magic skill of the Buddhist sects, the heavenly eye. According to rumor, when the heavenly eye was cultivated to its limits, one could see not only space and time but also the river of fate, becoming the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the past and the future, knowing the karma of the past and present. Xiao-chan felt speechless. Since the heavenly eye was open, whether he agreed or not, the venerable Su Yun would see everything he wanted to see. The venerable Su Yun gave off a faint Buddhist light, giving off a mysterious energy similar to the one the heavenly book scholar once showed. A beam of golden light shot out of the heavenly eye and encased Xiao-chan. Time and space flickered. The various cultivation techniques that Xiao-chan cultivated in the past, and the various hardships that his physical body experienced appeared. However, the venerable Su Yun's heavenly eye did not check Xiao-chen's soul pool. He only wanted to check if Xiao-chen's body had any hidden dangers and give pointers. The venerable Su Yun did not want to dig out all of Xiao-chen's secrets. Actually, even if he did not check his soul pool, if Xiao-chan saw the scene in the venerable Su Yun's eyes, he would still feel shocked and amazed. They would also feel shocked and surprised, no different from being seen through. After a while, the vertical eye on the venerable Su Yun's forehead slowly closed. Master, how is it? Is my big brother fine? The little monk asked out of concern before Xiao-chan could say anything, appearing even more anxious than Xiao-chan. The venerable Su Yun smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao is doing very well now, even better than this old monk. His life force flourishes boundlessly. His physical body does not have any major problems. All sorts of fortuitous encounters in karma are truly startling. His fate with Buddhism is enviable. The little monk said happily, That's good. Otherwise, if I leave and we meet again in the future, Big Brother will look completely different. I will not be able to accept that. Xiao-chan found this strange. He asked, Venerable, I once heard that dual cultivating righteous and demonic Tao is a great taboo in the righteous Tao. This is especially so in the Buddhist sect. It is also a taboo in the demonic Tao. Why is Senior so calm about it? The venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and asked, Let me ask you, what epoch is it now? Naturally, it is the martial epoch. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques and the righteous Tao cultivation techniques look very different, even intensely conflicting. In reality, they are inseparable from the word martial. They come from the same source. Why can't we cultivate them at the same time? This was the first time someone asked Xiao-chan this question, so he did not know how to answer. The venerable Su Yun said sullenly, Actually, you already know the answer in your heart. There is no need to hesitate. Be it Buddhist, demonic, or righteous Tao, it does not matter. If you can distinguish your heart, it does not matter. Xiao-chen's heart skipped a beat. The venerable Su Yun's words swept away the final doubts and lack of confidence in his heart. This would allow him to be even more determined on this path. Many thanks for Senior's pointers. The venerable Su Yun looked into the distance as he looked at Xiao-chan. Then he said, The reason why the righteous Tao and demonic Tao oppose it is easy to explain. The conflict between the two factions is intense. They do not get along like fire and water. After several battles between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao, the two factions became mortal enemies. How can they accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Since you chose this path, the future will be difficult. Please be mentally prepared. Xiao-chan nodded to indicate that he understood. Actually, there is another reason. Why can't the two factions accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Why? Because they are too strong, they are feared by others. There have been many people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao in history. However, they did not walk to the end. In the end, they all made a choice. Otherwise, it would be hard to distinguish their heart, and they could only choose one side. The Venerable Su Yun's tone was calm, but he revealed a startling secret to Xiao Chun. I know of a total of 3 people. One is the Kasyapa Buddha. Actually, he dual cultivated Buddhism and demonic Tao. However, the moment he became a Buddha, he abandoned his demonic Tao and started the age of Buddhism. The second is a certain dragon race blood-soaked emperor. However, he eventually fell into the demonic Tao and took another path. This stunned Xiao Chun slightly. He could not hide his expression. This was simply too shocking. Back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor dual-cultivated righteous and demonic Tao. However, he did not walk to the end and fell into the demonic Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Chun somewhat understood why the blue dragon bloodline was completely destroyed. The third is the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. He is a Buddhist sect genius, rarely seen in thousands of years. Unfortunately, I found out later that he was the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. However, in the end he made a different decision. He abandoned the demonic Tao and saved the Buddhist sect, directly leading to the Black Lotus Church's decline. Chapter 1866. As the Venerable Su Yun spoke softly, he casually revealed some startling secrets. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt somewhat shocked, unable to recover his wits for a while. It was understandable that the Kasyapa Buddha dual cultivated the demonic Tao and martial Tao. If one understood the Buddhist scriptures, one would know that Buddhism was emotionless. If not for the Kasyapa Buddha cultivating demonic Tao cultivation techniques, he would not have left behind Buddhist Tao martial techniques that countered demonic Tao cultivation techniques. It was impossible for the Kasyapa Buddha to appear out of thin air. One had to know its origin and understand its principles. However, this Kasyapa Buddha was too far away from Xiao Chun. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything. The main reason was the blood-soaked martial emperor. Right now, a strand of the blood-soaked martial emperor's remnant soul was in Xiao Chun's body. No wonder the blood-soaked dragon emperor quickly fell asleep after waking up. It must have had something to do with Xiao Chun entering the demonic Tao. Xiao Chun felt somewhat confused now. The blood-soaked dragon emperor entered the demonic Tao. The Qing emperor entered the demonic Tao. Eventually, Xiao Chun also entered the demonic Tao. Was there really fate in the unseen world? This was too much of a coincidence. The reviver of the blue dragon race was destined to enter the demonic Tao? When Xiao Chun suddenly thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If not for the enlightenment he gained when he faced the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he would not have been able to escape. If not for the enlightenment he gained when facing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he might have ended up on the same path as the Qing Emperor, sinking into the demonic Tao. Unknowingly, he would have taken the same path as the Qing Emperor. Fortunately, Xiao Chun managed to walk out in the end and figure out his own heart. What was even more unexpected was that the last person was related to Xiao Chun. The creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique actually dual cultivated Buddhism and the demonic Tao. Furthermore, he caused the Black Lotus Church's decline. What was more terrifying was that this person was actually the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. What I told you are secrets and taboos. Little friend, do not spread them. The Venerable Su Yun instructed softly, his tone grave. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and nodded. I understand. However, the first 2 people already told me their identities. This third person is Patriarch Black Lotus's reincarnation. Why didn't he tell me his identity? Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said, Benefactor, you really listen carefully. This third person's identity is very complicated. His descendant now has a powerful faction. It's better not to know about it, lest we get into some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, this person can be considered to have realized his mistake and turned back. It's really rare. So mysterious? The more this was so, the more Xiao Chun felt curious about the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, since Great Master Su Yun did not say, Xiao Chun naturally would not ask. Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, My obedient disciple, you have taken care of me during this period. You obtained a great fortuitous encounter. As your master, I do not have any gift to thank you. I can only bestow you a finger as a token of my sincerity. Xiao. Right after Venerable Su Yun spoke, he tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with his finger. An extremely vast energy poured into Xiao Chen's body. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's bones crackled like soybeans being fried, crackling non-stop. After a while, when Venerable Su Yun released his finger, Xiao Chen immediately felt refreshed, and his body became much lighter. What was more pleasant was that he felt his physical body break through some kind of shackle. With a thought, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Vital qi surged like a surging river or the sea. Xiao Chen easily gathered 25 cauldron force. This? Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Venerable Su Yun's finger helped him break through the bottleneck of 20 cauldron force. The rest was flat, saving Xiao Chen a lot of effort. Whoosh! Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt that some of the hidden ailments in his body vanished with this finger. What was even rarer was that Venerable Su Yun's finger contained a Buddhist might that was extremely compatible with the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira's Buddhist nature in Xiao Chen's physical body. This invisibly raised Xiao Chen's Buddha nature. This gentle finger was truly wondrous, benefiting Xiao Chen greatly. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Venerable Su Yun shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. It is far inferior to what you gave Yen Chan. I'll give you another page of the Hidden Spirit Temple's golden letter. In the future, if someone from the Buddhist sect makes things difficult for you, you can take it out." When Xiao Chen received it, he discovered that it was not much different from the one that the Venerable Xianbei gave. However, the inscription was changed to the Hidden Spirit Temple, which immediately changed its value. Its rarity was no longer the same. It's time to go our separate ways. You still have some secrets on you. Although I didn't look at them, I still have some secrets. Although this old monk did not look at them, I can sense that they are an untouchable and unexplored power. They are very precious. Venerable Su Yun bowed with one hand as a form of farewell. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There are still secrets. Is it because of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation? Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think too much about it. He kept feeling that the secrets of immortals were too distant from him, so he did not want to touch them. Big brother, I'm so sad. I wonder when we will meet again. The little monk appeared somewhat sorrowful. Such an expression on his tender face was simply too cute. However, when the little monk thought of something, he gently rubbed the demon blood vulture's head. Then he smiled and said, "Silly bird, I see that your comprehension ability is pretty good. Come back to the temple with me and enter the Buddhist sect. In the future, you can be a protector holy beast." It was rare for the little monk to pet it like this, scaring the demon blood vulture significantly. Its body immediately shrank and turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then it took the initiative to turn into a ring on Xiao Chen's finger. How can this great me become a monk? Even if you beat me to death, I will not do it. Master, please don't give me away. I will even be a cow or a horse by your side. The little monk nearly caused the demon blood vulture to crumble. When it heard that Xiao Chen wanted to go to the Hidden Spirit Temple with him, it immediately became frightened. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Little monk, stop scaring it." Yen Chen's lips curled up as he said, "I am giving it an opportunity. Forget it if it doesn't want to." Xiao Chen looked at the Venerable Su Yun and said, "Honestly speaking, the little monk has karma with me. I also thank Venerable for taking care of the little monk for the past 10-odd years." The Venerable Su Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled. This old monk understands what benefactor is saying. He is the blessing of my Buddhist sect. How can I not take good care of him? Benefactor, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Hidden Spirit Temple as a guest. Not long after Xiao Chen parted reluctantly, another honored guest arrived at the courtyard that had been deserted for a long time. It was the Soaring Dragon Marquis, accompanied by Long Yan. However, Lan Luo was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen knew that it was time for him to leave. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was here to send off the guest. "Young Master Xiao, it is time to send you to the Divine Dragon Empire," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said in a respectful tone. Xiao Chen said politely, "Thank you, Lord Marquis. Please." There were some things that the two already knew. Monarch Yu's matter was already settled. Along the way, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was very polite to Xiao Chan. If word of the Soaring Dragon Marquis personally giving it to a junior got out, the entire Soaring Dragon Marquisate would be shocked. After boarding a Marquis' residence's warship, Xiao Chen's group left the Marquis' residence and flew out of the city. From the start to the end, Lan Luo did not appear. Xiao Chan could not help feeling that it was unfortunate. This is fine as well. Xiao Chan sighed in his heart. There were some feelings where rejection would hurt, but acceptance would hurt even more. The Marquis' residence's warship flew increasingly higher. The Soaring Dragon Marquisate grew increasingly smaller in Xiao Chen's eyes. This parting would not last long. Xiao Chan believed that he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty. This short stay was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He did not get to experience the vast Yanwu dynasty at all, the dynasty's outstanding talents and the sect elites. Xiao Chan did not get to see any of the legendary monarch experts. This was very unfortunate. However, he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty sooner or later, and meet the true elites and outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chan wanted to experience the resplendent and dazzling outstanding talents of this age of the martial Tao. The Soaring Dragon Marquis stood beside Xiao Chan. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I was the one who watched you perform your saber that night." Xiao Chan was not surprised. Only a few people in the Marquis' residence had the strength to approach him without him noticing. "I did not mean to injure Lord Marquis. Please forgive me." The Soaring Dragon Marquis' lips curled up in a smile as he said, "However, it has been many years since anyone managed to injure me. Although I was careless, I cannot deny your strength. If possible, I would really like to keep you in the army and make you my general." After gaining the Soaring Dragon Marquis' recognition and high regard, Xiao Chan felt rather happy. "Many thanks for Lord Marquis' praise. It is just the truth. It is not really a praise." As Xiao Chan watched the city get further away, the land before him grew increasingly desolate. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Where are we going?" "The military camp." Chapter 1867. A military camp? Xiao Chan revealed a doubtful expression. Could it be that the transportation formation to the Divine Dragon Empire is in a military camp? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's eyes, the Soaring Dragon Marquis explained, "The dynasty's transrealm transportation formation is controlled by the Yen Emperor Palace. They allow entry but not exit. The access requirements are very high, and the number of times it can be opened is limited. Although I can use it, it will be somewhat problematic if I bring you along. After thinking about it, I brought you to the military camp, using the transportation formation of my Scarlet Blood Army." Xiao Chan asked out of curiosity, "There are transportation formations in the military camp as well?" The Soaring Dragon Marquis replied calmly, "That is natural. The formation masters that the dynasty's Tai institution raised were not raised for nothing. They weren't raised for nothing. They had invented a portable teleportation formation a long time ago. All they needed to do was prepare a few specially made war chariots. When you want to use it, you just need to insert the formation flags and activate it with spirit jades. When the battle starts, we can retreat, and it's also convenient to deploy troops." The Soaring Dragon Province was the northernmost province of the Yanwu dynasty's 108 provinces. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' clan had been generals guarding the borders for many generations. Historically, there had been an ancestor of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, who had been conferred the title of Marquis of a different surname. However, among the 108 marquises, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still held military authority. They held high authority and were rather special. This was why Duke Yun favored the Soaring Dragon Marquis and wanted to marry him. Upon hearing the Soaring Dragon Marquis make it sound so serious, Xiao Chan felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was still a need for war. Xiao Chan asked casually, "The Yanwu dynasty is so strong. Are there still enemies who dare to offend it?" The Soaring Dragon Marquis showed a grave expression as he replied softly, "The Central Great Realm is not as peaceful as you imagine. The age of fiendish demon chaos was long ago, only recorded in ancient books. However, the last war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions was not that long ago, just 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, although the Yanwu dynasty is strong, it is vast and boundless. There are always places beyond our reach. Take the North for example. The greatest enemy is the innately warlike and uncivilized barbarians. They frequently harass the borders. The place where the barbarians are established is a dangerous environment. Poisonous gas pervades the air, and spiritual energy is thin. It's hard for dynasty to unleash their advantage in numbers, so we can't eliminate them. If we let Yan Huang lead the troops personally, it would be too much of a fuss. It's obviously not suitable. The soaring dragon Marquis paused for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, however, although the barbarian race is troublesome, it is not a great threat. After all, they are just a group of uncivilized barbarians, and they will not amount to much. From his words, it seemed like there was an even more terrifying enemy. That was the real threat. Xiao Qian didn't ask any more questions. Below him, he could already see the barracks. Ha! 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 At the garrison, there were soldiers drilling in formation. Waves of loud shouts, full of energy, gathered together. His voice shook the heavens, and vaguely, there were even strange phenomena accompanying it. It made people feel dizzy, and the blood in their bodies flowed faster. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. These soldiers were all elite martial artists. Although their cultivations were not high, they were still extremely powerful. However, there were many of them, and every one of them was a decisive killer. Boundless killing intent was hidden within their bodies. Under the unified training, their essence, chi, and spirit condensed into one. Their chests filled with a breath of air, and they shouted and roared at the same time. Their voices were vast and mighty, and their auras rushed to the clouds. These soldiers were not a motley crew. An individual's martial prowess seemed insignificant before this sea-like aura. As Xiao Qian observed the Scarlet Blood Army's drill below, he somewhat overturned his traditional understanding of the army. Originally, he believed that no matter how many major primal core venerates there were, they would just end up being slaughtered when they ran into a holy venerate. No matter how many came, they would all die. The dynasty's army was a dispensable existence. It did not have much meaning. However, Xiao Qian felt somewhat different now. There were so many venerables. When they were polished into a steel lion, they had a terrifying cohesiveness, strong willpower, and a murderous aura. When combined, just the shouts of essence, chi, and spirit, and the gathering of chi and chi could scatter a holy venerate's attack. Before such might, a lone holy venerate seemed too insignificant. Furthermore, they could lay formations, use war chariots, and use formation flags. After many years of bitter training and killing, they forged a true army of tigers and wolves. Any powerhouse who saw such an army would have to retreat. After thinking about it, this was actually the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Something that looked insignificant could change qualitatively when it reached a certain amount. The Scarlet Blood Army was at the border, a desolate and uninhabited place. The environment there was very harsh. Occasionally, officers organized soldiers. They entered the surrounding mountains, hunted ferocious beasts, and trained the soldiers. The Marquis's residence's warships slowly landed. A large number of warships were parked here. Their banners fluttered in the wind, looking very majestic. Lord Marquis, first young master. The moment the Marquis stepped out of the warship, a group of armored generals immediately walked over with large strides. The generals had to straighten their backs and walk with heavy steps. When they walked, their armor clanged against each other. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded indifferently. Then he said casually, Long Yan, bring Xiao Qian to take a look around the army. Then send him off. Don't delay him. Yes, father. The soaring dragon Marquis looked like he still had many things to deal with. After giving some instructions, he left in a hurry. The group of generals hurriedly followed and reported what had happened recently. Xiao Qian's spiritual sense was sharp, so he heard some of it. Lord Marquis, the underground demons have been appearing frequently recently. It is somewhat strange. I feel that we need to bring some people to sweep them out. It is almost winter, and those barbarians are not behaving. They tried to cross the border several times, and many of our brothers died. The royal court's recent supplies have not arrived yet. We have to send people to rush them. These were all important military matters. That group of people walked hastily, moving further away. Soon Xiao Qian could no longer hear anything. Long Yan said, Young Master Xiao, if you are in a rush to leave, I can bring you directly to the transportation formation. If you are not in a rush, you can also take a look around the army. Let's take a look then. This was Xiao Chen's first time entering a military camp, so he felt somewhat curious. Normally, a military camp would not allow outsiders to view its important places. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not treat Xiao Chen as an outsider, and was exceptionally kind to him. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not miss out on such an opportunity. Being deep in a military camp, Xiao Chen could not help but compare it to a martial Dao sect. In a certain sense, the two were somewhat similar. They were both places where cultivators gathered. However, the difference was also very clear. The greatest impression that Xiao Chen got from the military was the exceptionally strict discipline. Every soldier was like all sorts of precise components. Only when they were combined could they bring out their greatest might. They did not allow any mistakes to occur in any of the segments. Under such circumstances, uniformity stifled individuality. Clearly, it was not suitable for the inheritance of the martial Dao. However, an individual's strength and willpower would improve rapidly in the midst of killing. However, one's comprehension ability and spirituality might be slowly erased in the army. In comparison, sects had a lot of freedom and emphasized individual martial prowess. Regardless of the rank of the various large sects, their structure was very similar. Through the selection of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and true inheritors, the most outstanding ones would be picked out. This ensured that the people with outstanding talent and comprehension ability could stand out and bring out their potential to the greatest extent. Just in terms of the martial Dao, sects were clearly more suitable for inheritances and could produce powerful experts more easily. This was also the reason why many nobles would send their children to sections. Comparing the two, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Both had their reasons for existing. 10-odd war chariots formed a procession on the main road, attracting Xiao Chen's attention. The war chariots carried corpses, the trophies of the soldiers. Unlike the ferocious beasts from before, the corpses on these war chariots were all humanoid corpses. More accurately, many of them were the scaled monsters that Xiao Chen met in the thunderclouds that day. Xiao Chen pointed to the corpses on the war chariots and asked, "What are these?" Long Yan looked in the direction that Xiao Chen pointed and explained, "These are a type of underground demon, flood dragon humans." Underground demon? That's right. Back then, after the fiendish demons were defeated by the sages, they vanished without a trace. However, the descendants of the fiendish demons survived and occupied the abyssal underworld. This is also commonly known as the underground world. These descendants of the fiendish demons are collectively known as earth demons. Long Yan nodded and continued, "The abyssal underworld has a total of 9 layers, inhabited by 9 underworld monarchs. The lower you go, the more horrifying the strength of the earth demons. They possess the blood of fiendish demons and startling comprehension abilities. They cultivate demonic Dao cultivation techniques and have many advantages. As they slowly lay dormant, they actually developed. By the time the righteous Dao awakened, they had already become a faction that could not be easily destroyed. Speaking of which, they are a much greater threat than the barbarian race. Fortunately, the 9 great underworld monarchs have their own conflicts, and the underground world is not peaceful in the first place." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The central great realm was indeed much larger than he imagined. Just this soaring dragon Marquis was just the tip of the iceberg. The things that Xiao Chen saw already dazzled him. However, why do I feel that aside from the blood of the fiendish demons, these flood dragon humans also have the aura of the dragon race? The topic returned to the flood dragon humans. This was what Xiao Chen was more concerned about. Upon hearing that, Long Yan looked at Xiao Chen, feeling it strange. He asked, "You don't know?" Xiao Chen felt bewildered. "What's with that expression? It's like I have to know. Is it strange that I don't know?" Long Yan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I saw that you also have the dragon race bloodline, so I thought you would know about this." Back then, the dragon race's Black Dragon King led his subordinates and defeated the 9 great underworld monarchs. He became known as the Supreme Underworld Monarch and unified the abyssal underworld for the first time in history. This should be something that everyone in the dragon race knows about. Its influence is very deep. So that's the case. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. A regular dragon race cultivator should know about this. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was not. No wonder Long Yan revealed such a surprised expression. Back then, the dragon race cultivators that followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld became the strongest of the earth demons. After the baptism of the underworld river's water, they became flood dragon humans with both the blood of the fiendish demons and the bloodline of the dragon race. When the Black Dragon King was alive, these flood dragon humans naturally enjoyed great fame and prestige. However, now they have become the lowest existences among the earth demons. Long Yan caught his breath and continued. When the Scarlet Blood Army swept through the underground world, they killed the most flood dragon humans. For some reason, when Xiao Chun heard this, he felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he was also a member of the dragon race, but when he saw how miserable these former members of the dragon race were now, he felt some compassion. The Black Dragon King was a mixed blood dragon in the first place. Many of his followers were mixed blood dragons as well. Even in the Divine Dragon Empire, they were at the bottom. At the same time, Xiao Chun thought of the seal in the underground dragon city in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. He thought of that senior's words. The Black Dragon King would appear within 100 years. Chapter 1868. What happened? Long Yan asked in confusion when he saw that Xiao Chun was deep in thought. Xiao Chun said softly, I thought of something and I've seen enough. Let's go. I still haven't asked. Where can the army's transportation formation send me? The two chatted as they walked. Long Yan said, the furthest it can go is to the borders of the Divine Dragon Empire. After that, you can cross a desert and enter the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Then he said sullenly, there's no other way. Directly teleport into the Divine Dragon Empire? Long Yan shook his head and said, no. Only a transrealm transportation formation can do that. The transrealm transportation formation is controlled by the Yin Imperial Hall. Hence, it will be somewhat difficult. However, it will be more convenient for you to go to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiao Chun thought about it and felt that it was okay. Even if Xiao Chun could teleport to the Divine Dragon Empire, he did not know which city he would end up in. Xiao Chun knew too little about the dragon race. After slowly familiarizing himself with it, he had to properly plan how he was going to walk the path of the dragon clan. Boom! At this moment, the ground trembled slightly. A war chariot was carrying a mountain-sized rock beast. He slowly drove towards the military camp, escorted by thousands of people. Enthusiastic cheers sounded in the barracks when they saw the huge beast enter. Xiao Chun could not help but take a few more glances. That's a hill giant demon, a holy venerate-level ferocious beast. It is said to be unrivaled among its peers. It is worshipped by the northern barbarians as a divine beast. Usually, killing this kind of ferocious beast signifies a great victory against the barbarians. A smile appeared on Long Yan's face as he explained to Xiao Chun. The atmosphere in the military camp made Xiao Chun a little envious. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. Share the glory with your son. We're here. I'll get someone to set up the formation. A moment later, the two came to an open space in the army. Long Yan called out, Hua! 38 war chariots came from different directions at an extremely fast speed, like flowing lights and phantoms. After a few breaths, the chariot was pieced together to form a Dao platform with complicated runes. So. Many martial artists flew out from the war chariots, holding war flags that shone with radiance, and inserted them into the Dao platform. Immediately, flowing light overflowed in all directions. 38 white rainbows descended from the sky. Auspicious energy swirled in the air, and a rain of flowers bloomed. A Taoist gate rose up from the center of the garden and stood erect amidst the rain of flowers. The teleportation array, which should have been incomparably complicated, was constructed so easily and quickly. It was indeed an eye-opener. Xiao Chun didn't have time to continue admiring it. He had to go on the road. This is some information on the Divine Dragon Empire. Father has been collecting it for you. There are also maps and some spirit jades. You might need them on the way. Before leaving, Long Yan handed over the items that the Soaring Dragon Marquis had prepared for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun didn't stand on ceremony. After accepting it, he cupped his hands and said, We'll meet again if fate wills it. See you later. Xiao. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow. Dressed in white, he slowly entered the gate of Tao. Her movement technique was elegant and light like a dream. It was just like when Xiao Chen was in the Yanwu dynasty. With a gentle tap, before ripples could appear and Xiao Chen could appreciate the boundless charm of the dynasty, he left. Xiao Chen's trip to the Yanwu dynasty came to an end. Half a month later, a vast, boundless desert appeared before Xiao Chen at the border between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Yanwu dynasty. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Black clouds spread out, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Xiao Chen was about to enter the dragon race's territory, but the weather was not good. This was rather strange. It rarely rained in the desert. Once it did, it would last for several months, even half a year. The sudden heavy rain and bad weather seemed to foretell a bumpy road ahead. As Xiao Chen looked at the desert amid the heavy rain, he felt rueful. Counting carefully, it had already been 4 years since he left the abandoned land, the Kunlun realm. After 4 years, he was finally about to step into the dragon race's homeland. The promise he made to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace flashed before his eyes. When Xiao Chen thought about it, a clear scene appeared in his mind. It seemed very close yet very far at the same time. If the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate disciples knew that Xiao Chen was about to step into the Divine Dragon Empire, what would they think? If those old friends of his knew that Xiao Chen had already gone very far, they would probably wish him well. In a short 4 years, Xiao Chen advanced from a veritable Essence Stage disciple to a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Xiao Chen finally gained the qualifications to step into this central great realm and compete with the most resplendent outstanding talents of this era. The effort and sorrow that Xiao Chen had put in were hard to imagine. Xiao Chen walked step by step with trepidation. He had suffered humiliation, suffered disdain, fought schemes, and struggled to survive in the hands of holy venerates. Today, the dragon returned to its homeland. Xiao Chen finally arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. Instead of riding the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen walked to this desolate desert that belonged to the Divine Dragon Empire. This was the start of the next part of Xiao Chen's journey. As Xiao Chen draped a conical bamboo hat in the heavy rain, his steps were steady, and his eyes were resolute without any hesitation. When the heavy rain stopped, Xiao Chen walked and stopped, calming his emotions in the heavy rain. At the same time, he checked the information that the Soaring Dragon Marquis left for him. Right now, the Divine Dragon Empire's territory was about 1% of the Yanwu dynasties. Of course, that only included the Central Great Realm. It did not include the other subordinate realms of the dragon race, outside the Central Great Realm. Just like how the Soaring Dragon Marquis had the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, the Divine Dragon Empire had many subordinate realms. However, compared to the Yanwu dynasty, its population was somewhat pitiful. The Yanwu dynasty had tens of billions of people, but the Divine Dragon Empire barely had 100 million. This was mainly because only cultivators with the dragon race bloodline could be considered part of the Divine Dragon Empire's population. The 8 great empires were all like this, founded on bloodlines. For the sake of maintaining the purity of their bloodlines, they maintained their independence and did not accept outsiders. The 4 dynasties were more casual. Aside from cultivators, they also had a large number of ordinary people. The empires could not compare to the dynasties in terms of population. The Yanwu dynasty had 108 provinces. Each province governed 100 counties. The size of a county was almost the size of a large world in the outside world. The Divine Dragon Empire had only 7 provinces. The 6 colored divine dragons each ruled a province, and the Dragon Emperor ruled another province. Aside from this, there were many independent counties scattered throughout the empire's territory, managed by the dragon race factions with slightly lower bloodlines. Overall, the Divine Dragon Empire had about 1,000 counties. Unlike the dynasties, the 6 colored divine dragons were like feudal lords within the dragon race, possessing strong independence. For example, even the Dragon Emperor could not interfere with the internal affairs of the white dragon race. The Dragon Emperor was revered as the dragon god, the leader of the dragon race in name. Right now, the Dragon Emperor did not have as much authority as the dynasty's holy emperor. However, he controlled an additional province. Furthermore, with the title of Dragon Emperor, he still wielded great authority. Right now, the Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon race's clan head of the 6 colored divine dragons. He had already been on the throne for 1,000 years. The Golden Dragon race was currently the strongest and noblest bloodline in the dragon race. Based on the Soaring Dragon Marquis's information, the dragon race determined status and rank based on bloodline. The Golden Dragon race was undoubtedly the top bloodline. Next were the remaining divine dragons without bloodlines. Next were the cultivators with only true dragon bloodlines. Furthermore, the dragon race bloodlines were extremely thin. There were all sorts of them, and they were collectively known as mixed blood dragons. If one's background was not good, it might affect their future. Although there were some mixed blood dragons who managed to turn the tides and held high positions in the empire, they were known as heaven dragons. However, this did not change the fact that the dragon race, which was the most populous, had low status. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not like the idea of a hero being determined by one's background and bloodline. However, what surprised Xiao Chun was that even the Soaring Dragon Marquis's information did not mention the Blue Dragon bloodline. The information that the Soaring Dragon Marquis could collect in the Yanwu dynasty was already very high. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still could not find any information on the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, it was only in an unremarkable corner. The Blue Dragon bloodline was once the strongest of the dragon race. Now it no longer exists and the details are unknown. The words were blurry, and Xiao Chun only read one sentence. Soon it was the introduction of the other dragon race. Xiao Chun had accidentally overlooked it. The rain had not stopped yet. Xiao Chun closed the information. Under the heavy rain, he felt somewhat lonely for some reason. After so much difficulty, he arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, not a single member of his race was here. Even the people of the dragon race did not know that the Blue Dragon bloodline once existed. The dragon returned home with lofty aspirations. However, in this nation of 1,000 counties, the Blue Dragon bloodline only exists, only I exist. Chapter 1869. Heavy rain fell in the desert for a long time. However, the heavy rain would eventually stop. 2 months later, the sky cleared up, and the temperature of the desert experienced an extreme change. The dry air and high temperature were unbearable. However, the desert before Xiao Chun seemed to come to life. Perhaps what the desert needed wasn't heavy rain or water, but the blazing sun and endless heat. Only in such an environment could the desert exude its true charm. Xiao Chun took off his conical bamboo hat and put on his white robes, walking in the desert like an ascetic monk. When the desert truly came to life, its ferocious and scary side appeared before Xiao Chun. Huge cactuses covered in sharp needles suddenly came to life and attacked him. Venomous lizards came out of the desert or scorpions that Xiao Chun could not shatter even after infusing great Tao energy into their bodies. Several dangerous situations nearly claimed Xiao Chun's life, making him exceptionally cautious. Whoosh! Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber, and a dreamy purple saber chi shot out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Xiao Chun fought with a four-legged colorful lizard. Xiao Chun had seen this colorful lizard before. He did not know what kind of ferocious beast it was. He only knew that it possessed ferocious combat prowess and startling defense. Its body constantly gave off a tiny amount of poisonous powder. When mixed with the air, it was colorless and odorless, catching people off guard. It could even penetrate veritable essence energy shields and permeate the skin. The first time Xiao Chun entered a dangerous situation was because of this colorful lizard. Xiao Chun had not expected the poisonous powder's penetrative power to be so terrifying, numbing his body and slowing his movements. He had nearly been eaten. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Chun activated his Blue Dragon bloodline. The instant his combat prowess soared, he instantly killed this colorful lizard, saving his life. If not for the Blue Dragon bloodline, Xiao Chun really would have died here. After that, Xiao Chun became more cautious, preserving half of his veritable essence energy to protect his body at all times. Clang! After 100 moves, Xiao Chun chopped off the lizard's tail. In pain, the lizard burrowed underground and fled far away. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to give chase. He sheathed his saber and revealed a doubtful expression. Zhang Xian took out the map and examined it carefully. He suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction. According to Long Yan's instructions, there shouldn't be too much danger in the desert. Strange, I almost lost my life a few times, and you call this not dangerous? Xiao Chun put away the map and compared it with the route. After confirming that he had not gone the wrong way, he shook his head and continued on his way. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped sharply. After Xiao Chun laid down a simple defensive formation, he continued cultivating the demonic cloud art. He felt that there was still some distance to the first layer of the demonic cloud art. If Xiao Chun did not make any progress in the demonic cloud art, his cultivation would remain at small perfection middle stage star venerate, unable to advance any further. Primal chaos true essence had to be cultivated together in order to increase one's realm. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with a demonic aura. He had been targeted. This was an instinctive sense of danger. Xiao Chun thought about it. He had killed many beasts in the past few days. Perhaps some overlord-class ferocious beasts smelled the baleful aura of ferocious beasts on his body. Or perhaps he accidentally entered the territory of some ferocious beast. Or perhaps he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, and some ferocious beasts with a strong demonic aura sensed the demonic aura. Everything was possible. What Xiao Chun needed to do now was to deal with the changes by remaining calm. Holding the tyrant's saber by his hand, Xiao Chun carefully looked around. He extended out his spiritual sense and did his best to search for the hidden ferocious beast. Sometimes the most terrifying thing was not the strength of the enemy, but the danger and craftiness of the enemy. The enemy was good at hiding and enduring, catching you off guard and dealing a fatal blow. How crafty! The instant Xiao Chun opened his eyes, that ferocious beast sensed that it was exposed and carefully hid. However, Xiao Chun could sense a pair of cold eyes staring at him in the darkness. Where is it? Where is it? Xiao Chun quickly turned his head and saw a silver figure flashing on a distant sand dune in the boundless night. When Xiao Chun focused his gaze again, he could no longer find that silver figure in the darkness. How fast? No, it did it on purpose. Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling light appeared above Xiao Chun's head. It illuminated the dark night as clearly as if it were daytime. That resplendent light contained a frightening amount of energy that stirred up boundless gales. The wind was so strong that even space distorted slightly. Even Xiao Chun's movement technique was greatly hindered. Boom! In the next moment, this resplendent moonlight landed where Xiao Chun had been standing. A terrifying pit immediately appeared in the ground, looking as scary as a planet crashing into the ground. A horrifying shock wave radiated in all directions. Xiao Chun could not dodge in time. The shock wave struck him, sending him flying back like his bones were falling apart. When Xiao Chun landed, horror spread in his heart. If he hadn't dodged in advance, he would have died on the spot. Not even his dregs would have been left. That silver figure clearly let Xiao Chun see it on purpose to attract his attention. What a crafty, ferocious beast. Its scheming was truly frightening. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled. When the dust settled and the huge pit appeared before him, he felt even more shocked and horrified. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chun could catch his breath, a beam of silver light flew at him, arriving before Xiao Chun in the blink of an eye. Dang! Xiao Chun drew the tyrant's saber, and the purple blade blocked this beam of silver light. A strong force bounced back from the silver light. Xiao Chun's right palm cracked, and the tyrant's saber nearly flew out of his hand. This time Xiao Chun clearly saw that what appeared before him was a silver fox. A desert silver fox. This desert silver fox did not have the nimbleness and elegance of an ordinary mountain fox. Instead, it had the ferocity of a desert fox. As it looked at Xiao Chun, its cold eyes contained a strong murderous intent. Aside from the murderous intent, there was also a greed for prey. An overlord-level ferocious beast. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. An overlord-level ferocious beast was practically unrivaled in the same cultivation realm. The desert silver fox before Xiao Chun was such a star venerate overlord-level ferocious beast. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be very difficult to kill. Most importantly, this desert silver fox's craftiness and scheming already showed its effects. Before the fight started, it injured Xiao Chun, gaining the initiative. Whoosh! 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 After gaining the initiative, the desert silver fox lunged at Xiao Chun, trying to exaggerate Xiao Chun's injuries. Xiao Chan showed a sullen expression, maintaining a calm state of mind as he continuously retreated. Although the desert silver fox did not look large, each of its attacks contained tremendous power. Xiao Chan infused 2 strands of great Tao energy into his saber. However, he could only barely block, unable to gain the upper hand. As he retreated, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Whoosh! Whoosh! The desert silver fox's speed increased, and the sound of it tearing through the air became sharper. This extremely sharp fox cry spread in all directions, causing a commotion. When the many ferocious beasts in the desert heard this cry, they fled in panic. Clearly, this desert silver fox was normally a tyrant in this area, shocking everyone. If this continued, Xiao Chen needed to surpass the desert silver fox in terms of speed. He could not let this desert silver fox drag things out. He had to end the battle quickly. Resolving the mundane. A swastika shot out from Xiao Chen's forehead, releasing a boundless and ferocious Buddhist might. Instantly, Xiao Chen resolved his resolving the mundane. His face remained expressionless, and a huge Buddha image appeared behind him. An eternal saber light flew out. This was Xiao Chen's strongest killing move, ruthlessly chopping down. This was the first time the desert silver fox, which held the advantage in terms of strength, was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. The wings on Xiao Chen's back spread out, and he used the Thunder Great Tao to drive the might of the tyrant saber in his hand. The purple saber immediately burned with a hazy purple flame. The Thunder Great Tao energy filled Xiao Chen's body. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen shouted, and the Thunder Great Tao energy in his body burst out. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the Blue Dragon Divine Wings to execute the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. With a thought, he executed the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. The instant electric light exploded in Xiao Chen's body, his figure flickered. In one breath, 81 saber lights burst out of the desert silver fox's body. With the assistance of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not need to focus more veritable essence energy on speed, allowing it to become even mightier. The desert silver fox howled in pain as it fell to the ground. Saber lights continued to pour out of its body. Blood flowed out endlessly, and its life force drained continuously. With Xiao Chen's desperate counterattack, it sustained severe injuries. Then Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and took out the God Shadow Bow. Then he infused his soul energy into it and fired an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow immediately nailed the fleeing desert silver fox to the ground. A miserable shriek came from the desert silver fox's mouth, sounding exceptionally miserable in the night. The might of the God Shadow Bow's arrow was horrifying. Xiao Chen put away the God Shadow Bow with a slightly pale complexion. Overlord-class ferocious beasts were indeed hard to deal with. Xiao Chen checked his injuries. Aside from the damage to his internal organs, his will of soul was also injured. This desert silver fox was much stronger than that monarch Yu. They were on a completely different level. The desert silver fox's life force drained rapidly. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He gently pushed off with his feet and arrived beside the desert silver fox. This desert silver fox's smooth fur flickered with a faint glow in the night sky, looking very spiritual. If not for the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand revealing its true form and driving it with the Thunder Great Tao, it would have been very difficult to penetrate the desert silver fox's defense. Xiao Chen thought about it. If he made a robe out of this desert silver fox's fur, it would be incredibly gorgeous. It would definitely be incomparably gorgeous, and with the support of the array formation it was completely a natural Tao artifact. After many years it might even become an inherited Tao tool or even go further. The desert silver fox's injuries were significant. However, the harvest was huge. Not to mention its fur and bones, just the beast core was worth cities. After being struck by the God Shadow Bow, the desert silver fox's life force completely drained away. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow. Then he tried to pull it out. However, just at this moment, the desert silver fox's closed eyes suddenly opened. A boundless fiendish light came from its eyes, looking exceptionally eye-catching in the dark night. A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from the dead silver fox. A loud bang rang out. The desert silver fox's body suddenly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge creature. 6 long tails appeared behind it, soaring into the clouds. Damn it! Xiao Chen's face sank. He got tricked again. This desert silver fox was too crafty. Chapter 1870. The dying silver fox suddenly turned into a towering colossus. Its 6 silver tails extended into the sky. A boundless might burst out of the silver fox, shaking the sky. Xiao Chun was already sufficiently careful. After resolving the mundane and Thunder Dragon's 9 transformations were struck, he even used the God Shadow Bow, a soul tool. Even without using the heart flame, one arrow from the God Shadow Bow could severely injure an ordinary holy venerate. For a silver fox that was on the verge of death, it was even easier. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, even so, this silver fox still managed to trick Xiao Chun. Buddhist major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his physical body turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. Then, he turned around and clenched his fist as he charged forward. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers crackled like thunder. The force of his punch reached 25 cauldron force, shaking the clouds. Xiao Chun reacted very quickly. The moment the silver fox changed, he executed Dermic World, preventing the other party from trampling him to death. However, Xiao Chun was still too slow. The silver fox that successfully tricked Xiao Chun struck Xiao Chen's chest with its claw. The silver fox took the initiative to attack Xiao Chun. Pain! 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 Not only did the punch miss, but the other party even struck his chest. The pain made Xiao Chun suck in a breath of cold air, and he clenched his teeth. The sound of wind rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as his body flew back like an arrow. The Dermic World's 3,000-foot Dermic body slowly disappeared under this heavy blow. Whoosh! After retreating 50 kilometers, Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and looked up. The 6-tailed silver fox in the sky was incredibly huge. When he looked at it, he felt very insignificant. Pussy eye. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled even further. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that while this silver fox's aura looked extremely horrifying, it seemed somewhat weak. Final radiance of the setting sun. These words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, reigniting hope in the somewhat despairing Xiao Chun. If this silver fox remained this strong, Xiao Chun would not be able to defeat it in his current state. However, since this was just the final radiance of the setting sun, it was worth a gamble to see who could survive to the end. Hua! The 6-tailed silver fox howled at the sky, opened its mouth and sucked hard. A powerful suction force spread out in all directions, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged toward the silver fox. It formed a whirlpool and spun around the silver fox's mouth. A circle of energy appeared in the mouth of the 6-tailed silver fox. In the center of the vortex, it became more and more resplendent, like a demon fox swallowing the moon. Kill! This demon fox really wanted to kill him. It had to kill him no matter what. It wanted to devour his flesh to replenish its injuries. Either you die or I die. Xiao Chun roared at the sky. At this moment, the blue dragon bloodline was fully activated. The ancient blue dragon divine might spread in all directions. The dragon's might almost materialized into a flame that soared into the sky. Xiao Chen's heart was as cold as water. He allowed his killing intent to spread out in all directions. Buddhist 7-kill seal. Xiao Chun shouted, and his left hand moved nimbly. Killing chi filled the air like formless water. As Xiao Chen's nimble fingers moved, the killing chi in the air changed wantonly, taking all sorts of forms. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. When the 7-kill seal formed, at this moment of life and death, Xiao Chen's irritable heart calmed down. It was clearly the Buddhist 7-kill seal that made the killing chi in the air even more terrifying. However, it made Xiao Chen's mental state incredibly calm. It was like he was just a bystander, coldly watching the killing chi in the air, watching this battle of life and death. Boom! When the silver fox sensed the 7-fold killing chi after Xiao Chun activated his blue dragon bloodline, its movements paused, not daring to drag this out. The 6-tailed silver fox lowered its head and roared at Xiao Chun. That resplendent energy ball looked like a bright moon falling to the ground as it smashed towards Xiao Chun. The bright moon did not shine. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up a sandstorm, covering the sky and sun as it flew out in all directions for 500 kilometers. Kill! Xiao Chan snorted coldly and drew his tyrant saber. The sevenfold killing chi gathered on his saber. Without needing to drive it, a surging saber intent appeared on the saber. As Xiao Chan soared into the air, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Using his great desolate Ian physique, he gathered the sevenfold killing chi and executed Flying Sky Falling Moon. Flying Sky Falling Moon. A saber light flashed, and Xiao Chan chopped that bright moon-like energy ball in half. Moonlight spread out, and when it landed on the ground, it blasted out hundreds of thousands of huge pits in the desert. The boundless desert became a scene of desolation, and the terrain changed drastically. Die! While the blue dragon bloodline still had one breath left, Xiao Chan unfurled his blue dragon divine wings. Then he soared into the sky and landed, turning into a beam of azure light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, blood spurted out, and the six-tailed silver fox's head flew off. However, before the six-tailed silver fox could land, its 6 huge tails swept towards Xiao Chan at the same time. Boom! The blue dragon bloodline slowly receded, returning to Xiao Chen's physical body. This strike knocked Xiao Chen into the air. After Xiao Chan landed, he felt the world spin around him. Everywhere he looked, the scene turned upside down, and everything turned blurry. Xiao Chen felt a splitting headache. His eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain, and he could not control them. Demon Blood Vulture, protect me! Xiao Chen instructed in his heart. Then he could no longer hold on. He stumbled and fell to the ground. 3 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. 50,000 kilometers away, a group of men and women appeared on a rather tall sand dune. When this group of people climbed the sand dune and looked down, they were all stupefied. They saw huge pits tens of kilometers wide in the boundless desert before them. The area within 50,000 kilometers was a scene of desolation. Terrifying killing chi and fiend chi still lingered in the desert. The entire terrain had been completely changed. There were deep pits everywhere, and the ground was sunken. With one glance, everyone felt deeply shocked. Six-tailed heavenly fox. Someone practiced an eye technique and possessed astonishing vision. When he saw the huge corpse of the six-tailed silver fox, his expression turned incredibly shocked. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox? The moment this person said that, the expressions of this group of cultivators changed somewhat. The six-tailed heavenly fox was an overlord-level star venerate ferocious beast. Regular holy venerates would find it difficult to defeat. It was an absolute tyrant in this area. More importantly, this six-tailed heavenly fox was cunning by nature and very hard to kill. If it encountered an existence that was stronger than it, it wouldn't show itself at all. If it targeted an existence that was weaker than it would never fail. There was a saying in the desert: when you see the six-tailed heavenly fox, you are already dead. Don't get any ideas. Since you discovered the six-tailed heavenly fox, it must have been intentional. However, at this moment, the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox appeared before them. Furthermore, this was a scene of desolation. The 50,000-kilometer-long sand pit was shocking. Could it be that someone fought with the six-tailed heavenly fox and killed it? Or was all this an illusion created by the six-tailed heavenly fox? After all, the six-tailed heavenly fox was famous for its cunning. Senior Sister Tang, Senior Brother Deng, there is another corpse over there. At that moment, the cultivator who had mastered the eye technique uttered another shocking statement. The leader, a man and a woman, exchanged glances. Shock flashed in their eyes. This group of people were dragon race cultivators with the dragon race bloodline. They came from the same sect and were here for experiential training. Should we go and take a look? The man with the family name Deng asked softly as he looked at the woman with the family name Tang. A fervent look flashed in his eyes. The corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox was priceless, inestimable. Unexpectedly, there would be such a harvest when he brought his junior brothers on experiential training. This was truly surprising. The woman with the family name Tang was called Tang Dan. She looked gentle and had a gentle temperament. However, she was very cautious when doing things. She did not lower her guard because of the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse. Senior Brother Deng, let's go and take a look first. If there is no danger, we can bring our junior brothers over. How about that? Tang Dan suggested softly as she looked at the man with the family name Deng. Sure. Whoosh. The two gently pushed off with their feet and flew close to the desert like roaming dragons. As their bodies rubbed against the air, the two burned their protective veritable essence energy. From a distance, they looked like two roaming dragons flying at lightning speed in the air. They were as fast as lightning, like rainbows. After about 7 minutes, the two landed beside the six-tailed heavenly fox with grave expressions. It really is the corpse of a six-tailed heavenly fox. Seeing was believing. At this moment, they could clearly feel the lingering fiendish chi and resentment of the six-tailed heavenly fox. They had no choice but to believe it. Senior Sister Tang, look at the wound on its neck. The man with the family name Dang pointed to the neat wound on the six-tailed heavenly fox's neck, and his expression changed slightly. What a fast saber! Tang Dan could not help exclaiming when she saw it. This saber strike was extremely fast and boundlessly sharp, containing a strong saber intent. A scene appeared in her mind. A bladesman holding a saber flew over in the night sky. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber in his hand, turning into a saber light that illuminated the entire night sky. The saber light flickered. In the next moment, the six-tailed heavenly fox's head fell from the sky. The man with the family name Dang released a safety signal, and the other dragon race cultivators rushed over. When they saw the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they all sighed. Senior Sister Tang, this person does not seem to be dead. Just at this moment, someone discovered that Xiao Chun was not dead. However, his aura was extremely weak and hard to detect. What? Tang Dan's figure flashed, and she had the others move back. Then she looked at Xiao Chen's pale complexion. There was no life force flowing in Xiao Chen's body. He did not seem alive. Let me take a look. Tang Dan showed a cautious expression as she carefully walked over and placed her hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. Chapter 1871. Tang Dan placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. This fellow is quite lucky. To think that he could survive the six-tailed heavenly fox's attack. He has delicate features and looks quite young. I don't know where it came from. A group of people looked at Xiao Chun and discussed him. They were very curious about him. Senior Brother Dang. At that moment, the man with the surname Dang felt that something was strange. He walked over from the six-tailed heavenly fox's side. He had a smile on his face. It was clear that he was in a good mood. When he saw the strange expression on Tang Dan's face, he asked, Senior Sister Tang, what's wrong? Tang Dan did not let go. She said somewhat uncertainly, this person's body, his body has dense demonic chi. He is severely injured. It looks like he fought with the heavenly fox. He must have fought for a long time to leave behind such injuries. Furthermore, he is a bladesman, so it is very likely that the underlying meaning was clear. It was very likely that the six-tailed heavenly fox had died at this person's hands. Right after the man with the family name Dang spoke, the smile on his face immediately vanished. He said sullenly, that's impossible. This six-tailed heavenly fox must have died at the hands of some expert. Furthermore, that expert did not care about the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse at all. He left behind this mess and left in a hurry. Look at this person. No matter how I look at it, he is just a middle-stage star venerate. How could he kill the six-tailed heavenly fox? The man with the surname Dang showed a decisive expression, insisting that the six-tailed heavenly fox was definitely not killed by Xiao Chun. The reason for this was simple. If it was killed by Xiao Chun, then this six-tailed heavenly fox would no longer be ownerless. I feel that what Senior Brother Dang said makes sense. Even a holy venerate would find it hard to kill a six-tailed heavenly fox. How could it die at the hands of a star venerate? It's an overlord-class ferocious beast after all. Furthermore, it's the cunning and troublesome six-tailed heavenly fox. It's really impossible. Won't we know after waking him up? Some people agreed with the man surnamed Dang, while others suggested that they should save Xiao Chun first. However, it immediately caused another round of debate. That's not good, right? If he really did kill him and his character isn't proper, then we'll be caught in our own web. That's right. Master has also warned us not to trust others easily when we're outside. But I can't just stand by and watch him die. The group of people argued endlessly, but could not come to a decision in the end, not knowing what to do. Most importantly, Tang Dan's words had caused this simple matter to become complicated. Everyone has their own selfish motives. If Xiao Chun was just an ordinary person, saving his life in passing wouldn't be a big deal at all. However, if he really killed the six-tailed heavenly fox, it would affect the distribution of benefits. It would be hard to avoid a grudge. Let's just kill him with one strike and pretend that he's already dead. A trace of killing intent flashed across the eyes of the man surnamed Deng. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, looking like he was about to attack. The others were shocked by senior brother Deng's actions, but they didn't refute him. "Stop!" Tang Dan's expression changed slightly. She shouted coldly, "What are you doing? He also has the bloodline of the Heaven Dragon. He is of the same race as us. The Heaven Dragon lineage is weak to begin with. How can they kill each other? How can they watch others die?" As soon as he said this, the others were speechless. The man surnamed Deng's face was gloomy. He curled his lips, but in the end, he didn't say anything and didn't push the matter further. However, no one noticed that just now. A faint red light flashed in the ring on Xiao Chen's finger, disappearing in a flash. "Let's dissect the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse first. We'll keep its fur, blood, and bones. Let him keep the beast cores. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be too much for us to take them away." The others had no objections to Tang Dan's arrangement. They could all accept it. Of course, this did not include the man with the surname Deng. He was rather displeased, but Tang Dan had a righteous cause, so he could only endure it for now. After feeding Xiao Chen a medicinal pill, Tang Dan infused several wisps of true essence into Xiao Chen's body, triggering the circulation of his own true essence. This way he could recover faster and was more effective than any medicinal pill. After doing all this, Tang Dan said, "This person is severely injured. He will not wake up for a month. The two of you take care of him." All right. It was clear that Tang Dan held high prestige in this group. No one dared to object to what she said. "That's all for this experiential training. We'll return immediately. After we return, check this person and see if he joined the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Senior Sister Tang, we have not completed our mission yet. I will explain the mission to Master. Since the beast died 20 years ago, the Flaming Cloud Desert has become exceptionally dangerous. It is not advisable to split up two people to continue taking risks. Their lives are more important than the mission." Oh, the group did not hesitate. After dissecting the six-tailed heavenly fox's corpse, they returned. When the man with the surname Deng saw the others hand the beast cores to Tang Dan, displeasure flashed in his eyes. The six-tailed heavenly fox's beast cores were worth cities and extremely rare. Late at night, the man with the surname Deng opened his eyes. When he saw that Tang Dan was already in closed-door cultivation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The man with the surname Deng stood up and headed for Xiao Chun. Two dragon race cultivators stood guard beside Xiao Chun, chatting softly. "Senior sister is really kind. If it were me, I would definitely not save him." That's true. One six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core can be exchanged for several true dragon grade blood transformation pills. As long as I have one true dragon blood transformation pill, my strength will probably increase by 20%. I heard that the disciples of the other palaces receive true dragon blood transformation pills as a reward. That is nothing to them. So Senior Sister is right. Our Heaven Dragon bloodline is already weak enough. How can we just watch him die? The man with the surname Deng walked over expressionlessly and said, "Go and rest. I'll guard this person." When the two heard this, they quickly stood up and said, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Deng. In that case, we will take our leave first." "Go then." After the two left, the man with the surname Deng's expression suddenly turned sullen. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a murderous intent reappeared in his eyes. Those two earlier did not know how valuable the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was. It was not something that could be exchanged for a true dragon grade blood transformation pill, but a divine dragon grade blood transformation pill. If you die, then so be it. Why are you still breathing? How meddlesome. The man with the surname Deng cautiously looked at Xiao Chen. Then he bent over and placed his hand on Xiao Chen's pulse. The man with the surname Deng wanted to shatter Xiao Chen's internal organs and end his life force. He wanted to aggravate Xiao Chen's injuries and make it look like he died of natural causes. "I'm sorry," the man with the surname Deng said sullenly and prepared to make a move. "What are you doing?" Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly as he looked at the other party, "You!" This startled the man with the surname Deng. He had not expected Xiao Chen to wake up so suddenly. After the shock, the man showed a ferocious expression as he said, "I want you dead." However, just as the man was about to use his veritable essence energy to shatter Xiao Chen's heart meridian, he was horrified to discover something. At some point in time, Xiao Chen had grasped the man's pulse with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! A weak but incredibly tyrannical strand of veritable essence energy entered the man with the surname Deng's body through the heart meridian. The man with the surname Deng immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. He could not help screaming in pain. This scream sounded exceptionally ear-piercing late at night, startling everyone. "What's wrong?" Tang Dan asked with a frown as she led a group of people over. "He wants to kill me," the man with the surname Deng said as he let go and pointed at Xiao Chen. However, the man with the surname Deng suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen had already closed his eyes at some point in time. Xiao Chen's breathing was very weak, showing no signs of waking up. "Junior brother Deng Yun, are you joking?" "I really did not. He clearly opened his eyes earlier and grasped my heart meridian. I swear." Deng Yun found this unbelievable. He pushed Xiao Chen hard and said, "Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead." "Stop." Tang Dan quickly stopped Deng Yun. Then she said sullenly, "Junior brother Deng, I know that you want to obtain the Heavenly Fox Beast Core to break through your bottleneck. However, there is no need to use such despicable means to ruin your reputation." "I'm not. He really wants to kill me." Tang Dan looked at Deng Yun coldly. "I think you are the one who wants to kill him. You still have not explained to me why you are here." Senior brother Deng took the initiative to help us take care of this person. The other two immediately spoke up when they saw that Tang Dan was angry. "I?" Deng Yun immediately became speechless, not knowing what to say. Tang Dan glanced indifferently at Deng Yun and said, "There's no need to explain. This will not happen again. If you really did not kill the six-tailed heavenly fox, I will definitely give you a share of the true dragon blood transformation pill that I exchange for the beast core. From now on, I will personally take care of this person." The commotion came to an end. Deng Yun left with an unsightly expression. Tang Dan ordered people to carry Xiao Chen to her tent. Kase. After entering the tent, the sword in Tang Dan's hand flashed with azure light. She pressed it against Xiao Chen's chest at an extremely fast speed and said coldly, "Stop pretending. I know you are awake." Sword intent encased Xiao Chen's entire body. As she circulated her veritable essence energy, a faint murderous intent flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. If Xiao Chen still did not open his eyes, the sword chi would mince his entire body into shreds when she swung her sword. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. He did not say anything, only looking at Tang Dan. "Answer whatever I ask." Even though Tang Dan already knew that Xiao Chen had woken up, she still felt somewhat shocked when she saw this scene for herself. During the day, she had checked on Xiao Chen's injuries. They were extremely severe. She would need at least a month to wake up. However, she did not expect Xiao Chen to wake up that very night. "What do you want to ask?" Xiao Chen answered calmly, not showing any panic in his eyes. "Did you kill the six-tailed heavenly fox?" "Yes." Xiao Chen's simple answer startled Tang Dan slightly. After the shock passed, she found it unbelievable. However what? Tang Dan pressed. "Pussy." Just as Tang Dan pressed, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up and allowed the sword to pierce through his chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. Shock flashed in Tang Dan's eyes. Her mind paused for a moment. By the time she startled to her senses, Xiao Chen had already formed the 7-kill seal and placed a finger on her forehead. Xiao Chen's terrifying killing intent immediately strengthened sevenfold. Like a surging flood, it poured into Tang Dan's body. The killing intent filled every corner of Tang Dan's body, instantly restraining her, preventing her from moving. The terrifying killing intent made breathing difficult for Tang Dan, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Chi! Xiao Chen let go and stood up. Then he slowly drew his sword and said indifferently, "However, I do not like it when others point their swords at me." Chapter 1872. Every time the sword was drawn, Xiao Qin's complexion paled. Tang Dan, who watched this scene from a close distance, appeared even paler than Xiao Qin's, completely stunned. Whoosh! After a while, the sword in Xiao Qin's hand was completely drawn. Then he casually tossed it to the side. Then he stopped the bleeding, treated his injuries, and moved his body. After doing all that, Xiao Qin looked at Tang Dan, who was restrained by the 7 kills seal. With a thought, Xiao Qin's left hand moved continuously. Then he released the horrifying killing qi that had accumulated in Tang Dan's body. If he did not release it, the 7 kill seal would not be able to suppress it, and Xiao Qin would not be able to control it. At that time, even if Tang Dan did not die, she would be severely injured. Clearly, that was not what Xiao Qin wanted to see, nor was it his goal. Cough! 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 Tang Dan held her chest and coughed intensely. Then she revealed a horrified gaze as she looked at Xiao Qin. This was the first time she saw such a terrifying person in her life. Xiao Qin's cultivation was clearly not high, but the feeling that he gave off was even more horrifying than when she faced her master. "Why did you not kill me?" Tang Dan looked at Xiao Qin, confusion flashing in her eyes. Xiao Qin found a place to sit down. Then he said calmly, "Although I would have woken up even if you had not appeared, you still saved my life. My demonic pet told me everything that happened, so I definitely would not have killed you." If Tang Dan had not appeared and did not draw in Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy, he would have been unconscious for another 10 days or so. With the help of external forces, waking up became very simple. After sleeping for a few days, Xiao Qin's injuries had already healed significantly with the help of his bloodline power. His injuries were not as severe as Tang Dan imagined. The recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline was extraordinary in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline, which was even more extraordinary. Second, I have some things to ask you. Let's see if we can make a deal. A wary look flashed in Tang Dan's eyes as she looked at Xiao Qin. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Qin, I came to the Divine Dragon Empire to meet someone. Even if I told you my second purpose, you would not believe me, so I will not say it. Xiao Qin told the other party the truth, not hiding anything. He continued, let's cut to the chase. I bear you no ill will. Although I killed that 6-tailed heavenly fox, I can give you its beast core. I don't need it. You. Tang Dan's intuition told her that Xiao Qin was not lying. Most importantly, she felt that Xiao Qin had a powerful aura. It made her feel that Xiao Qin had no need to lie to her. What do you want to know? After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Dan reluctantly agreed to Xiao Qin's request. As long as it was not a secret, she could tell Xiao Qin everything she knew. In reality, Tang Dan was just a minor character in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. She did not know any secrets. Tell me about the current situation in the Divine Dragon Empire, and how to get to Ancestor Dragon City. On hearing that, Tang Dan revealed a surprised expression. This was not a secret. Basically, every dragon race cultivator knew about it. While Tang Dan found it strange, she organized her thoughts and gave a simple explanation. Xiao Qin listened seriously, not missing a single word. When he heard the end, his expression turned somewhat grave. To think that Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. There was only one sect in the vast Divine Dragon Empire. Interestingly, this sect was also called the Dragon's Gate. One could enter Ancestor Dragon City only by entering the inner sect. Tang Dan was not clear about the inner sect's situation. She only knew that entering the inner sect was a supreme honor. As for the outer sect, it was divided into 7 palaces. They were the Golden Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, the Grey Dragon Palace, and the Heaven Dragon Palace. While these 7 outer palaces were called the outer sect, in reality, any one of them equaled the strength of a peak rank 6 sect outside. Only those with the 6-colored divine dragons or extremely high-quality true dragon bloodlines could enter the first 6 palaces, rejecting mixed blood dragons. From top to bottom, all the palaces were controlled by nobles with divine dragon bloodlines. As for the Heaven Dragon Palace, while its name sounded nice, in reality, the disciples it took in were all mixed-blood dragon bloodlines. The Heaven Dragon Palace had the most people but the lowest status in the dragon race. The resources they enjoyed were also insufficient. In this nation that valued bloodlines, mixed-blood dragon bloodlines were like commoners in a mundane nation. Their statuses were exceptionally awkward. Tang Dan's group was an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They had come out for experiential training under orders. I want to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there any way to clear my identity? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun directly stated his purpose. Tang Dan gave Xiao Chun a strange look and said, "You are overthinking. Just join the Heaven Dragon Palace. Who would go out of their way to investigate a dragon race cultivator with a mixed-blood dragon bloodline?" These words were somewhat implicit. In other words, Xiao Chun thought too highly of himself. The mixed-blood dragon bloodline had a very low presence in the entire Divine Dragon Empire, practically negligible. No one would go out of their way to investigate. Xiao Chun did not mind. He asked softly, "Is there? If there is, I can give you a treasure that is no less valuable than the Heavenly Fox's beast core." Seeing how persistent Xiao Chun was, Tang Dan's words sounded very tempting. Tang Dan could not help seriously thinking about it. After a while she said, "Naturally there is a way. The Divine Dragon Empire has the most mixed-blood dragon cultivators. It would not be difficult to forge an identity. I want it to be flawless. No matter how you check, you will not be able to find any flaws," Xiao Chun said seriously, emphasizing his tone. Startled by Xiao Chun's stance, Tang Dan clenched her teeth and said, "I guarantee that it will be flawless. Deal." Whoosh! Right after speaking, Xiao Chun tossed a brocade box to Tang Dan. Inside it was a spirit herb that he found in the Withered Leaf City Lord's ring. It was more than 10,000 years old and could increase soul energy and strengthen the will of soul. Soul-stabilizing grass. Tang Dan opened the brocade box and her eyes lit up. Then she revealed a shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Chun to casually toss out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Living in the resource-deprived Heaven Dragon Palace had startled Tang Dan considerably. She could not help feeling even more curious about Xiao Chun's origins. However, since the other party did not say anything, she did not dare to ask. Suddenly, she thought of why Xiao Chun wanted a perfect identity. Entering Ancestor Dragon City. Right, that must be it. After entering the inner sect, it would be impossible not to attract attention. One needed a flawless identity. "You!" Tang Dan exclaimed hoarsely, startled by her own thoughts. As she looked at Xiao Chun, she could not help crying out. "It's settled then. I will stay here with you and recuperate for a period of time." However, Xiao Chun showed no intention of explaining. He lay down and went to sleep, appearing somewhat tyrannical. This fellow. In Tang Dan's eyes, Xiao Chun appeared somewhat shameless. She clenched her teeth and walked out of the tent. After leaving the tent, Tang Dan shook her head and went to where Deng Yun was. At this moment, the incomparably gloomy Deng Yun felt extremely aggrieved. He went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he fail to kill Xiao Chun, but he even got captured in public. What was even more embarrassing was that he was injured by Xiao Chun and couldn't refute. Heavenly Fox Beast Core. Thinking of the Beast Core, Deng Yun clenched his fist, and a trace of deep unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace lacked resources in the first place. As a mixed-blood dragon, the resources that Xiao Chun enjoyed could not compare to those of the six-colored divine dragons, or those true dragon cultivators. Even if they put in the same or even more effort, they might not be able to obtain as much as the disciples of the other six palaces. Even the main palace takes care of those true dragon disciples. It was not easy for him to obtain such an opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it slip away just like that. Junior brother Deng. Just at this moment, Tang Dan suddenly appeared, startling Deng Yun awake, and he hurriedly stood up to welcome her. "Senior sister Tang, I promise I won't do it again. You don't have to come and warn me again. However, I still have to say that that person is indeed awake. Furthermore, he is extraordinarily strong." When Deng Yun saw Tang Dan, he felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he did not try to explain anything. "I'm not talking to you about that. Take it." Tang Dan stretched out her hand and handed the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core to Deng Yun. Then she said, "You and I both know that this beast core can be exchanged for a divine dragon grade blood transformation pill. Actually, I can understand why you did this." Deng Yun received the beast core and was stunned. "Senior sister, I take it. One divine dragon grade blood transformation pill should be able to help you break through the bottleneck and advance to consummation star venerate. In the future, your chances of breaking through to holy venerate will increase by 10%. Deng Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. He did not know what to say. Inside Tang Dan's tent, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and entered deep thought. His divine sense had seen everything that had happened. This woman is indeed very charming. No wonder she has such prestige in the team. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get the experiential training team to return willingly with just a few words. At the same time, Xiao Chun felt somewhat shocked. The low status of mixed blood dragons somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1873. Early the next morning, after Tang Dan's group made some simple preparations, they rode on their savage beasts and continued their journey in the desert. Savage beasts were huge beasts with fiendish demon bloodlines. They moved as fast as they could in the desert. After storing up power, savage beasts could fly for a short period of time, several times faster than fired arrows. Savage beasts were much better than war chariots or spirit boats. The group traveled in silence, not saying much. As for Xiao Chun, he shared a savage beast with Tang Dan. The savage beast had a very wide back. If Xiao Chun did not fear falling, he could even sit cross-legged without any problems. Seeing that Xiao Chun had already woken up, the others occasionally looked at Xiao Chun, feeling exceptionally curious. This white-robed bladesman lying beside the six-tailed heavenly fox was a mystery to them. Tang Dan did not say much about Xiao Chun, which piqued their curiosity. Deng Yun, who was traveling alongside Tang Dan, occasionally glanced at Xiao Chun, feeling somewhat upset. Last night, Deng Yun had learned from Tang Dan that Xiao Chun had killed the six-tailed heavenly fox. He did not believe it at all. However, no matter what, this beast core ended up in his hands. Deng Yun had to properly thank Tang Dan. He had to remember this favor and repay it when he broke through to the holy venerate stage in the future. With this thought, Deng Yun decided to let it go. There was no need to lower himself to Xiao Chun's level. Naturally, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with what others thought. He closed his eyes and rested on the savage beast's back, anxiously treating his injuries. Recovering his combat prowess to its peak was the most important thing. The battle with the six-tailed heavenly fox had taught Xiao Chun many of his shortcomings. His movement technique was still not fast enough. He had to perfect his thunder dragon steps quickly and improve it further. His horizons were still too low. After entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, he would see if he could obtain some movement technique manuals to improve his movement technique. When the sun set, a red glow filled the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The setting sun was as beautiful as a sea of fire. The beautiful scenery of the desert made one feel carefree and relaxed. In one day, the savage beast traveled 4 million kilometers. If it were a martial artist, it would take more than 3 days to travel such a long distance, and the consumption would be even greater. After 3 days of traveling day and night, Xiao Chun and the others finally walked out of the desert. They arrived in front of a majestic city next to the desert. Perhaps it was due to nature, the dragon race's cities were very tall, much larger than the Yanwu dynasty's cities. Tang Dan stated her identity. When one stepped into the Divine Dragon Empire, one would be considered to have officially entered the Divine Dragon Empire. On the streets and alleys, be it ordinary people or martial artists, they all more or less had the dragon race's bloodline. Because of his bloodline, Xiao Chun felt an indescribable sense of closeness as he walked through it. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling in the 4 years he had been in the Great Thousand Domains. After checking into an inn, Tang Dan gave some simple instructions before leaving in a hurry. The group rested on the spot and ordered a table of food and wine in the inn. Xiao Chun sat among them, pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Whenever someone asked him about something, he would casually chat with them. They had been traveling for days, so they did not have time to ask in detail. Now that they had a rare moment of rest, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples traveling with them asked Xiao Chun all the questions they were curious about. Xiao Chun, Did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? This was the question that tickled everyone the most. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I guess so. However, I did not do it on my own. I had some luck. Not wanting these people to be too shocked and continue asking questions, Xiao Chen could only explain. No wonder. I was wondering how you could kill the six-tailed heavenly fox. However, it is still very difficult. Even if luck played a part, your strength is undeniable. Yes. No matter how lucky I am, it is useless without strength. Such an explanation was acceptable to the crowd, so they stopped asking. Deng Yun's expression turned somewhat unnatural, feeling somewhat upset. Logically speaking, the beast core naturally belonged to whoever killed it. However, the six-tailed heavenly fox's beast core was in Deng Yun's hands. Deng Yun still did not know that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Deng Yun still did not know that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to hand over the beast core. Did you really kill that six-tailed heavenly fox? Deng Yun asked with a sharp expression as he put down his wine cup and looked at Xiao Chen. Although there was some luck, it is absolutely true. Xiao Chen did not understand why, so he repeatedly emphasized this question. However, he still repeated his answer. The atmosphere seemed somewhat off. Just when the others felt that something bad would happen, Deng Yun took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows. Then, he took out a mirror box and placed it on the table. I'm returning it to you. Even without this beast core, I can still break through to Holy Venerate. Xiao Chen felt surprised. However, he said calmly, take it. I already transferred everything about the six-tailed heavenly fox to you. After Tang Dan returns, she will explain to you that this is a fair transaction. A transaction? Deng Yun looked at Xiao Chen with some surprise, not understanding what was going on. Xiao Chen did not explain too much, as Tang Dan had already appeared outside. Come with me. Tang Dan's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Then he put down his wine cup and left. Only the stunned crowd remained. Whoosh! 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 Tang Dan led Xiao Chen around the city for a long time. Finally, they stopped in a desolate alley. My clan has some power and accumulations in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, I know some channels to secretly buy and sell information or fake identities. Tang Dan looked at Xiao Chen and said, I already used my clan's connections to create an identity for you. 30 years ago, there was an average-sized Xiao clan in the north that got exterminated by underground demons. Right now, you are the sole descendant of that Xiao clan that escaped. This is your clan's jade pendant. Keep it well. Xiao Chen accepted the jade pendant. He somewhat admired Tang Dan's efficiency. It looked like the clan behind her was not simple. The jade pendant is real. This is the information on that Xiao clan. You can take a look. Many thanks. With this identity, it would be much more convenient for Xiao Chen to do things in the future. If he wanted to become an inner sect disciple, he would have to stand out and attract attention. It was too difficult not to be investigated. If they found some clues, it would be impossible for them to escape. If something happened and he could not enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chen would have come for nothing. You are too polite. However, I can tell that you are very confident. You seem to think that you will definitely stand out in the Heaven Dragon Palace and obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, I have to remind you not to be careless. Deng Yun and I are just barely at the bottom of the Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not that strong. Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. He had been about to leave, but he stopped and asked, What do you mean? Tang Dan gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then she continued, Above the inner sect disciples are the core disciples. Those who can become core disciples are all holy venerates. Furthermore, this is not the strongest in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Above the core disciples are the even stronger Heaven-class core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace is not as weak as you think. For it to be an independent palace that rivals a peak rank 6 sect and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, it naturally has its accumulations and terrifying aspects. Even if it is just a mixed blood dragon bloodline, with the competition and the many layers of selection, those who can reach the top will not be weak. The empire has more than 1,000 counties. Among the mixed blood dragon bloodlines, there is no lack of large clans with Heaven Dragon bloodlines. The resources those people obtained from young might not be any less than those with true dragon bloodlines or divine dragon bloodlines. However, due to their bloodlines, they cannot go to the other palaces and can only choose the Heaven Dragon Palace. So take care. Xiaochen thought for a long time. If not for Tang Dan's words, he would indeed have been careless. After all, that Jiang he was also a mixed blood dragon. Many thanks for the reminder. It looks like I did not lose out in this transaction. Goodbye. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly before turning to leave. When Tang Dan returned to the inn, her junior brothers and sisters surrounded her, asking her about the transaction. Tang Dan felt somewhat helpless. After a long time she said, "Don't ask too much. This person is different from us. After returning to the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't say that you met this person. Something major will happen to him. It is best to avoid interacting with him." Tang Dan's words completely shocked this group of people, finding it somewhat inconceivable. While they drank and chatted with Xiaochen, they did not sense anything different about Xiaochen. Only Deng Yun recalled that night when Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes, causing his soul to tremble. He felt that Tang Dan's words were probably true. This Xiaochen was indeed different from them. Chapter 1874. Xiaochen's and Tang Dan's group's destination was the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were going the same way but on different paths. The path that Xiaochen wanted to take was bound to be filled with difficulties, filled with many obstacles. 2 months later, Xiaochen appeared in the Divine Dragon Empire, in front of an ancient dragon city. The words Heaven Dragon City were written on the city gates. The Tao contained in the words heaven had already advanced to a kind of heavenly might, transcending the limits of the great Tao and reaching an even higher level. As Xiaochen stood below the city gates and looked up, he felt that the sky was boundlessly far away. It was like the sky really was above him. The words heaven exuded might without showing any anger. Aside from Ancestor Dragon City, there were only 7 complete ancient dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. Each of them had at least 1,000,000 years of history. When the immortal epic collapsed, all the past civilizations and inheritances had turned to dust. However, some ancient buildings remained. When the martial epic rose, people discovered them and passed them on. Now, the 7 Dragons' Gates outer palaces managed the 7 ancient dragon cities in the empire. The one managing the Heaven Dragon City was the Heaven Dragon Palace. The Dragon City before Xiaochen was even more ancient and vast than the Soaring Dragon Marquisite's county city. Upon entering the city, every street was filled with hidden Taoist rhymes. If one used their soul power to look, they would be able to sense the Taoist rhymes. When he looked with his soul energy, he would discover a bright light invisible to the naked eye, dazzling and dazzling. Boundless dragon chi spread in the sky, already turning solid, turning into thick clouds that encased the entire Heaven Dragon City. There seemed to be mysterious buildings in the purple clouds made of dragon chi. They contained supreme dragon might, aloof, giving people immense pressure. Several buildings on both sides of the streets were made of many inherited Tao tools. The complete Taoist rhymes were interconnected, and under the communication of the internal array formation, they formed a stable Taoist rhyme small world. That was to say, these buildings did not look large. After entering, one would discover a completely different world. Perhaps a building that looked only 100 meters tall might hide a mountain range after entering. Clearly, these were the major clans of the empire, using them as a facade. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary faction to casually use an inherited Tao tool in such a manner. The Heaven Dragon Palace was located at the very center of this ancient dragon city. It was surrounded by mountains that towered into the clouds. Xiaochen had calculated the time and rushed over. Today was the day when the Heaven Dragon Hall was recruiting disciples. Dragon race cultivators who came to participate in the test crowded outside the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Some were like Xiaochen middle-stage star venerate experts. Of course, there were even more early-stage star venerate disciples. There were also quite a number of late-stage star venerates. Such a scene indeed made people sigh. A 6th-rank sect was indeed different. In other sects, star venerates were already true inheritors. However, everyone here was a star venerate. If one were not a star venerate, one would not even be qualified to set foot in this mountain, much less enter the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, after thinking about it, this was normal. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire was one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm. A huge faction. As Shao Chun stood before the gates of the Heaven Dragon Palace, he sighed ruefully. If the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, he would be joining the Blue Dragon Palace. How unfortunate! How unfortunate! To think that no one recognized the Blue Dragon bloodline. Shao Chun could only join the Heaven Dragon Palace, which mainly consisted of mixed blood dragons. One day he would re-establish the Blue Dragon Palace and restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Shao Chun frowned heavily as he swore in his heart. Another year, the Heaven Dragon Palace is recruiting disciples. This time it seems to be even livelier than before. That is natural. I heard that the slots to enter the inner sect will be decided after 1 year. Many of the clan disciples who do not lack resources have to join the Dragon's Gate's outer palace first if they want to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the gathering place of many dragons. Only there can one come into contact with the core inheritance of the dragon race. However, we can forget about it. Early stage star venerates can only become outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Middle stage star venerates and late stage star venerates can try to join the inner palace. Outside the gates, the place was bustling with discussions. Boom! Just at this moment, an incredibly berserk aura came from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look. They saw 8 horses pulling a war chariot in the north. A youth with a cold expression sat on the war chariot. The youth appeared calm and composed, exuding a terrifying dragon might from his body. That was the aura of a true dragon bloodline. When the true dragon might leaked out slightly, it kicked up a strong wind, deeply shocking the mixed blood dragon bloodline cultivators. That is Feng Tianyi, the Flaming Cloud County's Feng clan's young master. He possesses a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. How terrifying! To think that he is already a holy venerate. With his cultivation, he can probably become a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Core disciple. Tang Dan had said that becoming an inner palace disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace might seem impressive, but in reality, they were not worth mentioning. In reality, he was not even worth mentioning. Before the core disciples, he had no status at all. Only by becoming a core disciple could one be promoted to a Heaven-class core disciple and receive the focus of the Heaven Dragon Palace's nurturing. Outer Palace Disciple, Inner Palace Disciple, Core Disciple, Heaven-class Core Disciple. Every step was a hurdle like a sieve. Every hurdle would eliminate 99% of the people. Ordinary people might not be able to become a core disciple even after working hard for their entire lives. If one could directly become a core disciple, it would be like reaching the heavens in one step. The moment Feng Tianyi appeared, he immediately attracted many envious gazes. True dragon bloodline, rich clan disciple, holy venerate cultivation and strong talent. Everything about him was worthy of envy. Shao Chun felt shocked in his heart. The scene before him verified Tang Dan's words once again. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not be underestimated. Following the appearance of Feng Tianyi, many disciples of the clans also showed up. As expected, all of them were holy venerates. Clearly, these people were aiming for a core disciple spot. These people did not lack resources in the first place. They were not as desperate as the mixed blood dragon cultivators to join the Heaven Dragon Palace. All they cared about was the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City at the end of the year. Their goal was the same as Shao Chin's. The slots were limited. Since everyone wanted to enter, it would be hard to avoid competition becoming rivals. As these rich clan disciples appeared, the atmosphere slowly changed. These rich clan disciples looked at the other holy venerates with hostile expressions and arrogance in their eyes. Some of these people even had old grudges. If not for entering the Heaven Dragon Palace, they would have already started fighting. Friends who want to join my Heaven Dragon Palace and participate in the Outer Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the left. Those who want to participate in the Inner Palace Disciple Test, take the small path on the right. As for a resonant voice rang out in the hazy purple clouds in the sky. Then, many holy venerates flew down from the sky. These people were the core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. They were in charge of this test and the guide. As for those who want to be promoted to core disciple, stay where you are. Let me see how many people there are. One of the young cultivators swept his gaze around, inspiring fear in everyone. The many cultivators in front of the mountain gates immediately fell silent. This was a demonic genius who was a peak early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. The dense veritable essence energy in this person's body made him feel as dazzling as the red sun. It was vast, dense, and dense. This person's veritable essence energy had been refined countless times. It was boundlessly strong and incredibly vast. With one look, it was clear that this person was not an ordinary holy venerate. It looked like Tang Dan's warning to Xiao Qian was still somewhat conservative. After coming to the central great realm, Xiao Qian could no longer use the standards of the outside world. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Empire was an elite empire with only dragon race cultivators and no ordinary people. It was simply too easy to produce geniuses and outstanding talents. Furthermore, this central great realm was in the center of the Great Thousand Realms, possessing all the luck. The environment and the level of space here were naturally much higher than that of the outside world. No wonder the people of the other great realms mostly remained unknown when they came to the central great realm, dying with regrets. There were too many geniuses in this place. No wonder Tang Dan revealed an extremely shocked expression when she guessed that Xiao Qian wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Why would Xiao Qian need to disguise himself? He was just a star venerate mixed blood dragon. No one would pay attention to him at all. This person is Yi Qianyun, a grade 6 true dragon bloodline. 10 years ago, he comprehended the sword Great Dao. The most terrifying rumor about him is that he killed 10 evil Dao holy venerates when he was still a star venerate 2 years ago. I heard that as well. I heard that he grew stronger the more he fought. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of star venerate in one go. After that battle, his name spread everywhere, and his luck continued to rise. He ran into many fortuitous encounters, and indeed, he is already on the verge of breaking through to middle stage holy venerate. The scariest thing is that his veritable essence energy is very pure and vast. Who knows how many resources he refined to achieve such an effect. Seeing Yi Qianyun step forward, the many young cultivators preparing to be promoted to core disciples started discussing him. As Yi Qianyun stood on the tall platform, he exuded an overwhelming pride that did not scatter. As he looked around, he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. To think that there are close to 50 of them. This is truly the most in the past. The attraction of Ancestor Dragon City is indeed extraordinary. However, in my Heaven Dragon Palace, not everyone who is a holy venerate is a core disciple." Wait. Suddenly, Yi Qianyun's expression changed slightly. His gaze fell on Xiao Qian as he shouted coldly, "Where did this little mixed blood dragon come from? Did you not hear what I said?" Right after Yi Qianyun spoke, many gazes immediately landed on the white-clad Xiao Qian. Among the group of holy venerates, Xiao Qian, who was a middle-stage star venerate with no bloodline, was invisible in the first place. Yi Qianyun's cold shout made him stand out. Chapter 1875. I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? If you want to enter the outer hall, go left. If you want to enter the inner hall, go right. Is this not a place for you to stay? Seeing that Xiao Qian did not immediately respond, a disciple beside Yi Qianyun scolded him. This disciple was a holy venerate and a core disciple. Naturally, this scolding was very imposing. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely feel fear and trepidation, quickly apologizing and leaving. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He only asked indifferently, "Is there a rule in the sect? Can't a middle-stage star venerate take the test to become a core disciple directly?" However, even if there were, Xiao Qian would not leave. He had wandered the world for 4 years, risking his life and going through all sorts of dangerous situations. All of this was for the sake of entering Ancestor Dragon City. It was not easy for him to obtain his current cultivation and strength. How could he waste any more time? Xiao Qian's goal was clear. He was here to become a core disciple. If others could take the test directly, he could. While it looked like a question, Xiao Qian did not lower his tone at all as he faced Yi Qianyun. Yi Qianyun felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian was so bold. Where did this fool come from? I say, are you purely here to seek trouble? Yi Qianyun did not say anything. However, the person beside him felt somewhat dissatisfied. He stepped forward, wanting to chase Xiao Qian away. Whoosh! That person gently took a step forward. It was unknown what movement technique he used, but he seemed to shrink the ground and miraculously appeared before Xiao Chun. That person waved his hand, wanting to lift Xiao Chun up and toss him out. Scram! Xiao Chun felt slightly angry in his heart. Despite moving later, he arrived first, throwing a punch. Vital chi surged in Xiao Chun's body as he instantly brought out the divine dragon war body. The dragon veins and dragon bones in his body crackled. Countless claps of thunder roared, sounding ear-splitting. Xiao Chun's chi and blood surged, and his physical body roared like a dragon. When he punched, he brought out 30 cauldron force. Bang! 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 A loud sound erupted. The force contained in Xiao Chun's fist seemed to pierce through space, landing on that person's chest first. It looked like the moment Xiao Chun extended his fist, that person took the initiative to charge over. Poochie! This person was caught off guard and was struck solidly. Several of the bones in his chest cracked and broke. His entire body was sent flying back. When he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua! The crowd all felt stunned. The might of one punch knocked back a holy venerate. No wonder. It turns out that he also cultivates his physical body. His punch probably has 30 cauldron strength. He hasn't even used his fist technique yet, which is indeed impressive. No wonder he has the confidence to compete for a core disciple. However, that's all there is to it. In the end, my cultivation base is still my weakness. We can still catch everyone off guard, but it's hard to say if we're on guard. That's right. That core disciple was at a disadvantage because he was careless. He didn't even use his quintessence to protect himself. Apart from cultivation, which of the martial artists who came here to participate in the assessment doesn't have a trump card? After the others came to their senses, they commented on Xiao Chun's punch just now. In any case, regardless of whether he was careless or careless, Xiao Chun's punch had indeed proved that he was qualified to participate in the assessment. After that person suffered a disadvantage, he wanted to continue. However, Yi Qinyun stopped him and sent a voice projection to him. What are you doing? Uncle is watching from up there. Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Yi Qinyun gave Xiao Chun a deep look. Then he smiled and said, Not bad. I made an error in judgment. Let me answer your earlier question. Although the sect does not have any hard and fast rules as the gatekeeper, I still have the authority to ask someone to leave if they are clearly not strong enough. Do you still have any questions? Yi Qinyun's aloof attitude elicited disdain from some of the disciples of the large clans who came to take the assessment. Xiao Chun did not answer the other party. He asked indifferently, Do you still have any questions about my strength? Ha ha ha. Well said. Yi Qinyun, don't flaunt your seniority putting on airs before us. After today, we will be competitors, fighting for the heaven-class core disciple spots together. You are not much stronger than us. The one who spoke was a youth with an unrestrained sharpness. He had straight eyebrows, wore azure, and held a sword. Xiao Jinyu. Yi Qinyun frowned slightly. This person came from the south. His father managed 3 counties, and his clan had deep accumulations. In terms of cultivation resources, Xiao Jinyu's conditions were even better than Yi Qinyun's. He was not inferior to Yi Qinyun at all. There were many people with similar statuses like that Feng Tianyi. These people came here for only one purpose, to use the spots for the Heaven Dragon Palace to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Let's begin. Stop being long-winded. Yi Qinyun, are you a woman? Feng Tianyi said indifferently with a cold expression from the war chariot. Come with me then. Yi Qinyun felt upset in his heart. However, he knew that his cultivation could not suppress this group of rich clan disciples. This small storm ended here. Everyone followed Yi Qinyun to the main road in the middle, a flight of steps that led to the summit. The Heavenly Dragon Palace's main gate was at the highest point of Heavenly Dragon City. With every step Xiao Chun took, he could get a clearer view of the city below. Walking among them, one would naturally have a feeling of being high above others. As for the left and right sides, they were small paths that were level and smooth, nothing special about them. Senior Brother E, the people who came to participate in the assessment this time are really arrogant. Forget about those rich and powerful disciples. Never mind those rich clan disciples, but they are just mixed blood loose cultivators. To think that they dare to climb up to the top and consider everyone else beneath them. One of the Heaven Dragon Palace core disciples that Xiao Chun injured in front said angrily, "That is just a clown. He is nothing. The ones we really need to pay attention to are that Xiao Jinyu Fangtianyi and the others. These rich clan disciples all have significant backgrounds and extraordinary strength. They are all aiming for the Heaven-class core disciple position. At that time, they might become senior brother Yi's competitors." When Yi Qinyun heard that, he snorted coldly and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns who have not seen the true world. They are still too inexperienced to compete with me. The Heaven Dragon Palace has stood for so many years. It is not as simple as they think. The so-called rich clans are just frogs in a well in their own territory. I'll just bear with it for now. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I can trample them to death at any time. Whoever fights with me for the Heaven-class core disciple position will only die." Compared to the other outer palaces, the competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was even more intense and cruel. If mixed blood dragons and true dragon bloodlines wanted to succeed in the Divine Dragon Empire, they would have to pay a much higher price than Divine Dragon bloodlines. As Xiao Chun walked on the steps, he secretly observed the others. The people who came to take the test this time were all experts. Some of them were exceptionally strong, not even caring about Yi Qinyun. Although Xiao Chun did not feel any pressure in his heart, he felt a sense of urgency. Now that he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace, he could no longer hide his strength. When it was time to fight, he had to fight. When it was time to establish his might, he had to do so. Otherwise, why would the sect give you resources and give you the Heaven-class core disciple position? Without potential or strength, the sect would not do a losing deal. Xiao Chun also felt curious about what method the Heaven Dragon Palace would use to test his group of people. He vaguely sensed that there were too many of them and that there would be very few core disciple positions. Whoosh! Suddenly, the thick fog on the tall mountain scattered. Xiao Chun looked around casually and discovered that his group had already arrived at a plaza without him realizing it. The plaza was paved with divine materials and was incredibly tough. Even a full-powered sword strike from a holy venerate might not leave a mark on it. A person sat on a throne carved with dragon motifs on the tall platform in the center of the plaza. This person exuded the aura of a sovereign. He was the king of people. The third and final stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the sovereign stage. This person did not do anything. He just looked at Xiao Chun's group, and they felt immense pressure. There was a saying in comprehending the Tao and cultivating, first become a human, then become a god. This person before Xiao Chun was already a king of people, reaching the limits of humans. Moving up to the divine vein realm was no longer a matter of humans. One had to forge the physical body into a divine body step by step, in preparation to ignite the divine flame and become a faux god. Why could ordinary people inherit the faux god flame but not use it or forcibly absorb it? This was because their bodies were still human bodies, not divine bodies. When the divine flame burned, it would not burn the enemy to death, but the body itself. Xiao Chun could only store the divine flame in his body and slowly absorb it, after he advanced to the divine vein realm. I am one of the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class elders. You can just address me as Elder Tianyun. I am your chief examiner this time. The old man scanned the crowd and had a rough idea of the situation. Then he said, "There are a total of 3 tests. There are only 10 slots for you all." What? These words shocked everyone. Nearly all of the 50-odd people were holy venerates, and the Heaven Dragon Palace only wanted 10. That was to say, 40 of them would be eliminated. The first stage begins. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Elder Tianyun suddenly threw a palm strike. This palm strike contained the will of soul of a sovereign personage. When this palm strike flew out, mountains howled and seas roared, rumbling endlessly. The sky changed color, and the plaza flickered between bright and dark. A strong wind blew, and different mysterious phenomena appeared before everyone's eyes. Some were majestic and ancient cities, some were great desolate and ferocious beasts, some were colossal dragons holding up the sky, and some were even more shocking. It was a treasure sword that could split the world and break through the primal chaos. Xiao Chun faced a colossal claw that tore through the sky. The claws were sharp, flickering with a strange, cold light. If Xiao Chun were one step slower, his physical body would be torn apart. he would be severely injured on the spot, unable to stand up again. Elder Tianyun's sudden attack caught even Xiao Chun off guard. By the time Xiao Chun reacted, the colossal claw was already above his head. There was no time for Xiao Chun to react at all. The might contained in the claw even invaded his body. Break. Xiao Chun's cultivation was not outstanding. However, in terms of combat experience, practically no one in the same generation could defeat him. A melodious saber hum came from Xiao Chun's body almost instinctively, and the saber Dao's great Dao energy spread out. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Chun, and the great Dao energy appeared. Xiao Chun's aura changed, becoming like a powerful treasure saber that shone with a resplendent light and a sharp light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber. The tip of the saber struck the weakest spot of the colossal claw, shattering it. A huge force surged through Xiao Chun's body. He nearly could not endure it and got knocked back. Elder Tianyun's heart could not help but tremble. Furthermore, this was only when Elder Tianyun split his palm strike into 50. If he faced one person alone, Xiao Chun knew that he would not be able to block it at all and would be finished. When the mysterious phenomena vanished, 10-odd people out of the 50 were sent flying and tumbling down the mountain, vomiting blood. Trash. You relied on the clan's resources to raise your cultivation. Such trash cannot even enter the inner palace. Elder Tianyun did not even bother to look at those people. His gaze landed on the crowd. Not bad. You all did not waste the resources that your clans gave you for being able to block my palm strike. Even if you fail the test, I will give you a reserve position, above the inner palace disciples. Everyone present withdrew their initial arrogance. As they looked at Elder Tianyun, their expressions were more or less the same as Xiao Chun's. Tianyun smiled coldly at the side. However, when he saw Xiao Chun among them, he could not help a strange expression flashing in his eyes. Continue. Those who can take 10 steps forward will pass the second stage. Chapter 1876. After taking 10 steps, one would be considered to have passed the second stage. Just as everyone felt confused, they heard a sword hum. A blue ring of light radiated from Elder Tianyun's throne. Bang! The ring of light swept out, and an irresistible force knocked everyone, including Xiao Chun, into the air. Kasie! Kase! Kase! The Dao disc behind Xiao Chun shattered. The other cultivators who comprehended great Dao energy ended up like Xiao Chun. The Dao discs behind them shattered immediately. As for the few who had not comprehended great Dao energy, they immediately fell to their knees and vomited a mouthful of blood. This was the first time Xiao Chun's expression changed. As he looked at Elder Tianyun on the throne, shock flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying Dao might! The person with the strongest Dao might Xiao Chun had seen before was the little monk Yan Chan. However, not only did this Elder Tianyun's Dao might surpass the little monk's, but his usage of it was even more proficient, nearly reaching the limits of the Sword Dao's great Dao energy. This Elder Tianyun was not simple. He might even be stronger than the soaring dragon Marquis. His lifespan was at least 1,000 years. The heavy and vast Dao might was like a toy in Elder Tianyun's hand, easily controlling it. It happened to be right in front of Xiao Chun and the others. Not one step more, not one step less. This was an even more horrifying method than the Dao might. Let's begin. Stop wasting time, Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Xiao Chun thought for a while. Then, he used his hand to push forward and immediately felt a formless resistance. As Elder Tianyun pushed his hand forward, space rippled like water. It looked like his hand was in water turning blurry. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment someone took 3 steps forward. It was Xiao Jinyu who mocked Tianyun earlier. Xiao Jinyu's body was like a sword as he stood ramrod straight. His aura condensed into a line, turning into the tip of a sword as he stood proudly. This action immediately prompted the hesitant people to step forward, wanting to enter the area where Elder Tianyun's Dao might spread out. At this moment, everyone knew that this Elder Tianyun before them was a major character. This was the time to show off, and no one wanted to be left behind. However, when they actually entered, it was not as simple as they had imagined. They had only taken 2 steps when they were covered in wounds and blood. It was a sword wound. This was the great Dao of the sword. As he advanced forward, his body was constantly being injured by the sword will. If he were to advance rashly without using his true essence to protect his body, he would probably die here before he even finished 10 steps. Most people had difficulty advancing. However, there were also people like Xiao Jinyu who advanced easily. The Flaming Cloud County's Feng Tianyi, the Qin clan's young master, Qin Yan, and a few others were not willing to fall behind. They brought out all they had and were just short of activating their bloodlines, wanting to surpass Xiao Jinyu. However, Xiao Jinyu was one step faster. He did not rush or slow, taking things slow and steady. However, after taking 5 steps, the pressure of the Tao might he faced grew stronger and stronger. With every step he took, the pressure doubled. Xiao Jinyu, who had already taken 7 steps, no longer had the calm expression on his face, turning incredibly grave. Xiao Jinyu's body gave off a resplendent sword light, clashing with the Tao might. It felt like thousands of swords clashing in his surroundings at every moment. Ding! 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 The sound of weapons clashing rang out endlessly. At this point it was already incredibly difficult. Xiao Jinyu did not even dare to move his feet rashly. The others were not much better off than him. After taking 5 steps, no one was in the mood to think about how to show off. They showed grave expressions, only wanting to finish walking. Senior brother look. That person still has not taken a step. Just at this moment, the core disciple that Xiao Chun injured earlier pointed at Xiao Chun. Qinyun smiled coldly and said, "That's normal. His cultivation is there for all to see. He cannot compare to the others. Even with the advantage of his physical body, he can only take 5 steps at most. If he takes another step, he will die." Haha. He knows his limits and did not act rashly. What are you thinking about? No matter how much you think, you can't possibly break through to the Holy Venerate stage in an instant. Quickly give up and stop embarrassing yourself here. In reality, it was as they said. Due to Xiao Chen's lower cultivation, there were many drawbacks to advancing in this Tao might. If Xiao Chun activated his blue dragon bloodline, he could easily complete 10 steps. However, Xiao Chun did not want to expose his bloodline power so early. He was thinking of other ways. While everyone else moved, Xiao Chun did not take a step. This immediately attracted many people's attention. Naturally, Xiao Chun was no exception. However, he only glanced at them before ignoring them. The weak were not worth wasting their attention on. While others might be watching the show and laughing at them, Elder Tianyun would not spend time on this. He was currently observing the people doing their best to advance in the Tao might. Elder Tianyun nodded to himself. He discovered several pretty good saplings. Actually, this test purposely increased the difficulty. In the past, as long as one was a holy venerate and could receive 1 palm strike, one could become a core disciple. However, it was different this year. There would be intense competition at the end of the year. The 7 outer palaces would fight for the spots to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City. The core of the empire contained the dragon race's ancestral shrine. It contained the most complete dragon race inheritance and the vast accumulations of an empire. There were also great desolate Aeon remnants and ancient dragon palaces that continued the history of the dragon race, recording the glory of the past. Aside from the peak experts of the dragon race, those who could enter Ancestor Dragon City were the people with outstanding bloodlines of the 6-colored divine dragons. After that was the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. There would be a chance every 2 years to obtain spots of varying amounts. As long as one person from the Heaven Dragon Palace could enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven-class elders would receive great rewards from the dragon race's upper echelon. As a reward for nurturing talents, it was exceptionally tempting. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace would also receive many benefits. Whoosh! However, just as Elder Tianyun focused his attention on Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the others, a dreamlike purple saber light containing 2 great Tao energies charged straight out. Pu-ci. The saber light immediately tore a hole in the dense Tao might, revealing a path. However, this path disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The moment the purple saber chi was scattered by the Tao might, it quickly disappeared. However, this instant was already sufficient for Xiao Chun. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun moved like he was flying, taking 10 steps in a row and surpassing several people. Then he landed in front of Xiao Jinyu, who was about to take his 9th step. Just like that, when the Dao Might healed, Xiao Chun easily completed the 10 steps. Xiao Chun brought out his divine dragon war body and merged the dragon might with every inch of his flesh, bones. A heavy dragon might filled his entire body, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Chun resisted the pressure from the Dao Might. Damn! How can this be? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The core disciple beside Qianyuan shouted. The disciples still struggling in the Dao Might also revealed extremely dissatisfied expressions. Xiao Jinyu's expression was the most interesting. He had clearly been in the lead, yet Xiao Chun surpassed him so easily. This made Xiao Jinyu's proud heart feel extremely dissatisfied. Boom! Elder Tianyun waved his hand and scattered the Dao Might, ending this test prematurely. At the same time, he gently tapped the ground. Apart from the 20 people at the front, the disciples at the back were sent flying one by one. The second test ends here. Those who are still standing have passed the test. Elder Tianyun said softly as he gave Xiao Chun a deep look. This immediately caused an uproar. This was because Xiao Chun was also among these 20 people. I can't accept this. How can he pass the test if he cheats like this? A man who had been sent flying to the ground got up and said with extreme dissatisfaction, "Give me another chance. I can also do what he did." Really? Elder Tianyun gently patted the armrest of his throne, and a strand of sharp sword chi shot out. It shot towards the person who spoke. It seemed like a light strand, but it actually contained an astonishing sword intent. That person didn't even have time to draw his sword halfway before he was sent flying. The inherited Dao tool flew out of his hand, leaving him dumbfounded. This strike of mine is comparable to the saber strike that he sent out earlier. You can't even see it clearly, yet you are not embarrassed to say that you can do it. Go back and practice more. Elder Tianyun impatiently waved his hand. The palm wind contained a strand of sovereign personage will, which sent that stunned person flying. That person landed on the 10-kilometer tall steps and rolled down the mountain. Young man, your saber techniques are pretty good. Elder Tianyun smiled faintly and praised Xiao Chun as his gaze fell on him. This immediately aroused the jealousy of the 20 people present. This was the first time Elder Tianyun praised someone. Furthermore, it was this middle stage star venerate mixed blood dragon. How could they be convinced? More importantly, this showed how much Elder Tianyun valued Xiao Chun. In the future, when Xiao Chun entered the sect, he would gain many benefits. Chapter 1877. Senior is too kind. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly in response to Elder Tianyun's praise. Elder Tianyun nodded slightly and did not say anything more. He continued, "Next is the 3rd stage. Once you pass it, you will be a core disciple of my Heaven Dragon Palace. Also, I'll say one more thing. Those who perform well in the 3rd stage can be taken in as disciples by a Heaven-class elder. My Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 10 Heaven-class elders. In terms of status, the Heaven-class elders are second only to the 3 palace masters. Given your experience, I believe there is no need for me to explain what this means. Of course, if you are outstanding enough, it might be possible for you to attract the palace master over." Right after Elder Tianyun spoke, the eyes of Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Feng Qianni, Qiu Rongshuan, and the other rich clan disciples lit up. Naturally, they understood what this meant. It meant that they would receive more resources, a higher status, and better guidance than the other core disciples. All of this could be summed up in one sentence: a better future. Elder Tianyun's words made Qianyun and the other older generation core disciples jealous and upset. Most of them had not become disciples of a Heaven-class elder. To think that these people received such treatment the moment they arrived. This was simply unfair. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Since Elder Tianyun said that, they had no choice but to accept it. The 3rd stage is very simple. You will fight in pairs. The victor will advance to the next 10 slots. As Elder Tianyun spoke, someone presented a jade strip. Then, Elder Tianyun infused some soul energy into it. The information of these people immediately turned into scenes of light before Elder Tianyun's eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace could use the Dragon's Gate's information network. It only needed an instant to obtain everyone's information. The remaining 20 people below the platform rubbed their palms together excitedly as they sat down and prepared. Fighting in actual combat was undoubtedly the most exciting. They possessed the dragon race bloodline and were naturally warlike in the first place. Furthermore, they might gain the attention of a heaven-class elder through this battle, and be taken in as a disciple. They needed to fight with all their heart, bringing out their best. First match, Xiao Jinyu against Luo Hao. After checking everyone's information, Elder Tian Yun decided on the first match. An empty space immediately appeared in the plaza. Xiao Jinyu and Luo Hao jumped in with a whoosh. Elder Tian Yun gently patted his throne, and the formation buried in the plaza activated. Space and time turned illusory. The space where Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Luo were expanded infinitely, turning into a vast small world. In the eyes of others, the two of them were enveloped by a screen of light. Then the ground beneath their feet rose into the air, forming an arena. Xiao Jinyu, if I defeat you with the momentum of a dark horse, you will not be able to defeat me. I believe he will definitely gain the favor of the heaven-class elder. Luo Hao licked his lips with a fanatical look in his eyes. Dark horse? You're courting death. You want to trample me under your feet to achieve your goals. I'll break your arms and make you pay the price for your arrogance. Xiao Jinyu remained expressionless as he snorted coldly. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling sword light burst out of his body. 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, the sword will rule the country. Hua! Time seemed to speed up for Xiao Jinyu. Time flew by. With the tempering and accumulation of time, the sword light slowly thickened. The sword light on Xiao Jinyu's body actually gave off the aura of an ancient dynasty. When Xiao Jinyu drew his sword, it looked simple and unadorned. However, the entire space rippled like water. The ripples quickly arrived before Luo Hao, causing his expression to change dramatically in horror. Damn it! Why is his sword intent so horrifying? Great desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant, Luo Hao was forced to activate the true dragon bloodline in his body. Dragon might surged out and blocked the spatial ripples caused by the sword intent. Dang! However, while the mysterious phenomenon caused by the sword intent blocked it, Xiao Jinyu's sword light did not. When Xiao Jinyu thrust his sword over, the heavy sword intent directly exploded on Luo Hao's body. Luo Hao's protective veritable essence energy scattered in the air like glass shards. The explosion tore open his flesh, a cruel sight to behold. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strands of sword light flew by, and Xiao Jinyu sheathed his sword. Luo Hao cried out miserably as his arms broke. Scram! With a kick, Xiao Jinyu replaced Luo Hao like a dog. This cruel scene caused several people to tremble involuntarily. However, Elder Tian Yun smiled and nodded slightly. That's right, Elder Tian Yun. He praised in his heart, not bad. At such a young age, your sword Great Dao already reached peak small perfection. With my guidance for a year, you should be able to reach great perfection. Furthermore, your talent in sword techniques is excellent. This 1,000 autumns lasting 1,000 generations is a peak earth rank sword technique. It has extremely high requirements for comprehension ability. Xiao Jinyu managed to learn its essence and even reach consummation. He is indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu flew out of the arena and happened to land not far from Xiao Chan. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Chan and said, Unfortunately, you were not up there earlier. Clearly, Xiao Jinyu still held a grudge over Xiao Chan surpassing him and obtaining the first rank in the second stage. Xiao Chan remained silent, not replying to the other party. This person's sword technique was indeed terrifying. That earlier sword strike was not his full strength. Next group, Fong Tianyi versus Meng Hao. The Fong clan's young master, who received much attention earlier, also faced an unknown rich clan disciple. Xiao Chun thought to himself, actually, this elder Tian Yun already has a quota of 10 people in mind. Based on his arrangements, he will not send the peak disciples against each other. As for those who were clearly stronger than them, they could only pray for themselves. In Elder Tian Yun's eyes, these people were just touchstones for the popular candidates, to see how much of their strength they could force out. After a few matches, it was as Xiao Chun expected. Those with grade 5 or higher true dragon bloodlines came from rich noble clans and were peak small perfection holy venerates. Without exception, they all faced weaker opponents. They advanced easily. Elder Tianyun purposely did not put them in the same group. Last group, Xiaochan versus Zhang Yi. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flew onto the arena. That Zhang Yi rejoiced. It looks like you are a sacrificial pawn. To think that Elder Tianyun sent me against a mixed blood dragon like you. Prepare to lose. This Zhang Yi was very excited about not being chosen to fight those rich clan scions. He felt that he could easily suppress Xiaochan with his holy venerate cultivation. Whoosh! With a thought, Zhang Ye's forehead swelled up, and a spot of light flashed out. The holy venerate will surged out, pressing down on Xiaochan. Although Zhang Yi felt confident, he was very careful, intending to use his holy venerate will to suppress Xiaochan and secure victory. Zhang Yi brought out his advantage in cultivation to its limits. The holy venerate will surged over and encased Xiaochan. It immediately felt like invisible shackles placed on Xiaochan. His movement technique, cultivation, physical body, and every action of his suffered great suppression. Insignificant star venerate, no matter how heaven-defying your physical body is, you are just a star venerate. Die. Zhang Yi laughed maniacally. When he saw that his holy venerate will completely suppress Xiaochan, he flew over. Break. Xiaochan did not panic. With a cold shout, he activated the divine dragon war body. Xiaochan immediately merged his dragon might with his physical body. His dragon tendons and dragon bones gave off crackling sounds. His qi and blood surged, and dragon roars rang out from his body. With a gentle tremble, Xiaochan used the divine dragon war body to shatter Zhang Ye's holy venerate will. Seeing Zhang Yi fly over, Xiaochan did not give him any time to be shocked. Stars in his soul pool flickered, and many stars appeared in his eyes. An azure-colored dragon roar flashed. Xiaochan's star venerate will turned around and restrained Zhang Yi. Plop! Zhang Yi landed on the ground and staggered, nearly falling over. This! Extreme incredulity flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. To think that Xiaochan's star venerate will was no weaker than his holy venerate will, catching him off guard. By the time Zhang Yi tried to recondense his holy venerate will, Xiaochan had already pressed forward and unreasonably knocked Zhang Yi into the air with a punch. Bloodline activation. Zhang Yi, who was tumbling in the air, roared ferociously and activated his true dragon bloodline, wanting to reverse the situation. However, Xiaochan activated the divine dragon war body. His body already contained the might of a blue dragon, so he did not fear Zhang Yi, a true dragon. Xiaochan's footsteps did not face any obstruction. He continuously punched one punch after another. Each punch contained 30 cauldron force, and dragon roars rang out, shaking the surroundings. Bang! 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 After 10 punches, Zhang Ye's entire body went limp like a dead dog, falling to the ground. Is that all you have? Xiaochan found this somewhat boring. However, he had just warmed up and had not drawn his saber yet. Xiaochan wins. Elder Tianyun announced the result. He thought to himself unexpectedly, Xiaochan's physical body is this strong. Perhaps I have to reevaluate. Chapter 1878. After defeating Zhang Yi with 10 punches, Xiaochan successfully obtained the final slot. In this battle, Xiaochan did not reveal anything. Xiaochan did not have to put in much effort to catch Zhang Ye's mistake. He used his divine dragon war body and the advantage of his physical body to suppress his opponent. He didn't give Zhang Yi any chance to retaliate. When he activated his true dragon bloodline, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. When Xiaochan activated his true dragon bloodline, the outcome was already decided. There was no chance to reverse the situation. Although Xiaochan could not defeat his opponent with one sword strike and chop off his opponent's arms, it was shocking. He could not compare to Fang Qianni, Qin Yan, and the other noble clan scions who fought brilliantly. However, with his middle stage star venerate cultivation and the advantage of his physical body, Xiaochan easily defeated a holy venerate. Similarly, everyone's eyes lit up in shock. A low cultivation was a disadvantage and an advantage at the same time. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple. Xiaochan Xiaojinyu stepped forward. Elder Tianyun said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the crowd from his throne. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiaochan and Xiaojinyu. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Everyone knew what Elder Tianyun's words meant. Elder Tianyun wanted to choose one of the two to be his disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chun and Xiao Jinyu moved past the crowd and arrived at the front, facing Elder Tianyun. How hateful! To think that Elder Tianyun chose this Xiao Chun. How am I inferior to this fellow? Although Xiao Chun is not strong now, he has great potential. What Elder Tianyun saw in him is his potential. However, his weakness is also rather obvious. Elder Tianyun is still overestimating Xiao Chun by comparing Xiao Jinyu to him. Of the remaining 8 people, some felt dissatisfied while others analyzed objectively. The older generation core disciples at the side showed somewhat complicated expressions. Not only did these people directly pass the test and become core disciples, but they also became core disciples. If they were fortunate enough to gain the attention of a heaven-class elder, they would feel even more disappointed. Xiao Jinyu had a radiant smile on his face. He did not hide his sharpness and confidence at all. The two of you exchange one move. Elder Tianyun did not say what would happen after the palm strike. He only said that the two would exchange one move. The two bowed to Elder Tianyun first before bowing to each other. Then they sized each other up. The heavens have granted my wishes. I was a little unhappy just now. Why didn't you fight me? Now I finally have the chance. Xiao Jinyu clearly brooded over Xiao Chun surpassing him in the second stage. Now he had finally found an opportunity. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. When facing Xiao Jinyu's strong aura, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and easily resolved it. You are really confident. In that case, make your move. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Arrogance comes with a price. Xiao Qin's attitude enraged Xiao Jinyu. He snorted coldly and ferociously thrust the sword in his hand. Just like that, the scabbard was inserted into the floor that was paved with divine materials. Rubble flew up and cracks spread out. The sword intent on his body spread out wantonly, and a terrifying sword wind blew out from his body. Berserk sword. Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu's figure flickered, shocking everyone. His speed was even faster than that sword wind. Jianfeng had clearly flown out first, but in an instant, he had appeared in front of Jianfeng. The scabbard stabbed into the floor was empty. At some point in time, the sword was already in Xiao Jinyu's hand. Xiao Jinyu, who was in front of the sword wind, moved later but arrived first. He infused the strong wind containing the boundless sword intent into this sword strike. This sword strike was even more profound than the one Xiao Jinyu executed in the arena earlier. Xiao Jinyu used an exquisite technique to infuse all his aura into this sword strike in one breath. Even though he did not store up any power. The rarest thing was that he did not slow down the speed of his sword strike even after achieving such a great momentum. Xiao Jinyu used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the universe. Sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chun remained as calm as before. He circulated his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy, merging them into one and filling his entire body. He forged his body into an unchanging ancient cauldron. Then, he waved his hand and caught Xiao Jinyu's sword with 2 fingers. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chun caught the sword tip, the 3 vast energies in Xiao Qin's body connected to the power of the world and solidified this space. No matter how much force Xiao Jinyu exerted, he could not budge his sword at all. The vast energy formed by the fusion of veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy filled Xiao Qin's entire body. Xiao Qin's physical body endured immense pressure and could crumble at any moment. He needed to pour out this energy. Dang! Xiao Jinyu gently tapped with his finger, and this energy surged out along the sword tip. His entire body trembled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Jinyu's physical body went flying. After he landed, he took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. As Xiao Jinyu held his sword, he felt somewhat at a loss. He did not know what martial technique Xiao Chun executed earlier. You are merely SOSO. Xiao Chun smiled as he looked at Xiao Jinyu with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jinyu flushed red, feeling dissatisfied. Just as he prepared to attack again, Elder Tianyun raised his hand and stopped the two. Elder Tianyun said coldly, I said only one move. This junior knows his mistake. Xiao Jinyu startled to his senses and sheathed his sword, quickly apologizing. The place fell silent. Everyone focused their gazes on Xiao Chun. Everyone was still immersed in the miraculous scene from earlier. Xiao Jinyu, are you willing to take this old man as your master? Who knew, to Elder Tianyun's surprise. His gaze lingered on Xiao Chun for only a second before shifting to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, who startled awake from the shock, was stunned for a moment before saying joyfully, I would be extremely happy to. Thank you, Master, for granting me this. Xiao Jinyu directly knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of taking a master. This set the others abuzz. They could not understand why Elder Tianyun made such a choice. However, after a while they understood. Bloodline. Xiao Chun had a mixed blood dragon bloodline, and Xiao Jinyu had a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. The difference was too great. After careful consideration, Elder Tianyun made this decision in the end. Everyone step forward. I will give you the core disciple identity tokens. Feng Tianyi and the other 8 took turns to step forward and receive their identity tokens. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu already recovered his emotions and stood beside Elder Tianyun. However, there was still a shadow on Xiao Jinyu's face. Clearly, the earlier exchange had left a knot in his heart. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiao Chun. Then, he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body trembled. In a moment of carelessness, he felt that a trace of his soul had been extracted. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. Elder Tianyun had extracted a trace of the soul of the people before him as well. Xiao Chun needed to infuse his soul into his identity token to forge a unique identity mark that belonged to him. Xiao Chun received his identity token and took a look. The back of it happened to have the words Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. Fortunately, Tang Dan's identity for him was that of a Xiao clan disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to match the information contained in his soul, which would have exposed him. Do you know why I did not choose you? Elder Tianyun asked Xiao Chun softly from his throne, not caring about these details. I do not know. There is no need to know. In any case, Senior will definitely regret it. Xiao Chun put away his identity token and did not say anything more to Elder Tianyun, simply expressing his opinion. Xiao Chun felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, his performance was better than Xiao Jinyu's. To think that the other party still chose Xiao Jinyu. As for the reason, Xiao Chun naturally knew. It was just his bloodline. However, how he chose was up to him. Xiao Chun would not blame the other party. Time would prove everything. His words frightened everyone present, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Tianyun felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, Jinyu, if you do not live up to expectations, I will really embarrass myself. Xiao Chun, you were disrespectful to my master. My master will not lower himself to your level. But this debt, I will get it back from my master. Just you wait. Xiao Jinyu said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the other party and smiled calmly. Why wait? If you are willing, I can give you this opportunity now. Under Xiao Chun's calm gaze, there was a startling pride hidden on his face. Everyone suddenly discovered that this inconspicuous youth did indeed have a tyrannical air that did not belong to a star venerate. If a regular star venerate said this, they would only become a laughingstock, a joke. However, when Xiao Chun said this, no one dared to laugh. Invisibly, Xiao Chun's aura already affected them. You! Xiao Jinyu trembled in anger. However, when he thought of that strange move and looked at Xiao Chen's calm expression, he felt that the other party was unfathomable. He did not feel confident of winning at the start, so he hesitated. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Jinyu's reaction, Xiao Chun laughed 3 times and turned to leave. Elder Tianyun, do you still think that you chose the right person? Amidst his laughter, he floated away, leaving behind an arrogant and unruly silhouette. Chapter 1879. In an ancient palace hall, dragon chi filled the air like clouds. Smoke spread out, looking ethereal and mysterious. 3 dragon race cultivators whose appearances could not be seen sat on the host's seat. Old men with auras similar to Elder Tianyun sat on the surrounding thrones. The 3 in the center were the Heaven Dragon Palace's core disciples, the 3 palace masters that ordinary Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not normally see. The one seated below was a heaven-class elder like Elder Tianyun. These people had been paying attention to the core disciple test, watching it from start to finish. Not bad. The people taking the test this time are much stronger than the previous one. Nearly all of the 10 chosen can become heaven-class core disciples. Tianyun snatched away the best seedling Xiao Jinyu. However, there are still Feng Tianyi and Qin Yan. These two people are actually not much weaker than Xiao Jinyu. I can tell that they are still holding back. Haha. It is right to hold back. This is just the beginning. Only when the competition started later would they be able to truly compete. Aside from bloodline, Xiao Jinyu gained Tianyun's acknowledgement with his cultivation of the sword Dao. Little fellow's cultivation of the sword Dao is pretty good. He still has a lot of potential to be unearthed. However, there is still a gap between these people and Exian, Li Luo and Zhu Yun, who are already heaven-class core disciples. I wonder if 1 year will give them a chance to create a miracle. It is hard to say. However, Exian, Li Luo and Zhu Yun are already too far away. As long as one of these people can rival them, they will be able to bear some pressure in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. That would already surpass our expectations. The few heaven-class elders discussed in soft voices. It seemed like they all had their eyes on the candidates. However, the 3 palace masters in the center did not say anything. Suddenly, the 3rd palace master on the left said, "You all like those true dragon bloodlines. However, I admire this Xiao Chun the most. He does not have any flaws of a mixed blood dragon. Given his demeanor and boldness, even if he is a divine dragon cultivator, everyone will be convinced." A mixed blood dragon bloodline was born lowly. No matter how hard one worked, one would naturally have some flaws in an environment like the divine dragon empire. Inferiority complex, narrow-mindedness were unavoidable. However, the heaven-class elders did not agree, shaking their heads silently. They were pragmatic and considered reality. There was an objective difference between a mixed blood dragon and a true dragon in terms of talent and bone structure. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying existence with great luck, it would be very difficult to make up for this gap with willpower and so-called grace. Although they also valued Xiao Chen's boldness, if they really had a choice, they wouldn't waste their resources on Xiao Chen. Haha, how rare. 3rd brother, you have always been proud and arrogant, never accepting disciples. You even rejected people with divine dragon bloodlines. However, let me make a bet with you. Even if you appear personally, this person might not agree to it. The person in the middle, the 2nd palace master on the right, revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The 3rd palace master said unhappily, "What a joke. How about we make a bet? If you lose, I'll personally refine 10 divine dragon grade blood transformation pills for you. If you lose, give me your emerald water spirit root." Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. Deal. The 2nd palace master laughed loudly, looking like his scheme had succeeded. When the heaven-class elders below heard that the 3rd palace master would personally refine pills, their eyes lit up as they looked over. Who knew when the heaven-class elders looked over they saw nothing? The 3rd palace master left in a huff. "2nd brother, it is not right for you to keep bullying 3rd brother like this." The 1st palace master, who had not spoken for a long time, sighed and said softly, "3rd brother had a reclusive personality, proud and arrogant. However, there were some things that he did not understand. He could not tell that Xiao Chun was actually the same as him. 3rd brother felt frustrated and wanted to rely on his own strength to let Elder Tianyu know what regret was. Like the 3rd palace master, Xiao Chun had an innate pride. Even if they went, the result would be the same. The 1st palace master and the 2nd palace master were both experienced people. With one glance they figured out what was going on. In reality, the two rather admired Xiao Chen's boldness and strength of character. However, they knew that Xiao Chen could not succeed, so they did not say anything. Only the 3rd palace master, who rarely saw such strength of character, could not help being tempted by Xiao Chen's temperament. "I'll give you 3. The divine dragon grade blood transformation pills that 3rd brother refines will definitely be of 9-star quality. That disciple of yours can use them for breaking through his bottleneck." The 2nd palace master said lazily, "After the matter is over, give them to Li Luo." The 1st palace master, who was sighing earlier, said softly before leaving quietly, "2nd palace master, give us one as well." Although the Heaven-class elders did not believe that Xiao Chun would reject the third palace master's request, they saw that the first palace master believed him. They quickly stepped forward, wanting to ask for a medicinal pill to give to their disciples. Haha, go and ask third brother yourselves. The second palace master laughed loudly, and his figure slowly immaterialized, turning blurry before vanishing from the throne. Back at the plaza, Xiao Chun left swiftly. Holding his core disciple identity medallion, an administrator led him into the inner palace. Xiao Chun, this is the residence that the Heaven Dragon Palace arranged for you. It's right beside a true dragon spirit vein. From today onwards you'll cultivate here. Every month the sect will give you a stipend, 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. The so-called primeval heavenly pills are medicinal pills refined using spirit jades and natural treasures. You core disciples can be said to have received a lot of resources from the sect. Inner palace disciples only get 100 primeval heavenly pills a month. These primeval heavenly pills can be used not only as medicinal pills but also as currency in the Great Thousand Realms. The administrator before Xiao Chun had witnessed Xiao Chen's strength at the plaza and was exceptionally respectful to him. When the administrator explained, he was very respectful and detailed. Even the residence that Xiao Chun was assigned to was of superior quality. Naturally, it was much better to be close to a spirit vein than far away. The competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was cruel. Only strength could win the respect of others. Xiao Chun felt extremely satisfied with this. This Heaven Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Purple Flame sect that he had seen before. Right now, this place was very suitable for Xiao Chun to cultivate. Cold Moon Cave. When Xiao Chun saw the name of his residence, he nodded to himself, feeling rather satisfied with this name. The name had a cave, but in reality, this residence was an entire mountain range. The mountain range rose and fell, boundlessly vast. The center of the residence was a courtyard among the peaks. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time. Goodbye. After that administrator finished explaining, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After that administrator left, Xiao Chun looked around the entire mountain range. This mountain range was incredibly huge, boundlessly vast, stretching out endlessly. However, compared to the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, it was not worth mentioning. Such a miraculous scene was hard to imagine in the outside world. After all, this Heaven Dragon Palace was located in Heaven Dragon City. Looking from outside the city, who could imagine that the scenery inside would be so profound, an eye-opener? The Cold Moon Cave happened to be in the middle of the peaks. Its size was equivalent to a city in the outside world. From the looks of it, an expert purposely moved it away, creating a scene of spiritual energy flowing in. The spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks flowed endlessly into the Cold Moon Cave like a cloud. Spiritual mist spread around the residence. Just taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. As for the bottom of the Cold Moon Cave, there was definitely a formation connected to the spirit vein below the mountain range, allowing the core disciples to use the formation to absorb the spirit vein to cultivate. To be able to use the formation to absorb spirit veins to cultivate was truly a wondrous feat. No wonder so many people fought so hard to become a core disciple. This treatment was simply too luxurious. This true dragon-grade spirit vein is probably connected to at least 100 mountain ranges. Even a spirit vein divided into 100 strands can contain such dense spiritual energy. If one could enjoy it alone, the benefits would be unimaginable. Xiao Chun praised. This was indeed an eye-opener. Tang Dan's words from back then were not false at all. With his identity medallion, Xiao Chun leaped into the air, passed through the many restrictions, and arrived in the residence. Then, he let out the demon blood vulture, which he had been holding in for a long time. Then this silly bird spread its wings and flew high into the air. As it looked at the vast residence, it felt incredibly excited. It is really strong. Unfortunately, it is all spiritual energy. If it were demonic chi, I would be full with one breath. I would not even need to eat meat. The demon blood vulture flew around. After its excitement, it felt disappointed. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's sharp eyes discovered an old man walking over from outside. Master, there's an old man who looks like an idiot and is walking over here. He is really foolish. How tiring is it to walk over? How fast can he fly over? Xiao Chan was currently familiarizing himself with the facilities of Cold Moon Cave. When he heard this, he did not pay it much attention. Go over and take a look first. Don't let random people in. I'll come over later. Chapter 1880. To show his sincerity, the third palace master did not fly over directly so as not to appear arrogant. Step by step he walked over directly. The third palace master also felt frustrated at the second palace master. To think that the third palace master said that he could not succeed. Many dragon race outstanding talents, including those divine dragon bloodline geniuses, wanted to become his disciple. To think that the third palace master could not move a cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline when he personally came out this time. Suddenly, the third palace master frowned slightly. When he looked up, he discovered a large bird flying over. A demon blood vulture. The third palace master smiled faintly and said softly, "This Xiao Chan is rather courteous, sending a demonic pet to receive me. It looks like I'm halfway done. Come down." The third palace master ferociously waved his hand, and an irresistible force pulled the demon blood vulture down. Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? Who is this old man? Don't step on me. Ah! The third palace master smiled as he stood on the demon blood vulture, and flew towards Cold Moon Cave amid the miserable shrieks. When Xiao Chan, who was looking around, heard the demon blood vulture's shrieks, he showed a suspicious expression. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived outside the courtyard. When the third palace master saw the demon blood vulture descend, his expression did not change. However, his heart trembled. How is this an old man? This is clearly a senior, even more incredible than Elder Tian Yun. His cultivation has already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. I cannot make out his strength at all. I did not know that senior was coming, so I did not come out to receive you. I'm really sorry. When facing someone who could easily kill you with one finger, one had to maintain proper etiquette. Haha, I did not expose my identity. It is already very proper of you to send a demonic pet to receive me. There is no need to be so polite. The third palace master walked over with a smile. Then he arrived before Xiao Chan and sized him up. Then he nodded to himself. Xiao Chen's white robes were spotless. He did not show fear when facing an expert, nor did he lose the proper etiquette. Not bad, not bad. The most important thing was Xiao Chen's strength of character. Only after getting close did he realize that he was not faking it. Xiao Chan did indeed have a bearing and boldness that did not belong to a star venerate. The demon blood vulture had long since been frightened silly. It flapped its wings several times but failed to fly. He even fell down a few times, looking awkward and comical. The third palace master frowned and said, "The demon blood vulture is a mutated demonic beast, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious bird. Why is yours a little different?" In the end, he did not say it directly. This bird was a little silly. After thinking for a while, the third palace master said that it was a little different. Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. He could not answer, so he could only change the topic. How should I address senior? What instructions do you have for coming to the Frost Moon Palace? When the third palace master heard that, he cut to the chase and said directly, "This old man is the Heaven Dragon Palace's third palace master. I am in charge of refining medicinal pills and laying formations. This old man has a place in the entire Divine Dragon Empire in these two areas." There was a hint of arrogance and complacency in his words. Xiao Chan was slightly startled in his heart. It was actually the third palace master. His background was indeed frightening. According to Tang Dan, the Heavenly Dragon Palace's three palace masters were elusive people who rarely showed themselves. Many of the core disciples of the sect had never seen any of them before, so they were not qualified. This was especially so for this third palace master. As he was in charge of refining medicinal pills, his status was even higher. A martial artist's cultivation was lacking in resources. Medicinal pills were the most important of these resources. If one could form a relationship with this third palace master, the benefits would be indescribable. This old man has never taken in a disciple before. I saw your performance in the dueling plaza today, and would like to take you in as a nominal disciple. This great thing suddenly fell into his lap. Xiao Chun felt somewhat stupefied. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, the third palace master felt very cocky. There was nothing that he could not do personally. Who knew? After Xiao Chun startled awake, he said with some difficulty, "Sorry, I do not have any intention of taking a master for now. Although I am interested in the alchemy Dao and the formation Dao, they are not as strong as the martial Dao." The third palace master was immediately stupefied. "I say, little fellow, are you really not going to consider it? I have already thought it through. As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will use the Jade Water Spirit Lotus as a catalyst to refine a blood dragon pill for you to help you raise the quality of your bloodline. Tianyuan, I see that your bloodline is low, and that you require too many resources. Your future potential is not comparable to a true dragon's bloodline. However, with me that is not a problem." Xiao Chun said sincerely, "Many thanks for senior's favor. However, this junior does not have any intention of taking a master for now. Since Elder Tianyun chose Xiao Jinyu, I will use my actions to prove that his choice was wrong. If I borrow the third palace master's strength, he will not be convinced and will think that it is only natural." Although Xiao Chen's mental state was rather high, he was still a proud person. Earlier at the dueling plaza, Xiao Chun had performed better than Xiao Jinyu in every aspect. However, Elder Tianyun still chose him. It would be a lie to say that Xiao Chun was not angry. However, there was another reason for Xiao Chun to reject the third palace master. This person was ridiculously strong. Xiao Chun was not confident of not exposing his blue dragon bloodline while he was beside the third palace master. If the third palace master saw through him, it would be somewhat troublesome to explain. Even if the third palace master could not recognize his blue dragon bloodline, it would not be good for Xiao Chun to be discovered as a dual cultivator. The third palace master was stunned for a while. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "Indeed, I have never won a bet. Never mind, I will not force you. This is the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Pill Dragon Medallion. With this medallion you will receive some care in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although you cannot become master and disciple, it is fate that brought us together. But it is fate that brought us together. Goodbye." The third palace master left as quickly as he came. The third palace master smiled faintly and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. He appeared very carefree, not showing any disappointment or anger on his face. However, there was some helplessness and regret on his face. As Xiao Chun held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he felt the third palace master's kindness and love for him. The third palace master's disappointment should not be as easy as he made it out to be. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat guilty. The third palace master did indeed sincerely want to take him in as a disciple. Everything had its pros and cons. Xiao Chun had performed well and revealed his strength. Although he had obtained a good cave abode, he had also successfully attracted the attention of the higher-ups, increasing the risk of being exposed. Even though Xiao Chun was in the Dragon's Gate, he still had to tread on thin ice. While he was wild and unruly, he still had to be cautious and careful. Right now, Xiao Chun needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. As Xiao Chun held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he said softly, "I wonder what benefits this medallion has? It looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion after I come out of the Martial Technique Pavilion." With a casual wave, Xiao Chun stood on the Demon Blood Vulture, which was still in a daze, and flew to the Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chun had thought about it long ago. The first step after entering the Heaven Dragon Palace was to observe the dragon race's martial technique pavilion. Xiao Chun already had an idea of how to choose the martial technique. Right now, he just needed to follow the plan and execute it step by step. Xiao Chun sent a strand of his spiritual sense into his core disciple identity token. The environment of the Heaven Dragon Palace's inner palace appeared in his mind, so that he wouldn't be unable to find his way in such a huge mountain gate. Along the way, Xiao Chun passed through many restrictions. Riding the Demon Blood Vulture, he attracted the attention of many disciples. Within the sect, only core disciples could ride on spirit beasts and demonic pets. The other disciples did not have this right. After a while, Xiao Chun landed in front of a heavily guarded and ancient palace gate. There were many checkpoints with defenses at every step. Xiao Chun took out his identity token and successfully entered the martial technique pavilion. The Heaven Dragon Palace's martial technique pavilion has a total of 6 floors. Outer Palace disciples can only enter the first and second floors. Inner Palace disciples can enter the third floor, and core disciples can enter the fourth floor. Heaven class core disciples can enter the fifth floor. Only those with special permission can enter the sixth floor. You can stay in the martial technique pavilion for no more than 4 hours each time. You can also choose no more than 3 secret manuals. The administrator of the martial technique pavilion was very polite to Xiao Chan, who held the core disciple identity token, as he explained everything in detail. Xiao Chan nodded and said casually, "Someone bring me in for a tour." The martial technique pavilion was too large. Xiao Chan could only stay in there for 2 hours. Without someone familiar with the layout, it would waste a lot of time. Xiao Chan did not want to waste time. Right now what Xiao Chan lacked was time. He had to make good use of every moment. What a big show, the gray-clad administrator thought to himself. However, he did not dare to offend Xiao Chan. The more powerful a core disciple was, the greater their background. Xiao Chan was very respectful. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Chan did not have a backer and could ignore him. The gray-clad administrator called someone over and said, "Bring this senior brother around. If he has any questions, answer them immediately." Yes, that person was not very old and had fair skin. He wore long blue robes and smiled respectfully at Xiao Chan. "Senior brother, this way please. I'll bring you to the 4th floor." Chapter 1881. This was convenient. However, this floor was the difference between heaven and man. One sect had 1 million people while another only had 1,000. This showed how difficult it was to become a core disciple. Deng Yun's mouth was tied up. He could not say anything for a while, unable to express himself. This clearly showed how high his position was. The cultivation technique recorded in the Jade Strip was called Light of Freedom, a pure lightning attributed movement technique. The so-called light was pure lightning. It had nothing to do with light attributed energy. The world was unfair when dragons were leaderless. How could an evil dragon rule the world? Several people took the initiative to walk over and greet Xiao Chan, trying to befriend him. When they met again, Xiao Chan had become a core disciple. "Wait for me for a while." Even Xiao Chan hesitated as he stood in front of the stone wall. After saying that, Xiao Chan walked over and nodded to the group. The first and second floors were exceptionally bustling. There were people everywhere. If Xiao Chan became a core disciple, his authority would be equal to that of an inner sect elder. If Xiao Chan did not chat now, he might not have another chance to meet Xiao Chan after he turned around. The one who called out to Xiao Chan was Deng Yun. When those people saw Xiao Chan enter, astonishment flashed in their eyes, and they paused for a while. No one had cultivated for the past 1,000 years. Xiao Chan entered deep thought. Time was precious. Honestly speaking, there was no need to waste it on this. However, he had not expected it to be so fast. This showed that the competition between the mixed blood dragon bloodlines in the entire Divine Dragon Empire was exceptionally intense and cruel. The sect rules were strict. If one was not a core disciple, one would not be qualified to enter the 4th floor. This was especially so for Xiao Chan. Someone even led the way for him, further confirming his identity. When the blue-clad disciple who went to inform Xiao Chan saw him go far away, he quickly gave chase. Supreme Dragon Fist. This reputation was really tyrannical. Deng Yun and the others were all stunned, completely dumbfounded and speechless. It was treason and heresy. After this conversation, anyone in the inner sect who dared to offend them would have to think twice. "It's fine. This way." Xiao Chan. Surprise flashed in Tang Dan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She had already guessed that Xiao Chan would become a core disciple. Turning his head, he saw Tang Dan and Deng Yunda, whom he had met in the desert. "Senior brother Xiao, speaking of vital qi cultivation fist techniques, there is a fist technique that seems to be tailor-made for you." He did not understand that the mysteries, horror, and danger hidden in the Supreme Dragon Fist were no weaker than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chan thought to himself and began to move. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Xiao Chen's attention. The Gale Thundersteps uses the lightning attribute as the main attribute, and the wind attribute as the supplementary attribute. When wind and lightning fuse together, it forms a speed even faster than lightning. With a little more explosive power, he could use his movement technique, and even use his mysterious phenomenon to attack the enemy. The difficulty lies in the high level of comprehension required. One needs to capture lightning during cultivation, which is rather dangerous. Each of the holes had a layer of restrictive spells, and behind the restrictive spells floated a jade slip. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace had millions of outer palace disciples and millions of inner palace disciples. However, there were no more than 1,000 core disciples. Senior Brother Xiao, which zone do you want to go to? The fourth layer has the most comprehensive collection of martial techniques. There are movement techniques, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques. Each category has a subdivision of attributes. Senior Brother, tell me about your situation. I can help you save time. Controlling his vital qi and moving around in a straight line was overkill for his 30 cauldron force. Xiao Chun did not mind these people coming over to curry favor with him. However, he could not waste time now. He only nodded slightly and did not say anything. Xiao Chun needed a fist technique to bring out the advantage of his physical body's vital qi. Otherwise, it would not be good to waste his vital qi. Among the group, Deng Yunda was somewhat frightened silly. He remembered that he once wanted to kill Xiao Chun. However, there were several thousand people, and there were many inner palace disciples as well. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Many thanks, Senior Brother Xiao. The consequences of angering a core disciple could be considered to have helped Xiao Chun once again. There were very few people on the fourth floor. Xiao Chun pointed to the fair-skinned disciple and instructed softly, "Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques. Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques that focus on vital qi." When the other inner palace disciples on the third floor saw this scene, they all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Tang Dan and the others, they revealed envious expressions. They actually managed to form a relationship with a core disciple. He did not owe this group of people anything. One heavenly fox beast core and a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. He had already paid enough. Congratulations. In the martial technique pavilion of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, it was indeed rare for one to meet in this martial technique pavilion in the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. The number of cultivators in the outer palace was truly shocking. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and took his leave. Clearly, the blue-clad disciple had heard of Xiao Chun's feat of using 30 cauldron force to crush a holy venerate in 10 punches. Senior Brother Xiao, slow down. Xiao Chun scanned the place with his spiritual sense and felt somewhat shocked. This was tailored for mixed blood dragon bloodlines. Those with other bloodlines could not cultivate it at all. Lightning light evasion, a combination of the light attribute and the lightning attribute. It draws on the 9 heavens' great sun divine flame. Under the dazzling light of the sun, it resounds like thunder. Lightning light evasion 5,000 kilometers. Oh, bring me over to take a look. Senior Brother Xiao, forgive me for being direct. Right now, everyone knew that there were 10 people among the core disciples who directly advanced to core disciple. The deeds of Xiao Jinyu and the others had already spread in their circle. Should they go and choose? Senior Brother Xiao, your soul imprint has already been imprinted on the token. You only need to insert your soul power into it. You just need to send in your soul energy, and you will know the contents of the jade strip. The jade strip only has a general introduction to the cultivation technique. If you like it, take out the jade strip, and you can exchange it for a copy of the corresponding secret manual from the administrator. After a while, Xiao Chun looked through 10 odd lightning-attributed movement techniques. Then he chose one of the jade strips. Xiao Chun was arrogant and unruly. Many people admired his boldness. When Xiao Chun reached the third floor, there were fewer people. Only inner palace disciples could enter this place. This was a fist technique created by a mixed-blood dragon cultivator, who was extremely dissatisfied with the Divine Dragon Empire's current situation. At this moment, Xiao Chun had just climbed the stairs to the fourth floor. When he turned his head and saw the group, he felt somewhat stunned. Xiao Chun, no, Senior Brother Xiao, we. Deng Yun and the others rejoiced and relaxed, no longer as nervous as they were at first. They quickly thanked Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled but did not explain anything. Xiao Chun needed this light of freedom not to cultivate but to complete his thunder dragon steps. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules. Who is honored? When luck is not on your side, your life is worth less than paper. What is supreme? In the entire world only I am honored. Soon the blue-clad disciple brought Xiao Chan to a stone wall. Then he pointed to the highest cave and said, "The fist technique recorded in the jade strip is called the Supreme Dragon Fist. I heard that it was created by a senior who became a Supreme Heaven Dragon. It is comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique, majestic and tyrannical. Unfortunately, my Heaven Dragon Palace has not produced a core disciple who focused on cultivating the physical body for more than 1,000 years already. Many people are tempted by it. However, due to the harsh conditions, they have no choice but to give up." Tang Dan and the others stared blankly at Xiao Chan for a long time, feeling dazed. This group of people is very rude. They are not even calling me senior brother. Senior brother Xiao, do you know them? If you do not, I can help you chase them away. Xiao Chan bluntly said that the other party chose the wrong person in front of Elder Tian Yun. Inner palace disciples and core disciples looked like there was only one level of difference. This was especially so for Xiao Chan, who blocked Xiao Jinyu's sword strike with 2 fingers. This was even more shocking. We walk the same path but walk different paths. This sentence appeared in Tang Dan's mind again. Xiao Chen nodded. This was what he needed. Let's go and look at the lightning-attributed movement technique first. These words filled Xiao Chen's mind, preventing him from thinking about that weak, white-clad youth from the desert 2 months ago. Being a core disciple represented one's identity, status, and power. Clearly, this blue-clad disciple before Xiao Chan did not know much. Xiao Chan said softly, "The few of you don't have to hold a grudge against me. Come over and help me pass on a message. Tell them to stay on this level twice as long as they did before." After a while, Xiao Chan arrived before a stone wall. The ancient stone wall had many holes in it. Seeing that Xiao Chan chose this movement technique, the blue-clad disciple beside Xiao Chan said softly, "This light of freedom is just an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique. It does not have much potential. Let's switch to a peak grade earth-ranked martial technique." The disciple leading Xiao Chen asked, "Yes, senior brother." If Xiao Chan rashly cultivated this fist technique, it would cause a huge commotion. This fist technique hid a dissatisfaction with the current dragon race orthodoxy. That person was rather tactful. He knew that core disciples represented the sect, so he quickly went to inform Xiao Chan. "You are too polite." Aside from needing a cultivator of the physical body, the harsher requirement was probably the tyranny materialized from overwhelming resentment contained in this fist technique. This resentment was too berserk. If one had great boldness, perseverance, and pride to suppress this resentment, one would definitely enter a state of berserking chi deviation. Core disciple. Core disciple. The divine lightning transformation is a pure lightning-attributed movement technique. One needs a strand of divine lightning to cultivate it. Chapter 1882. Senior brother, is this fist technique not to your liking? The blue-clad disciple asked softly when he saw Xiao Chan hesitate. Xiao Chan recovered his wits. "Let's go with this. With my strength, I should be able to suppress the resentment hidden in this fist. I have already chosen a fist technique and a movement technique. I do not need a saber technique. I also have the divine dragon body tempering art for body tempering. It seems like I do not need the rest for now. Let's choose another secret technique." Secret techniques were normally very difficult to practice. However, once one succeeded, one would immediately have a life-saving killing move. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived before a stone wall. There were 4 words written on the stone wall. Dragon's Gate Secret Technique. Xiao Chun did not rush to choose. He chose slowly and seriously. Firmament's Rage. Using the special characteristics of the dragon race bloodline, one can cultivate the 5 fingers into the indestructible ancient dragon fingers. After that, one can open up one's great Tao energy and infuse the 5 elements into the fingers. With one claw, a colossal hand holding up the sky appears like the firmament is raging. When cultivated to the highest level, one can form a nation by opening one's 5 fingers. Alright, this is it. Senior brother. This is the secret technique of my Heaven Dragon Palace that requires the highest comprehension ability. Right now, in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, only the first palace master has cultivated it to great perfection. The others all have some flaws, unable to cultivate it to great perfection. When the blue-clad disciple saw Xiao Chan choose this secret technique, he frowned slightly and reminded him. At the same time, the blue-clad disciple felt suspicious. This senior brother Xiao Chen's choice of cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and secret techniques is really strange. For the movement technique, Xiao Chan chose Light of Freedom, which had a low comprehension ability. However, for the secret technique, he chose the magic skill, which had the highest comprehension ability. Since the first palace master can successfully cultivate this cultivation technique, it means that this cultivation technique can be cultivated. Xiao Chan felt strong confidence. High comprehension ability. Xiao Chan wanted to challenge the secret technique with high comprehension ability. He casually chose Light of Freedom because he needed to complete the Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao Chan had already reached the quota of 3 jade strips. He no longer qualified to choose. After returning to the first floor of the Martial Technique Pavilion, Xiao Chan handed the jade strips to the gray-clad administrator to exchange for the corresponding copies. Supreme Dragon Fist? When that administrator saw the jade strip for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he gave Xiao Chan a strange look and muttered to himself, "What's wrong? Can't I choose this fist technique?" The gray-clad administrator quickly said, "That is not the case. In the past, many people chose to cultivate this Supreme Dragon Fist. In the end, they all entered berserking chi deviation and did not end up well. It has already become a forbidden technique, so I have to tell you to choose carefully. Many thanks for the reminder. However, I still want to choose the Supreme Dragon Fist." Since Xiao Chan already made his decision, his heart naturally could not waver. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. Heaven's Wrath? When the gray-clad administrator saw this, he did not say anything more. When he saw Firmament's Rage, he could not help smiling bitterly. "Xiao Chan, your choices are really one stranger than the other. This Firmament's Rage was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Even geniuses with divine dragon bloodlines would not be able to successfully cultivate it. As for mixed blood dragons, I have never heard of any successful cases. Not only does this secret art have a high requirement for comprehension, but it also has a high requirement for bloodline." Xiao Chan smiled faintly. "That's it. Bloodline?" Xiao Chan had a divine dragon bloodline to begin with, not a mixed blood dragon. Needless to say, other than the little monk who had a heaven-defying body, Xiao Chan had never seen anyone with a better comprehension ability than him. Core disciples have 3 chances to choose the martial skill pavilion for the first time. However, that's a bit difficult. You'll need a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for them. The Grey Deacon asked one last time, "Are you sure you won't change your decision?" "No change." Without saying anything more, the gray-robed administrator took out the corresponding copy of the secret manual and passed it to Xiao Chan. He made the latter swear on his heart demon that he would not teach it to anyone else before allowing him to leave. As the gray-clad administrator looked at Xiao Chen's back, he shook his head. "Although you, Xiao Chan, have boundless potential, becoming a core disciple at the Star Venerate realm, you are not a core disciple. However, how could an ordinary person control Firmament's Rage and the Supreme Dragon Fist? That was too big of a step." After leaving the Martial Technique Pavilion, Xiao Chan sat on the Demon Blood Vulture and went to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. When Xiao Chan showed the Pill Dragon medallion that the third palace master gave him, he was immediately given a grand reception. Even the pavilion master personally came out. The Pill Dragon token. Only the third palace master is qualified to give it to others. That's right, it was given to me by the third palace master. Xiao Chan retrieved the Pill Dragon token from the third palace master's hands. Truthfully speaking, he had the intention of using the third palace master's name to obtain benefits for himself. But then again, this was the third palace master's intention in giving him the Pill Dragon token. Furthermore, there was no such thing as angering the third palace master by doing so. The expression of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's pavilion master, whose cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, changed slightly. He said respectfully, "So that's how it is. Why are you here?" "I'm here to collect my stipend. I also want to ask how to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. The pavilion master smiled and said, "It's a small matter. I can give you your stipend right now. For such a small matter, there is no need for you to come personally in the future. I'll get someone to deliver it to you." "Many thanks, pavilion master. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, that's easy. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, 500,000 inferior grade spirit jades can be exchanged for one primeval heavenly pill. Medial grade spirit jades only require 10,000, and superior grade spirit jades only require 100. Xiaochen thought for a while. Including the spoils of war from the holy venerates, he had close to 200 million medial grade spirit jades and 30,000 superior grade spirit jades. Forget about the superior grade spirit jades. It was not worth it to keep them for himself to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. Of the 200 million medial grade spirit jades, he would keep only 50 million and exchange the rest. After the handover, including his stipend, Xiao Chan obtained a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. That was more than a year's worth of stipend for the other core disciples. It was a vast fortune. After all, many core disciples did not use all the stipend they received for cultivation. They still had to bribe their superiors and buy other cultivation resources for themselves. The stipend could not be completely used for cultivation. However, Xiaochen was different. He truly lived up to being the disciple that the third palace master fancied. He had an extraordinary background, easily giving out more than 100 million medial grade spirit jades. A regular holy venerate would only be worth this much. However, Xiaochen was just an insignificant star venerate. "Here. This is a gift for you for having the Pill Dragon medallion." The pavilion master revealed a smile and handed a jade bottle to Xiaochen. Then he opened it and took a look. There were exactly 2,000 primeval heavenly pills in there, no more, no less. Xiaochen did not stand on ceremony. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art required an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. No matter how many primeval heavenly pills he had, he would not find it too much. After walking out of the heavenly pill pavilion, Xiaochen sighed in his heart. It was much more convenient to have someone protecting him in the sect. The third palace master only gave him one Pill Dragon medallion, and it allowed him to do things very smoothly. Furthermore, there were other benefits. Xiaochen easily obtained 2 months' worth of stipend from the others. Let's go back to Cold Moon Cave. After this, Xiaochen should enter closed-door cultivation and consume the benefits that he obtained from this Heaven Dragon Palace. At this moment, Xiaochen's ambition soared. However, he did not let it get to his head. He followed his plan step by step. Mountains surrounded Cold Moon Cave. The spiritual energy was like an immortal fog. Whoosh! Xiaochen opened his palm, and a scarlet medicinal pill containing boundless energy and a berserk aura appeared in his palm. This was one of the 8 supreme treasures that Xiaochen obtained from Xiaochen's Pillar of Divine Flame. Beast Blood Pill. The demon blood vulture was stunned. As it looked at this medicinal pill filled with a demonic nature and a berserk aura, it immediately drooled. "Master, why did you not take this out earlier? If I swallowed it, I would have advanced to Holy Venerate long ago." The demon blood vulture asked in extreme dissatisfaction, feeling aggrieved. Xiaochen retorted calmly, "What do you know? Although the cultivation paths of cultivators and ferocious beasts are different, the principles are roughly the same. Instead of properly tempering yourself as a late-stage star venerate, you swallowed this medicinal pill. It would definitely do you more harm than good. After accumulating your strength, you can take advantage of the situation to break through. Only then can you bring out the beast blood pill's effects to the greatest. It will not leave behind any future problems. This is the best for you. Take it." Xiaochen waved his hand and handed the beast blood pill to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture immediately swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The demon blood vulture's body immediately swelled up. 10,000 beams of scarlet light burst out of its body, illuminating the entire Cold Moon Cave. However, the golden line on the demon blood vulture's tail feathers did not disappear amid the scarlet light. Instead, it looked even more piercing. This strand of golden light vaguely seemed to outshine the scarlet light. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he nodded slightly. After this closed-door cultivation, his strength would definitely improve significantly. If the demon blood vulture did not improve, it would not be able to keep up with him. Supreme Dragon Fist, 5-finger magic skills, and 17,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chun looked forward to digesting all this and seeing how far he could go. This was his first time using it, so he was slightly unfamiliar with it and ended up injuring himself. When this movement technique transformed into lightning and reassembled itself, there would be a moment of pause. Otherwise, if he were to reassemble it too quickly, he would injure himself. The risk was rather great. This movement technique is really powerful. Only those with the dragon bloodline can cultivate it. If other martial artists want to cultivate, without the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, they are simply courting death. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. In the next moment, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed to a mountain peak in the mountain range around Cold Moon Cave. Whoosh! When his body reformed, Xiao Chun turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped into the clouds. Hua! Xiao Chun, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly sped up 100 times in the clouds, giving Xiao Chun a thrill that he had never felt before. So fast! Xiao Chun could not help exclaiming after recovering his figure. However, when Xiao Chun checked his veritable essence energy, he could no longer hold back. Inside the 9-star primal core, Xiao Chun had exhausted 1/3 of his primal chaos veritable essence energy in just a few breaths of time. If I do not raise my cultivation, I cannot casually use this movement technique. Xiao Chun thought to himself when he returned to Cold Moon Cave. No wonder the secret manual specifically said that although this cultivation technique was special, it did not have a high combat prowess. It was only suitable for fleeing. However, if Xiao Chun added it to the Thunder Dragon Steps, it would be a perfect combination. Xiao Chun did as he said, not hesitating at all. In the following days, one could see Xiao Chun continuously changing between the two movement techniques in Cold Moon Cave. Sometimes he would turn into lightning and move freely. Sometimes he would ride on a lightning dragon and fly everywhere. However, while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. Xiao Chun failed again and again. Failure. 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 After countless failures, the berserk lightning covered Xiao Chun's physical body with wounds. However, Xiao Chun did not show any intention of giving up. On a certain day after half a month, boom! A strange bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It fell in a straight line, but when it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly moved along the mountains and rivers. When it was about to reach Cold Moon Cave, this strange bolt of lightning gave off dragon might. Then it turned into a solid-looking lightning dragon. When the lightning dragon landed in the city-sized Cold Moon Cave, it blasted apart a palace hall. Dust filled the air, and crackling lightning flickered in the air. Carefree laughter came from the thick dust cloud. Ha 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 ha! I succeeded! I succeeded! The dust cloud scattered. A white-clad person appeared in the rubble. He appeared fatigued, and his entire body was covered in dust. However, that person clenched his fists tightly. Stubbornness and determination flickered in his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. I must become a heaven-class core disciple. I must obtain the right to go to Ancestor Dragon City. With hard work and perseverance, one would definitely reap rewards. Again! Xiao Chun shouted and shook off the dust on his body. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. This is it. This is it. After turning into a lightning dragon, Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. However, he remained frighteningly calm. After turning into a pure lightning dragon, Xiao Chun was no slower than lightning. However, it was easier to control and its offensive power increased significantly. After successfully merging, Xiao Chun improved rapidly. After another half a month, lightning suddenly appeared in Cold Moon Cave. In the next moment it turned into a dragon. Immediately, 9 dragons soared into the sky. Bang! 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 Now the 9 lightning dragons easily broke the peaks of the mountain range and blasted them into pieces. When they landed, the 9 dragons gathered and quickly reformed, revealing Xiao Chun's true body. Success! Xiao Chun finally revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment he finally succeeded in perfecting Thunder Dragon Steps. After that, he had to follow the framework that he set and cultivate to the peak step by step. Xiao Chun had already spent 2 months perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. The commotion that he caused in the dueling plaza should have already passed. Xiao Chun did not know that the rich clan disciples who entered at the same time as him should have already made a name for themselves. These people were holy venerates in the first place. After entering this Heaven Dragon Palace, they had great teachers to guide them. After 2 months, they should have improved rapidly and come out of closed-door cultivation. However, that did not matter. These distracting thoughts had nothing to do with Xiao Chun for now. Next, it is time to practice Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and took out the Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Then he seriously read it. Xiao Chun did not think about anything else. The first step in cultivating Firmament's Rage was to temper the 5 fingers, forging them into claws that rivaled those of an ancient divine dragon. Invulnerable to swords and spears, fire and water, tempering them to the point that they were like sharp divine weapons. Xiao Chun carefully studied the secret manual, continuously pondering the difficult parts. Many things that ordinary people did not understand or could not understand were solved by Xiao Chun's terrifying comprehension ability. Many stars flickered in Xiao Chun's bright, clear eyes, looking like the light of wisdom. Due to the impure bloodline, mixed blood dragons find it hard to temper their fingers into dragon claws. Even if they succeed, they will not be strong enough. Hence, mixed blood dragons cannot cultivate this Firmament's Rage. Forging the 5 fingers into the claws of an ancient divine dragon, as hard as divine metal without losing its flexibility, is a contradiction in itself. This is a major difficulty. After successfully forming the 5 claws, I still have to infuse my own great Tao energy into them, filling the 5 fingers with spirituality. This depends on the person. If one cultivates the sword Tao, the 5 fingers will be like swords. If one cultivates the saber Tao, the 5 fingers will naturally be like sabers. After that, I still have to find the 5 elements to supplement them: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by circulating the 5 elements can one form a nation. Only then can Firmament's Rage condense space and bring out its true might. Secret techniques were difficult to practice and cultivate. Difficult. 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 This was especially so for Firmament's Rage. It was even more difficult. What the Martial Technique Pavilion's administrator said was true. Clearly, giving up was not Xiao Chun's style. Xiao Chun had to succeed in cultivating Firmament's Rage. 7 days later, Xiao Chun worked hard and finally completed the first step. With a thought, Xiao Chun's 5 fingers flickered with azure light, looking hard and sharp. Xiao Chun gently slid his fingers across the floor covered in divine materials and left 5 claw marks. Boom! Xiao Chun dug his fingers in and grabbed forcefully, lifting up the entire floorboard. Following that, rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Pieces of the floor made of divine materials flew up. The formation in the room instantly broke. Saber energy. Xiao Chun made his 5 fingers like sabers. Each finger needed to contain an overwhelming saber intent. Naturally, one great Tao energy could not satisfy Xiao Chun. He also needed to infuse the Thunder Tao into it, creating an even more horrifying might. Due to the divine dragon bloodline and the advantage of his physique, Xiao Chun completed the first step very smoothly. However, the second step was somewhat difficult. Chapter 1884. Xiao Chun possessed 2 great Tao energies. Be it the Saber Great Tao or the Thunder Great Tao, they were both great Tao that contained vast energy. If Xiao Chun was not careful, he might blast his palm away. The risk was great. However, since Xiao Chun chose this secret technique, he would not give up so easily. However, before he infused his great Tao, he had to execute this Firmament's Rage and familiarize himself with this secret technique. Xiao Chun wanted to see how strong this Firmament's Rage could be after he completed the first step. He also wanted to see if he made any mistakes in his cultivation. After a while, Xiao Chun passed through the underground secret room and arrived at a secret realm in Cold Moon Cave that was used to test martial techniques. This secret realm was modified from the divine nation that a foe god senior of the dragon race left behind. The inheritance and natural treasures in the nation had long since ceased to exist after the passage of time. The Heaven Dragon Palace had cut it into hundreds of pieces and kept them in the cave residences of every core disciple, nourishing them with the underground spirit vein. No matter what kind of damage was done in this secret realm, it could slowly recover. To Xiao Chun, this was an illusory world that was both real and fake. After entering the secret realm, Xiao Chun arrived at a mountain range with a complicated environment. Then he circulated his veritable essence energy and executed the Dragon's Gate secret technique. Boom! The moment the secret technique was executed, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chun's spirit pool turned into motes of light and spread out from his body. Materialized by Firmament's rage, a vast star venerate will soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky. Xiao Chun used his heart to feel. As he circulated the secret technique, he felt that his will of soul bore the vast energy of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon from the great desolate Aeon. Who dares to endure my rage? An ancient furious roar resounded in the depths of Xiao Chun's soul. Rage transcended space and time and reached Xiao Chun. Along with rage came vast and horrifying energy. Xiao Chun revealed a strained expression, somewhat unable to endure this energy. Even space trembled slightly. Rage spread out in the world. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiao Chun's body as if he bore the rage of heaven. Xiao Chun frowned heavily. Rage roared endlessly in the depths of his soul. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was to no avail. Left without a choice, Xiao Chun could only unleash Firmament's rage in advance. Bang! With a thought, his 5 fingers immediately became as hard as divine metal, like the claws of an ancient divine dragon. Destroy my wrath. Xiao Chun focused on a majestic peak among the thousands of peaks in the surroundings. It was the peak that caused the rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon to sway. A huge burning hand immediately appeared in the sky, covering half of the sky above Cold Moon Cave. Xiao Chun felt that he could control the burning palm in the sky. In an instant, the sweat on his face could not conceal his excitement. Even Xiao Chun felt that the power of the giant hand was somewhat terrifying, and he was filled with dread. Without much time to think, Xiao Chun exerted a bit of effort to control the giant hand and held onto the mountain peak. With a gentle tug, Xiao Chun pulled the towering mountain out of the ground just like that. Gotcha! When Xiao Chun clenched hard, he easily crushed the mountain peak, turning it into dust. The shock waves of energy spread out, and the many peaks crumbled. The many towering peaks were all destroyed. The scene was so scary that it felt surreal. Only when the shock waves swept over and knocked the stunned Xiao Chun into the air did he startle awake. Cough! 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 The pale Xiao Chun climbed to his feet and coughed a few times. As he looked at the scene of destruction in the distance, he felt somewhat startled. This was truly Firmament's rage. The mountains instantly turned to dust. Only the roar of heaven could do this. In reality, Xiao Chun knew that it was not heaven. The power of this rage came from a certain ancient great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Firmament's rage was a secret technique that transcended the boundaries of time and space, connecting to this ancestor dragon that existed in the past. It had to be said that the person who created this secret technique was indeed unprecedented. His talent was outstanding and admirable. Right now, what Xiao Chun did not know was that all the Dragon's Gate secret techniques were actually in the ancient dragon race remnants. The Dragon's Gate secret technique found an incomplete secret technique, which was then completed by later generations. It was not created by this person. This is just the first step, and its might is already somewhat terrifyingly strong. The process of controlling it is even more dangerous. If I get careless, I might not be able to suppress that rage and injure myself. I have to become more familiar with it before I can execute it. Otherwise, Xiao Chun stood up and muttered to himself, calmly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his nose. He reached out and gently touched it, discovering blood. Then he gently swung his hand in the air. A mirror made of veritable essence energy reflected Xiao Chun's pale face, bleeding from his 7 facial orifices. Dizziness assaulted Xiao Chun. He reached up and touched his head. Then he staggered and looked like he would fall over. Kase! Kase! Xiao Chun's internal organs shattered, and waves of pain assaulted him. All sorts of repercussions came one after another, nearly taking Xiao Chun's life. At the crucial moment, the ancient blue dragon bloodline surged. Its strong recovery ability stabilized his injuries. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. A gentle Buddhist light encased his body. Xiao Chun's feet slowly left the ground. His Buddha nature heart activated the gentle Buddhist might left behind by the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira in his physical body. Together with the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chun emptied his mind. As he floated in the air, he felt like he was soaking in water. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His complexion recovered its rosy color, and he looked much better. Secret techniques were risky. One had to be cautious when cultivating them. Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground and reflected on himself. He felt that he had been too impatient. Firmament's rage was an extremely dangerous secret technique. Being impatient was a great taboo when cultivating it. Not to mention Firmament's rage, one had to avoid being impatient with any martial technique or cultivation technique. However, Xiao Chun's strong physical body could withstand the backlash of failure in some cultivation techniques, negligible. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun no longer rushed to practice Firmament's rage. I should stabilize my cultivation first. Cultivation is the foundation. When my cultivation improves, it might be easier to execute Firmament's rage. Earlier, when Xiao Chun executed Firmament's rage, he had clearly felt strained. In the end, he had still forcefully executed it. Perhaps that was the hidden danger left behind at that time. If Xiao Chun's cultivation increased, it should not be so strenuous. He would be able to execute it more easily. It would also be easier to cultivate the second step. He would not have to bleed from his 7 apertures every time. After leaving the secret realm, Xiao Chun went to Cold Moon Cave's cultivation room. The formation in the cultivation room connected to the underground spirit vein. There was no need for spirit stones. Cultivating in the formation core was much faster than cultivating outside. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in the formation core, hovering in the air. He used spirit jades to activate the formation. As the formation circulated, the spiritual energy from the true dragon grade spirit vein, underground entered Xiao Chun's body. Boom! The vast spiritual energy was dense and dense, already comparable to medial grade spirit jades. The quantity was incomparable. Spiritual light radiated from Xiao Chun's body. As he sat cross-legged, he gave off a jade-like glow. Demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. He shouted in his heart. Then he executed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, and the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Immediately, it turned into a black hole that sucked in the vast amount of spiritual energy that filled Xiao Chun's body. Carefree, the demonic cloud seed flickered with a black luster, clearly excited. As the demonic cloud seed circulated, spiritual energy poured in endlessly like a spring. Xiao Chun sensed that the demonic cloud seed would change at any moment. It helped Xiao Chun successfully cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. However, half an hour later, Xiao Chun felt that the demonic cloud seed's appetite was growing. The spiritual energy from the spirit vein could no longer keep up with the rate at which the demonic cloud seed was absorbing it. An irritable emotion came from the demonic cloud seed. Then it would affect his body. Xiao Chun's state of mind was like water. He calmed down a little, alleviating the negative emotions. This was the reason why those who cultivated demonic arts were mostly people with twisted personalities. However, with Xiao Chun's state of mind, he didn't need to worry too much. He could easily resolve it himself. It's time to use the primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and a demonic look filled his eyes. With a casual wave, 100 primeval heavenly pills flew out of his storage ring and floated quietly in front of Xiao Chun. Primeval heavenly pills were refined from spirit jades and natural treasures. They contained vast and pure energy. The main body of the medicinal pill was spirit jades. Hence, one could absorb these primeval heavenly pills without any negative effects. It was not without reason that the Great Thousand Realms used them as currency. The demonic cloud seed in Xiao Chun's dantian was already impatient, urging him endlessly. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. He gently opened his mouth and sucked in 10 primeval heavenly pills. Boom! The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered Xiao Chun's mouth. The vast medicinal energy instantly exploded, flooding his body. What pure medicinal energy! Xiao Chun praised in his heart. No wonder these primeval heavenly pills are so precious. They are so expensive to exchange for. They are indeed much better than spirit jades. Even absorbing 1,000 superior grade spirit jades cannot compare to one primeval heavenly pill. The instant the demonic cloud seed absorbed the primeval heavenly pill, it gave off a pleasant feeling. However, Xiaochen also eased this pleasant feeling. This was a temptation. Demonic Tao cultivators often lost their humanity. They did many heartless and cruel things, yet they still laughed loudly, feeling very pleased. This was the reason why both this pleasant feeling and the earlier irascibility were not desirable. When Xiaochen completely absorbed all 100 primeval heavenly pills, the black demonic cloud seed grew increasingly resplendent. Then it exploded in his body with a boom. Demonic qi spread out from Xiaochen's body, filling the entire cultivation room. Xiaochen succeeded in cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer. Chapter 1885. When the demonic fog scattered, Xiaochen looked inside with his spiritual sense and discovered the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Aside from the whirlpools of the purple thunder divine incantation and the ice fish divine incantation, there was nothing above his dantian. When Xiaochen looked inside his dantian with his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a demonic cloud bird in this vast and mysterious space. A great desolate and ferocious beast demonic might flew around. With just one look, Xiaochen felt fear. The overwhelming demonic might of a great desolate and ferocious beast inspired some fear in Xiaochen. Fortunately, Xiaochen possessed the great desolate and dragon race bloodline in the first place, so he did not feel fear or submit to that demonic might. If it were anyone else, they might end up enslaved by this cultivation technique, falling into depravity. With a thought, the demonic cloud bird flew out of Xiaochen's dantian and immediately grew larger, merging with his entire physical body. Boom! An overwhelming demonic might surged out of Xiaochen's body. At this moment, his body gave off the aura of a demonic Tao hero. With just a glance, one could feel the overwhelming demonic might, and boundless fear spread in one's heart. Explode! Xiaochen shouted, and the demonic qi veritable essence energy in his body poured out endlessly. The demonic qi veritable essence energy gathered above Xiaochen's head. Immediately he grasped every tiny movement in the space under the demonic clouds. He felt the demonic clouds encasing him, forming a special field. If he fought with someone and formed demonic clouds, he would have a natural advantage. There should be other uses for it waiting to be explored slowly. If he cultivated it to the peak, he could reach the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's level. Even after death, the overwhelming demonic clouds could encase 100,000 great peaks, never scattering. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought, I wonder if I can execute my light of freedom in these demonic clouds? If I can, it will be a stroke of genius. When used together, it will be like fish in water. Xiaochen decided not to think about this for now. There were many benefits to cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer. After breaking through the bottleneck, his stagnant cultivation could finally advance. As Xiaochen pondered, he consumed some primeval heavenly pills to replenish his spiritual energy, veritable essence energy. Perhaps he could cultivate to peak middle stage star venerate within 1 month. Now that Xiaochen had broken through the bottleneck, as long as he had enough primeval heavenly pills, he could boldly charge forward without worry. After arriving at this Heaven Dragon Palace, aside from entering Ancestor Dragon City, there was no other way to enter this Heaven Dragon Palace. One of the main reasons was that he wanted to quickly increase his strength and let all of his previous accumulations explode. Let's do it! Xiaochen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, this time he circulated the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 11th layer, the amount of spiritual energy he could circulate was not much less than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. After all, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art was only at the first stage. The cultivation of realms was the most boring, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In 1 month, Xiaochen used a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiaochen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing his original plans and reaching peak consummation middle stage, star venerate. He was only half a step away from the middle stage. Actually, when Xiaochen consumed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, he could have broken through to late stage star venerate. However, he purposely suppressed it. There was no need to take such a big step and spend another 5,000 to stabilize his cultivation and polish his quintessential essence. As an accumulation, it was the best. This is really delightful. At this moment, Xiaochun felt refreshed. He felt like he had reached an unprecedented peak in all aspects. His current combat prowess was several times stronger than before he entered closed-door cultivation. However, this was also because he had just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve such a great effect when he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the delight, it came from his heart. Xiaochun spent more than a year's worth of stipends for others in 1 month. If word of this spread, many jaws would drop. After the shock, they would definitely feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Right now, not only did Xiaochun's cultivation reach peak middle stage star venerate, but his primal chaos veritable essence energy also reached equilibrium. He could bring out the Taiji force field again, which was much better than before. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiaochun entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Xiaochun executed Firmament's Rage again. This time he executed it much more easily and smoothly. There were no repercussions. The huge drain did not overdraw on Xiaochun. Xiaochun still had sufficient primal chaos veritable essence energy, using only 1/5 of it. However, the drain on his soul energy was still somewhat easy to bear. Although his cultivation had increased tremendously, his soul energy had not improved significantly. Only by breaking through to Holy Venerate could his soul energy improve further. After cultivating quietly for 1 month, Xiaochun's somewhat anxious heart completely calmed down. Now his state of mind was calm and peaceful, like the lake water, calm and at ease. Such a state of mind was very suitable for practicing Firmament's Rage. Neither arrogant nor rash, not in a rush, not disturbed by external things. There was an average-sized lake in the city-sized cold moon cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning howled, kicking up splashes and waves. When Xiaochun appeared and landed on the surface of the lake, the intense splashes slowly subsided without a sound. There was a saying that one's appearance came from the heart. Actually, the environment would change because of the heart. At this moment, Xiaochun's heart was as calm as still water. He inadvertently affected the waves and splashes caused by the lightning. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cycle throne appeared, and Xiaochun sat on it. Xiaochun started to practice the Dragon's Gate secret technique. The second step of Firmament's Rage, merging the Great Tao into his palm. This was a process that required patience. Even if Xiaochun had astonishing comprehension ability and figured out all the difficult parts, he would still fail. If he did not calm his heart, he would still fail. Once he failed, the price would be extremely cruel. His palm would explode. Given Xiaochun's current cultivation, although he could regrow a broken limb, it would take time. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, his previous cultivation progress would be wasted. Aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one had been able to practice Firmament's Rage to great perfection in the past 1,000 years. There had to be a reason for that. Naturally, the first thing that Xiaochun needed to condense was the Saber Tao. No matter when, Xiaochun's attributes as a bladesman always came first. A gentle breeze blew, and the lake water rippled gently. The cycle throne swayed with it. A Tao disc appeared behind Xiaochun. Then, like a large knife cutting tofu, he controlled the great Tao energy to flow through the meridians in his 5 fingers. He needed to make his 5 fingers like a saber, filled with the Tao and spirituality. As Xiaochun focused on the meridians in his fingers, he could not stop with his left hand. He needed to continuously form hand seals to circulate Firmament's Rage. Splitting his attention between 2 tasks was extremely taxing on his mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the hand seals on Xiaochun's left hand stopped. The lake water exploded, sending thousands of water pillars soaring into the sky. Xiaochun failed. When he infused his great Tao energy, he did not control his strength well, injuring his meridians. He could only rest for a while and recuperate his meridians before trying again. Failure, failure, failure. Xiaochun failed thousands or tens of thousands of times because he did not control his strength well or did not form the correct hand seals. Or perhaps both of them were prepared, but at the last moment they failed to cooperate successfully. After repeated failures, Xiaochun's mind became fatigued, easily becoming irritable, and he tried to force his way through. However, he could not do this forcefully. If he did, the consequences would be dire. This was a kind of torture. However, it was also a kind of tempering of his mental state. Several times Xiao Chun could not help but give up or erupt. However, he endured it. As he looked at the lake water, he calmed his emotions and continued to work hard. During the past half-month, Xiao Chun had already lost count of how many times he failed. He had tried at least 10,000 times. The wind did not blow the calm lake surface, and the leaves did not cause any ripples. On this tranquil surface, there were turbulent waves and turbulent undercurrents. The eyes of the stubborn white-clad bladesman on the throne were always clear, flickering with a determined light. Boom! On a certain day, Xiao Chun's palm suddenly gave off a bright light, and saber intent spread out. Xiao Chun spread his fingers, and tens of thousands of strands of saber chi surged out. The calm lake water got chopped into countless pieces. The lake water looked like it was solid. Thousands of cracks appeared, but the saber intent could not mend them. I did it! Xiao Chun successfully infused his saber Dao's great Dao energy into his 5 fingers. When the light scattered, a Dao seal appeared on his palm and slowly merged into his bones. After failing several times and succeeding, Xiao Chun only revealed a faint smile on his face. He did not rejoice or get overly excited. There was only the confidence of an expert and the innate pride of a white-clad bladesman. Xiao Chun believed in himself. No matter how many times he failed, he would not doubt his ability. 10 days later, the Thunder Great Dao's Dao seal successfully formed on the back of his hand. With a flip of his hand, it could be a saber or lightning. It is time to come out of closed-door cultivation. After Xiao Chun practiced Firmament's Rage to great perfection, he pushed his right hand toward the sky. A huge palm appeared, flickering with lightning and saber light. It looked like he wanted to break the sky with one hand. Chapter 1886. Xiao Chun had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. Now that his cultivation and strength had soared, it was indeed time for him to go out and take a look. He also needed to know the latest news from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Whoosh! 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 After putting away the throne, Xiao Chun moved around Cold Moon Cave a few times before arriving at the front yard. A huge scarlet cocoon radiating a terrifying demonic nature floated quietly in the air in the front yard. This silly bird. I already came out of closed-door cultivation, and it is still consuming the beast blood pill. Could it be that its harvest is greater than mine? Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. After some thought, he realized that this might be possible. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had already mutated. If the demon blood vulture's bloodline power was triggered by the energy contained in that mysterious beast blood vulture's bloodline, its improvement would be unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun placed the scarlet cocoon in the spirit beast's pouch, which he used to store demonic pets. Normally, this demon blood vulture could turn into a scarlet ring, which was much more convenient to wear than the spirit beast's pouch. Xiao Chun normally did not need the spirit beast's pouch, but he had to use it today. The moment Xiao Chun left the courtyard, he discovered an inner palace disciple not far from the entrance, feeling strange. This inner palace disciple sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating his cultivation technique. With one look, it was clear that he had been here for a long time. What are you doing? That inner palace disciple opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Senior Brother Xiao, I am here on orders from the Mission Hall's administrator to inform Senior Brother. Inner palace disciples and core disciples need to do 3 missions every month. If they do not do them for now, they can accumulate until next month. However, the number will increase." So that is the case. Xiao Chun now understood. Every sect had missions. Xiao Chun raised his head and interrupted the other party. "How long have you been here?" "I came 2 months ago. However, no one listened to my voice projection, so I waited here." The administrator instructed that if Senior Brother did not respond, he should be in closed-door cultivation. He instructed me not to disturb him and just stand guard. The disciples who enter the Heaven Dragon Palace for the first time always enter closed-door cultivation for a long time. After that, everything will be normal. The deacon has specifically instructed us not to disturb and disrupt Senior Brother's cultivation. The man had been waiting here for nearly 3 months, but he didn't have any complaints. He explained to Xiao Chun seriously. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. "Thank you. How many missions have I accumulated?" "You are too polite." Senior brother Xiao, you have accumulated a total of 10 missions. According to the rules of the sect, it had to be completed within a month. Otherwise, you'll be punished because you haven't accepted any missions for 3 months. Understood. You can leave now. Yes, Xiao Chun thought to himself. With his current cultivation, 10 missions should be enough to be completed within a month. There should be a reward for completing the mission. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun was still worrying about advancing to late-stage Star Venerate. As for how to obtain the huge amount of resources he needed, the way of missions was a very good method. Many of the missions in the Heaven Dragon Palace came from the Dragon's Gate's inner sect, which was Ancestor Dragon City. This trial was extremely difficult, but the rewards were equally bountiful. One could obtain a large number of primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiao Chun greatly desired these primeval heavenly pills. He needed primeval heavenly pills to buy things. Cultivating his cultivation technique required these primeval heavenly pills as well. The little bit of wealth he had was not enough. He did not know how many primeval heavenly pills he would need to accumulate when he reached late-stage Star Venerate. After a while, Xiao Chun took out his core disciple identity token and infused some soul energy into it. Then, a map to the mission hall immediately appeared in his mind. As Xiao Chun flew, he moved very fast. After a while, the mountain peak where the mission hall was already in sight. Many disciples came down from the mountain. People came and went at this mountain peak, making it exceptionally bustling. Although the sect required disciples to complete 3 missions every month, in reality, many disciples completed more than 3 missions. This was because the primeval heavenly pills that the sect gave out were not enough in the first place. Xiao Chun needed to think of other ways. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to ascend the mountain, a group of core disciples chatting in soft voices came over. Senior brother Zhang, that group of rich clan disciples that entered the sect 3 months ago, is advancing really fast on the core disciple ranking. Indeed, most of the top 20 of the core disciples are them. Right now, these people have already occupied their own peaks and are nurturing their own factions in the sect. There's no helping it. These are rich clan disciples. Their strength is extraordinary in the first place, and their bloodlines go without saying. After coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they are like fish in water. They will definitely improve very quickly. However, they can forget about becoming Heaven-class core disciples. There are only 3 Heaven-class core disciples. 2 are already decided, and the last one is definitely Senior Brother E. The leader of this group spoke frankly with assurance. As he spoke, he had blind confidence in his Senior Brother E. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiao Chun. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun remembered. It was him. That was the person who followed beside Yi Qianyun, the person who once wanted to toss Xiao Chun out, the person who felt that Xiao Chun was not qualified to participate in the test. In the end, Xiao Chun knocked him into the air with one palm strike, causing him to suffer greatly. 3 months had passed, but Xiao Chun had not improved at all. He was still a follower. Xiao Chun walked straight over expressionlessly, brushing past this group of people. Stop right there. Xiao Chun had just brushed past them when he heard a furious shout calling out to him. Someone recognized me? Xiao Chun thought to himself. Where did this inner palace disciple come from? To think that you are not bowing when you see a group of senior brothers. Showing no respect for your seniors, showing no respect at all. I think you must be tired of living. However, a loud shout immediately followed, letting Xiao Chun know that he was wrong. Turns out that this is the reason. That makes sense. That person thought that Xiao Chun was an inner palace disciple, given his low status. When inner palace disciples saw core disciples, they had to greet them respectfully. However, Xiao Chun ignored so many core disciples. This was indeed somewhat overboard. However, this was not a serious matter, far from the point where Xiao Chun needed to die. Is there a need for me to bow to you? Xiao Chun asked coldly as he turned around expressionlessly. It's you. When this person saw Xiao Chun, he was startled at first. Then he rejoiced and guffawed. Ha ha! So it is the famous junior brother Xiao Chun. To think that you have the time to come and take a mission. Why don't you go and challenge that Xiao Jinyu? Let's see how Elder Tianyun regrets it. He is Xiao Chun? 3 months have passed. and he is still a middle-stage star venerate. It looks like Elder Tianyun did not make a mistake back then. A mixed-blood dragon bloodline is indeed a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. It cannot compare to the eruption of a true dragon bloodline in its later stages. Indeed. I heard that Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others are already close to peak early-stage holy venerate. In a short 3 months they improved rapidly. A mixed-blood dragon bloodline is still somewhat lacking. Xiao Chun was not in the mood to waste time with this group of people, so he turned and left. Junior brother Xiao Chun, why the rush? Although you are not a core disciple and do not need to bow to us, we are still your senior brothers. Are you not going to greet us? Disciple Zhang said with a smile as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chun. While Zhang Yunxian looked like he was smiling, in reality he was gritting his teeth, hiding a murderous intent on his face. Clearly, Zhang Yunxian still held a grudge against Xiao Chun for injuring him with a palm strike. He could not let it go, so he wanted to take this opportunity to vent his frustration. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the sect, unless it was the dueling plaza. Zhang Yunxian wanted to force Xiao Chun, provoking Xiao Chun into taking the initiative to attack. That way, when Zhang Yunxian made a move to teach Xiao Chun a lesson, the situation would be different. The one who violated the sect rules was Xiao Chun and not Zhang Yunxian. That way, Zhang Yunxian could vent his frustration. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure moved 3 times. However, Zhang Wenxuan pressed on, blocking Xiao Chen's every move. Junior brother Xiao Chun, I think you should come to this mission hall another day. Zhang Yunxian revealed a cocky smile. As he spoke, the core disciple who was with him appeared behind him, completely blocking his path. Come, obediently address me as senior brother. Perhaps when I am in a good mood and forget about the grudge from that day, I might let you go up, Zhang Yunxian said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chun, revealing a mocking expression. Zhang Yunxian stared at Xiao Chun, hoping that Xiao Chun would not be able to hold himself back. However, he failed. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, his expression calm. From the start until now, there had not been any change. Scram back. Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of getting angry, Zhang Yunxian grew impatient. He reached out to push Xiao Chun. However, Zhang Yunxuan's hand was only extended halfway when Xiao Chun grabbed it. Zhang Yunxuan's fingers were as tough as divine metal. With just a little force, Zhang Yunxian could not move, and he let out a miserable shriek. You were waiting for this moment, right? Xiao Chun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Yunxian with raised eyebrows. Zhang Yunxian should have been overjoyed that Xiao Chun had taken the bait. However, when he looked into Xiao Chen's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. As you wish then. Xiao Chun grabbed Zhang Yunxuan's arm and pulled. Zhang Yunxuan's body was like a sandbag as he smashed Zhang Yunxian to the ground. Rumble! A huge crack immediately appeared on the ground, and the entire foot of the mountain trembled. When the core disciples who were with Zhang Yunxian saw this scene, they turned pale with fright. They soared into the air and flew towards Xiao Chun. One of them shouted, "Hurry up and let go of senior brother Zhang. You have already violated the sect's rules." Many people came and went in the mission office. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Many people had noticed that Zhang Yunxian and his group had blocked Xiao Chun earlier. They thought that Xiao Chun would fall into a trap and be forced to make a move before being taught a lesson. Xiao Chun would learn a lesson after suffering a huge loss. However, no one expected Xiao Chun to grab Zhang Yunxian in one move, lift him up and smash him to the ground. This was simply too ruthless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 1887. There were a total of 6 people accompanying Zhang Yunxian. All of them were core disciples and early-stage holy venerates. When the 6 of them saw Zhang Yunxian being smashed into the ground like a sandbag by Xiao Chun, they immediately became anxious. He rushed over as fast as he could to save Zhang Yunxian. Boom! The 6 holy venerates soared into the air at the same time. In an instant, winds blew and clouds churned as a strong aura spread out. No one dared to approach the foot of the mountain. Some of the inner palace disciples who were watching the show could not dodge in time, and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Xiao Chun, you're dead. You're dead. Since you dare to attack your fellow disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one can save you today. After being smashed by Xiao Chen, Zhang Yunxian felt as though all the bones in his body were broken. The pain made him vomit blood. Gritting his teeth, he didn't look like he was going to admit defeat at all. Instead, he laughed crazily, looking terrifying and insane. At the same time, he mobilized all the quintessential essence in his body and struggled desperately, trying to break free from Xiao Chen's grasp. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. He just stood there and kept hitting Zhang Yunxian. Every swing was stronger than the last. In the end, the ground cracked and the mountain where the mission hall was located trembled. He attacked very quickly. Before the 6 holy venerates arrived, he had already smashed Zhang Yunxian into the ground more than 10 times. Zhang Yunxian was already badly mutilated. He was in a sorry state, but he still clenched his teeth. In the end, he gave up on struggling and only used his quintessential essence to protect his body. Release senior brother Zhang. The 6 holy venerates arrived, each attacking Xiao Chen. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Then he lifted Zhang Yunxian and used him as a weapon, sweeping out. When the 6 holy venerates with surging auras saw Zhang Yunxian's body, they all retreated, not daring to clash head-on. So. With Zhang Yunxian in hand, Xiao Chen would not advance when facing 6 holy venerates. Brandishing Zhang Yunxian's body, he charged forward ferociously, suppressing the 6 holy venerates. What holy venerables? You're just a so. I'll return it to you. Xiao Chen faced 6 holy venerates alone but managed to beat them into submission. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and infused his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy into Zhang Yunxian, who looked like a dead dog, before tossing him at the 6. Zhang Yunxian's body flew uncontrollably toward the 6 of them. Everywhere he passed, he would not be able to control it. The strong wind shattered the ground and kicked up a layer of sand and stones. The sand surged like a raging dragon as Zhang Yunxian flew towards the 6 of them. The 6 holy venerates all turned ashen. It was clear that Zhang Yunxian's body could not receive it. However, if he did not, his injuries would only worsen. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept it. Let's go together and catch senior brother Zhang. The 6 of them steeled their hearts, and their expressions turned grave. Their auras merged into one, and each of them stretched out a hand. Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to fall, they soared into the air and caught him. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from Zhang Yunxian's body, and the 6 felt their blood and qi churning. They forced themselves not to vomit. After the 6 landed, they took a few steps back before they managed to catch their breaths. After knocking back the 6 holy venerates, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and turned to leave. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? The 6 holy venerates felt very sullen in their hearts. Earlier, they had been suppressed by Xiao Chen in front of so many inner palace disciples. Now that their senior brother Zhang had returned, how could they swallow this? A horrifying killing qi spread out from the 6, and a scarlet light spread out from their bodies. Holy venerates rage. As the 6 stared at Xiao Chen, they activated their horrifying holy venerate wills at the same time, pressing down on Xiao Chen one after another. They completely fell out with Xiao Chen. They did not care that their cultivations were higher than Xiao Chen's, wanting to keep him here. The people at the foot of the mountain all sucked in a breath of cold air. You are not convinced? That's fine. Today I will make you all convinced. Not just anyone can block my path. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. The blood in his body surged, and the fighting spirit in his heart blazed. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he turned into a flash of lightning in the air. Just as the strong wills of the 6 holy venerates were about to envelop Xiao Chen executed Light of Freedom, and left his original spot at the critical moment. When he reappeared, he was already 50 kilometers away, hovering in the air with a smile on his face. There! With a thought, the 6 holy venerates sent out their horrifying holy venerate wills. How fast could the holy venerates' wills be? It was practically impossible to dodge once the holy venerates sent out their wills. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chen's body turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the combined wills by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! 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 As Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning, he whistled through the air, weaving back and forth. Xiao Chen's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed like mockery but also calm. Dressed in white, the surrounding sky follows my whim. I am as free as the wind, as free as light. The 6 holy venerates originally had a surging aura, determined to win. The 6 holy venerate wills covered nearly every corner. They were so fast that they could reach their target with a thought. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for them to lose to a middle-stage star venerate cultivator. However, the situation was reversed now. The 6 holy venerate wills should have been able to suppress Xiao Chen calmly and unhurriedly. However, sweat poured down their foreheads, feeling anxious and frustrated. Xiao Chen toyed with them, sending their holy venerate wills back and forth. However, none of them had any effect, leaving the 6 holy venerate wills on the verge of collapse. I've played enough. It's time for me to make a move, right? The smile on Xiao Chen's face vanished as he spoke indifferently. After the 6 attacks missed, they did not move. After the 6 holy venerate wills missed, they saw a bolt of lightning flying towards the 6 holy venerate wills. Just as the 6 holy venerate wills felt uncertain, that bolt of lightning suddenly turned into a terrifying and berserk lightning dragon. A strong dragon might swept out. How can this be? This is no longer light of freedom. Damn it! Since when can light of freedom become an offensive martial technique? The 6 holy venerate wills, who were physically and mentally fatigued and covered in sweat, could not withdraw their holy venerate wills in time. Flustered, they quickly scattered. In their current state, they could not endure the strike of this roaring lightning dragon. But, can they escape? The dragon roar shook the sky. When the dragon might arrived, it ruled the world. The lightning dragon ferociously rammed into the 6 holy venerates, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The electric light charred their bodies. The dragon tail swung, and the remaining 3 holy venerates were sent flying. Rumble! 3 loud sounds rang out, and the 3 holy venerates crashed into a mountain peak each. The mountain rocks shattered and were instantly buried. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the lightning dragon revealed its true form. Xiao Chen landed on the ground, dressed in pure white robes. Before the group could exclaim in surprise, several terrifying auras suddenly flew over from the sky. 3 peak early-stage holy venerate experts clad in scarlet robes and radiating terrifying killing intent flew over from afar. It's the law enforcement hall's blood dragon guards. This is problematic. The blood dragon guards are here. With Xiao Chen injuring so many core disciples, he will definitely be severely punished. If he violates the sect rules, he will be severely punished. How unfortunate. This matter clearly cannot be blamed on Xiao Chen. However, he should have exercised some restraint. No matter what, he should not have made the first move. Then, should he have allowed others to bully him? Many of the inner palace disciples who had seen this from the start felt upset on Xiao Chen's behalf. This matter was not his fault at all. Who attacked inside the sect, harming a fellow disciple? The person in the middle of the 3 blood-clad guards demanded coldly. It's him. It's him. It's him. Zhang Yunxian, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, jumped up and pointed at Xiao Chen. It's him. It's him. He broke the sect rules and harmed fellow disciples. He was arrogant, making the first move. How noisy! Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand and slapped Zhang Yunxian's face, sending him flying. Xiao Chen was like a fly. There was no end to this. How bold of you! To think that you dare to attack before us. Come with us then. The 3 blood dragon guards' expressions turned cold as they descended on Xiao Chen, wanting to forcefully restrain Xiao Chen and take him away. Scram! Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He spread his fingers and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A colossal flaming hand immediately appeared in front, covering the entire sky. An ancient great desolate Aeon dragon might travel through time and space, like the rage of heaven. The 3 blood-clad guards were greatly startled, caught off guard. They had not expected Xiao Chen to dare to resist. Pa! Just like that, Xiao Chen ruthlessly smacked the hand down. Then he flipped his hand and pressed it down. Chapter 1888. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the 3 blood dragon guards to the ground, immobilizing them. Such a scene shocked everyone. Blood dragon guards. That was the Dragon's Gate's law enforcement hall, under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. In terms of rank, it was even higher than the Heaven Dragon Palace Hall. Each of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces was comparable to a peak rank 6 sect. Naturally, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelons had to set up a counterbalance mechanism. Otherwise, if he allowed it to develop, it might threaten him instead. That would truly be digging his own grave. The existence of the Blood Dragon Guards was a thorn that came from the Dragon's Gate, piercing deep into every outer palace. The stronger the outer palace was, the more difficult it was to remove the thorn growing in the flesh. It had a reputation of being a taboo. Every Bloodstrike Guard was extremely powerful, and they were in charge of enforcing the laws of the various outer palaces. Today, Xiao Chan sent these 3 Blood Dragon Guards flying with one palm strike. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. But no matter what happened in the future, it was now, alone now. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was not because Xiao Chan dared to anger the Blood Dragon Guards. Instead, it was because he, a middle-stage star Venerate, defeated 6 Holy Venerates and 3 Blood Dragon Guards. Strong. Only this word existed in the minds of many Inner Hall disciples. He's ridiculously strong. Boom! The 3 Blood Dragon Guards struggled to their feet on the ground, showing incredibly sullen expressions. Although the 3 were in sorry states, they were not severely injured. After all, they were peak early-stage Holy Venerates. The Blood Dragon Guards enjoyed even better resources than core disciples, as well as cultivation techniques and martial techniques from Ancestor Dragon City. He was rather old, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary Holy Venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had only executed Firmament's Rage, not his full power. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had only executed the first layer of Firmament's Rage, not activating the 2 Dao Seals in his hands. Hence, he did not bring out its full might. Hua! A scarlet flame blazed in the eyes of the 2 Blood Dragon Guards. They seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique, and their killing chi spread out in an even more terrifying manner. Xiao Chan smiled coldly, unafraid. The atmosphere became tense once again. It was as if there were flames everywhere in the air, igniting and exploding at the slightest touch. The confrontation between the 4 of them was far more terrifying than when Xiao Chan faced the 6 core disciples. At the foot of the vast mountain, there was only silence. No one dared to speak. After a long time, when the Blood Dragon Guard in the middle saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he felt some fear. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand to block the somewhat rash Blood Dragon Guards on both sides. Lead the way. I'll go to the law enforcement hall myself. Xiao Chan was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He had to find a way to end this matter. Since he had to deal with it sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to face it. Sorry for the offense. When the person in the middle heard Xiao Chan say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. The flames in the eyes of the Blood Dragon Guards on the left and right also slowly faded. Such an attitude was a sign of fear and respect for the strong. After making their moves, the 3 of them were no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned around and led the way for Xiao Chan. Whoosh! Electric light flashed, and Xiao Chan quickly followed. His expression remained calm, not showing any fluster. The surroundings were silent. Only after the 4 of them had walked far away did all sorts of discussions begin to ring out one after another. It's Firmament's Rage. What Xiao Chan executed earlier was Firmament's Rage. It is exactly as described in the secret technique. No, it is even more horrifying than described in the secret technique. Aside from the first palace master, no one has managed to practice this secret technique in more than 1,000 years. To think that Xiao Chan actually succeeded in practicing it. Furthermore, he easily executed it. No wonder he could defeat 3 Blood Dragon Guards with one palm strike. However, Xiao Chan seems to have only reached small perfection. He did not manage to infuse his great Tao into it. If he could infuse his great Tao into it, that would be too heaven-defying. That is absolutely impossible. However, no matter what, Xiao Chan will be skinned alive after going to the law enforcement hall this time. How unfortunate. Previously, 2 Inner Palace disciples broke the sect rules and had their cultivation crippled for 10 years. In the end, the discussions turned from shock to sighs. One would not have a good ending after entering the law enforcement hall. However, in reality, Xiao Chen's treatment in the law enforcement hall was somewhat different from what everyone imagined. After the 3 blood dragon guards brought Xiao Chen to the blood dragon guards, they immediately reported Xiao Chen's matter to their superiors. Xiao Chen injured 6 holy venerates in the mission hall, and even attacked the blood dragon guards. He was truly bold. The news quickly spread and startled the law enforcement hall's upper echelon. What? This person is only a middle-stage star venerate? This matter immediately caused a huge commotion in the law enforcement hall, startling the strict law enforcement hall's vice hall master, who had not been involved in matters for a long time, to make a personal appearance. The law enforcement hall's vice hall master had the surname Li. He was a stout old man with a thick beard and an extremely fiery temper. When the vice hall master heard about Xiao Chen, he immediately took charge. Vice hall master Li did not go to see Xiao Chen directly. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Xiao Chen, who was waiting for his trial. Slowly, a smile appeared on Vice Hall Master Li's face, appearing somewhat playful. Xiao Chen, who was waiting for his trial, did not show any expression on his face. Then, he took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to rest. After that, there was no movement from Xiao Chen. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Chen directly started cultivating, not moving at all from start to end. Interesting. He treats my law enforcement hall as his residence. To think that he directly started cultivating. Vice Hall Master Li smiled, making it hard for others to tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he meant. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Li's expression changed slightly. Then, he dismissed the people around him and said indifferently, "To think that he discovered me." Whoosh! In the next moment, Vice Hall Master Li's figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the room where Xiao Chen was. Boom! A pressure immediately appeared in the average-sized room, making Xiao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was not a sovereign personage will but Vice Hall Master Li's dragon might. Given his strong cultivation, he did not purposely withdraw this dragon might, letting it spread out. Xiao Chen sized up the person who arrived and said seriously, "Senior is really patient, only appearing after 6 hours. This junior feels honored." Humph! Even after arriving at my law enforcement hall, you still do not show any signs of repentance. It looks like you do not want your core disciple status anymore. Vice Hall Master Li became slightly angered. Immediately his dragon might fluctuated, and a true dragon roar came from it. The roar resounded in Xiao Chen's ears and penetrated deep into his soul, causing fear to spread in his mind. Xiao Chen guarded his heart and easily dispelled this fear. Then he looked at Vice Hall Master Li, who had a strong background and a terrifying aura. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Why should I repent? I am not in the wrong." Furthermore, after pausing for a moment, Xiao Chen released an overwhelming aura from his body. Then he said, "Furthermore, does the so-called right and wrong really matter? If anyone is in the wrong, they can only blame me for being too strong and them being too weak." Boom! The moment the dragon might from Xiao Chen's body appeared, it cleanly swept away the dragon might that Vice Hall Master Li casually released. Vice Hall Master Li's grave expression suddenly vanished. Then he guffawed. "Good, good, good." After saying good 3 times, Vice Hall Master Li said loudly, "Well said. What is right and wrong? Only the weak need sect rules. The sect rules have always been made by the strong. I still have to say that you beat them up well and beautifully. You overestimated yourself and went to mock them, resulting in you getting beaten up. What else can you do but deserve it? Ha ha ha. If you had beaten up those 3 blood dragon guards, that would have been even more in line with my temper." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. I made the right bet. As long as I have sufficient potential, I can ignore all the sect rules and precepts. I think highly of you becoming a heaven-class core disciple, and of you entering Ancestor Dragon City. The current core disciples all boast about how strong they are, and how incredible their backgrounds are. This old man looks down on none of them. If you do not have a temper, even if you enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will be nothing. Vice Hall Master Li appeared very bold. His tone showed extreme disdain for the other core disciples. Xiao Chen remained calm. Although there were some discrepancies and the matter was much easier to deal with than he had imagined, this was a good thing and not a big deal. In the future, if you find anyone displeasing, feel free to beat them up. If one day you even beat up the blood dragon guards like dogs, this old man will directly guarantee your entry into Ancestor Dragon City. Haha. Vice Hall Masterly spoke excitedly, directly giving Xiao Chun the authority to beat up people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, I still have to put on a show. I will announce to the outside world that I will lock you up for 1 month and deduct your stipend for 3 months. Just go out and do some missions and not appear in the sect. What do you think? The Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master spoke in a negotiating tone, not treating Xiao Chun as an outsider. That suits me. Ha ha ha. Good. It is decided then. Come, let's go and have a few drinks. To think that you even managed to practice Firmament's Rage. How rare. Chapter 1889. Just as Xiao Chun and Vice Hall Master Li were chatting happily, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the other core disciples who had been showing off recently, received news of Xiao Chun beating up 6 core disciples at nearly the same time. All of them felt shocked and incredulous. To think that he dares to beat up my people. Xiao Chun, you are clearly targeting me. When Yi Qinyun received the news, he was the most furious. Among the more than 1,000 core disciples, everyone knew that Zhang Yunxian was Yi Qinyun's man. The other 6 core disciples were also on good terms with him. In the end, Xiao Chun beat them up. This was especially so for Zhang Yunxian, who was beaten up beyond recognition. Finally, Xiao Chun sent him flying with a slap. This was a tragic sight. If others saw this, they would definitely take it as a slap to Yi Qinyun's face. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. Yi Qinyun showed an enraged expression as he tightly clenched his right fist. He wished that he could trample on Xiao Chun right now to regain his face. On the other side, Elder Tianyun personally arrived at Xiao Jinyu's residence and informed him of what happened at the foot of the mountain in the mission office. That's impossible. This Xiao Chun has only been in the Heaven Dragon Palace for 3 months. How can he defeat 6 core disciples at the same time? To think that he even succeeded in practicing the most difficult Firmament's Rage. When Xiao Jinyu heard the news, he showed some fluster on his face. However, he then remembered that Elder Tianyun personally brought this news. In that case, it can't be wrong. Xiao Jinyu quickly apologized. Master, Jinyu did not mean to offend you. Elder Tianyun showed an unsightly expression as he said sullenly, You understand what I mean by bringing you this news, right? Disciple understands. Humph. Back then, this Xiao Chun called me out at the dueling plaza and said that I chose the wrong person. This old man did not lower himself to his level on the surface. However, if you really lose to him, I will lose face. You can forget about remaining in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Elder Tianyun's expression turned sullen, putting heavy pressure on Xiao Jinyu. This disciple will not live up to Master's expectations. Give me 2 months and I will definitely break through to middle stage Holy Venerate. Ignorant. What was the point of cultivation? Unless one was a peak intermediate Holy Venerate, one would not have an absolute advantage over him. That Xiao Chun is just a middle stage Star Venerate. Have you never thought about how he could defeat 6 core disciples in a row? He relies on the Dragon's Gate secret technique and his own accumulations. Although his cultivation is low, the quality and quantity of his veritable essence energy are not low. Elder Tianyun felt somewhat disappointed at Xiao Chun for failing to meet his expectations. He paused for a while before continuing. What you need to do is bring out your advantages to the limit and accumulate them properly. You should not be in a rush to raise your cultivation. The 3 Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace are only early-stage Holy Venerates. However, they can sweep through all the core disciples. Xiao Jinyu seemed to think of something. Master means, after tomorrow, I'll bring you to the sword-sweeping peak. If you can achieve great mastery in the great way of the sword, you'll be able to stab Xiao Chun to death with a single strike. It's 100 times better than you advancing to the mid-stage Holy Venerable level. Thank you, Master. The other core disciples were more or less inspired. Under the guidance of their masters, they all put in effort. All this was for the sake of obtaining a slot in the upcoming Heaven-class Core Disciple competition. Right now, everything was just an illusion. If they could not even obtain a slot, they could forget about entering Ancestor Dragon City. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, they would leave that Xiao Chun and the other competitors far behind. In the mission hall, Vice Hall Master Li personally let Xiao Chun in through a secret passageway. No one knew about it. With the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li leading the way, the manager of the mission hall personally received Xiao Chun in fear and trepidation. What high-quality missions are there recently? Let Xiao Chun look through them, Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. The mission hall's elder looked at Xiao Chun, feeling greatly startled. Isn't this the person who caused trouble at the foot of the mountain and got taken away? Why did the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master personally bring him over in the blink of an eye? The mission hall's Vice Hall Master felt somewhat confused. However, since Vice Hall Master Li gave him instructions, he naturally had to obey. This is the list of recent missions. Take a look and let me know if there are any suitable ones. Xiao Chun received the mission list and carefully looked through it. There was a total of 7 Rank 1 missions. Rank 1 was the highest. Above Rank 1 were Transcendent Rank 1 and Absolute Rank 1. Those were issued to the sect elders and required the strength of a sovereign personage to accept them. Xiao Chun's gaze focused on the Rank 1 missions. Soon he locked on to 4 Rank 1 missions. 2 of them were assassination missions. One was to search for the Blazing Sun Heart in Blazing Sun Valley, which one could obtain by killing the Blazing Sun Berserk apes in Blazing Sun Valley. The last was a Rank 1 mission. Of the 4 missions, helping the Dragon's Gate take back its lost base in the underground world was the most complicated and the highest. However, the reward was extremely bountiful. A total of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. The first 3 Rank 1 missions also had bountiful rewards, at least 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. These are the 4 Rank 1 missions. Wait, that's not right. I seem to have to take on some other missions before I can fulfill the quota set by the sect. Just give me a few Rank 7 missions. Xiao Chun made his choice and handed the mission list to the other party. What? You want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions? No way, no way. The mission hall's manager shook his head and said, absolutely not. The Rank 1 missions themselves require one to be a holy venerate. Furthermore, 2 people need to work together to take them. Letting you take them alone is already showing mercy. To think that you want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions alone. What about the other core disciples? Humph. If this old man says it's fine, then it's fine. Stop being so long-winded. Since this little brother of mine chose these 4 missions, then these 4 missions it is. When Vice Hall Master Li heard the word no way, he became angry. After all, he had personally sent someone over. To think that Xiao Chun did not give him any face at all. Xiao Chun's furious voice was accompanied by his dragon might, scaring the mission hall's manager. The manager felt very bitter in his heart. This was the person in charge of the Blood Dragon Guards. He simply could not afford to offend him. Sure. However, I'll say this first. You will have to bear the punishment for failing the mission. Don't blame me for not warning you. The punishment for failing is much heavier than you imagine. The manager did not dare to offend Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only vent his anger on Xiao Chun. Since I already made my choice, I naturally know the consequences. Haha, that's more like it. Let me take a look at the mission list. Vice Hall Master Li received the mission list and took a look. Then his expression changed slightly. None of them were easy to complete. Of the 2 assassination missions, one was to eliminate a group of bandits that had been killing people and robbing their goods in the Divine Dragon Empire for many years. There was a total of 18 people in this group of bandits, who called themselves the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits. All of them were holy venerates. Their lair, the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, had been refined into an inherited Dao tool that could hide in the starry heavens at any time. Every time a sovereign personage went to kill them, they would flee far away. When the sovereign personage experts left, they would find a random place to hide. They killed people to snatch their treasures and resources. Their methods were extremely cruel. The number of dragon race martial artists that died in their hands and the number of dragon race forces that were destroyed was unknown. The Dragon's Gate had been troubled by this group of crafty demonic cloud bandits for many years, giving them a headache. The second assassination mission was an assassination mission. Recently, a demonic Dao expert appeared in Yunyang province. This expert specialized in killing dragon race experts and absorbing the special dragon souls of dragon race cultivators to refine the demonic dragon pennant. His movements were mysterious, and his methods were even crueler. All the people he killed were dragon race experts. After they died, he extracted their souls and drained them of their dragon blood. The dragon race bloodline had an extremely strong life force. The dragon race's souls were even more tyrannical, which would be of great help in refining the demonic dragon pennant. Yunyang province was the red dragon race's territory. Several red dragon race holy venerate experts had already died at the hands of this demonic Dao cultivator. This attracted the attention of the Dragon's Gate, and they sent it to the 7 outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate as a rank 1 mission. Since this demonic Dao cultivator dared to come to the Divine Dragon Empire alone, it proved that he was very confident and strong. The third mission, Blazing Sun Valley, was a dangerous land. Although the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was strong, it was still a ferocious beast after all. The risk of this mission could be controlled. As for the fourth mission, Vice Hall Master Li shook his head slightly. The underground world was simply too deep. The missions that could become rank 1 missions were definitely not easy. The rewards depended on how much effort one put in. The Dragon's Gate would not give 1 primeval heavenly pills for nothing. The price would definitely be equal. Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, "Brother Xiaochan, isn't this mission a little inappropriate? The risk is too high. The mission has already been accepted. If you give up, it will be considered a failure." The manager also had a temper in his heart. He walked over and handed the mission card to Xiaochan. He smiled coldly in his heart. It is too late to be afraid now. Xiaochan received the mission card calmly and smiled. "It's fine. I have my own plans." Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, Xiaochan would not be able to raise his cultivation quickly while he was a late-stage star venerate. He would not be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace was just waiting for death, waiting to be defeated by the people of the other outer palaces. Either way, he would die. He might as well accept the mission and gamble. Furthermore, Xiaochan still had many trump cards. While it was inconvenient to use them in the sect, there were no restrictions once he left the sect. Xiaochan felt somewhat confident of completing these missions. "Little brother, since you have your own plans, I will not say anything more. Remember to rush back in 2 months. Otherwise, you will miss out on the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, and you will suffer a great loss. The Heaven Class Core Disciple slot will definitely be mine. Many thanks, Big Brother Li." The mission hall manager grumbled in his heart. Whether Xiaochan could return alive was still a problem. To think that Xiaochan still wanted to become a Heaven Class Core Disciple. He really did not know his limits. Chapter 1890. Xiaochan accepted a total of 10 missions, mainly because of the sect rules. Core disciples had to complete 3 missions every month. Aside from the 4 rank 1 missions, the rest were all rank 7 missions. As Xiaochan held the mission card, he carefully analyzed each mission for a long time, forming a plan in his heart. He had only 2 months. Many of the 10 missions clashed with each other. One was in the south and the other was in the north. Even if he could use transportation formations, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Xiaochan decided to hire someone to complete the 6 rank 7 missions. If he had time, he would definitely do it himself. However, the rewards of these rank 7 missions could not compare to the time required. Xiaochan felt that the losses outweighed the gains. He could only pay for the primeval heavenly pills himself and hire cultivators outside to do it. This was simple. The Divine Dragon Empire definitely did not have only cultivators in the sections. There were many other factions. Spending some primeval heavenly pills would cause many factions to fight over these missions. As for the remaining 4 rank 1 missions, the order in which they were completed was also very important. I should go and deal with this demonic Dao cultivator first. To think that he dares to use the blood and souls of dragon race cultivators to cultivate a demonic Dao cultivation technique and refine a ghost pennant. This is simply unforgivable. Rage flashed in Xiaochan's heart. He always felt that the current demonic Tao sects and cultivators had reached an extreme. This kind of extreme was very terrifying. If left unchecked, not only would they destroy themselves, but they would also destroy the foundation of the entire world. For the sake of strength, they would do anything. They would even lay their hands on ordinary people, even doing something as heartless as using the souls of infants. In comparison, although the righteous Tao sects had many hypocrites and people who killed and robbed, they rarely made a move on ordinary people. It was even more impossible for them to make a move on infants or pregnant women. When demonic Tao cultivators reached the Holy Venerate realm, they would be known as demonic venerates. Xiao Qin's target this time was known as demonic venerate Mu Yun. The Divine Dragon Empire had 7 provinces, each with 100 counties. Each county was as large as First Senior Sisters. The Red Dragon race governed Yunyang province. In the Yunyang state there was a huge desert called the Violent Flame Desert. This desert was unusually hot. It was an excellent experiential training ground for fire-attributed dragon race cultivators. Most of the red dragons were fire elemental and had fiery temperaments. A person's temper was like an unstable dynamite. When they were angry, they would explode with a loud bang, causing people to feel extremely terrified. The blazing light from the blazing sun was a natural treat for the red dragon race cultivators. Just staying in the desert for a day would benefit them immensely. The Red Dragon Palace disciples frequently roamed Violent Flame Desert, hunting ferocious beasts, searching for fortuitous encounters, and practicing cultivation techniques. The place was extraordinarily bustling. However, right now, the lively atmosphere of the Violent Flame Desert was filled with grief and anger. 3 months ago, Devil Sovereign Mo Yun suddenly appeared in this desert and started a massacre. Hundreds of the Red Dragon Palace disciples had already fallen victim to Xiao Qin. Their blood was drained, and their corpses laid out in the desert. They looked like dried corpses dying miserable deaths. The most hateful thing was that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was extremely arrogant. He purposely laid a trap and lured out several core disciples. After killing a holy venerate of the Red Dragon race, who had gotten careless, Xiao Qin's strength soared in the past 3 months, becoming increasingly terrifying. While in Violent Flame Desert, Xiao Qin looked at the intelligence reports and calmly analyzed the situation. The Red Dragon race possessed the Divine Dragon bloodline. After advancing to Holy Venerate, the power of their bloodline had already developed significantly. Xiao Qin was not an ordinary Holy Venerate. For demonic Venerate Mu Yun to be able to kill several core disciples, he definitely had a trump card that no one knew about. The most recent murder happened 7 days ago. To think that this fellow still has not left. He must have cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique, or a ghost penant to a critical juncture. Once he breaks through, he will be even more horrifying and difficult to deal with. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He could no longer analyze demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength, based on the intelligence reports from 3 months ago. This mission was somewhat thorny. However, thorny was interesting. If it were ordinary, there would not be any challenge. Let me see how strong this demonic venerate Mu Yun is. Let's go and meet up with the others first. The Dragon's Gate distributed this mission to the 7 outer palaces. Someone from each outer palace could go and accept it. Of course, only one person could complete the mission. Whoever obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's head would complete the mission and obtain the reward. One could communicate with others through the mission card. One could hear the voices of the other people accepting the mission and obtain information. 3 days later, in the depths of Violent Flame Desert, 6 dragon race cultivators gathered on a sand dune. Among them, there were 3 from the Red Dragon Palace. Based on their attire, Xiao Qin could determine that the other 3 were from the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Of the 7 outer palaces, aside from the Golden Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace, everyone accepted the mission. Although it was a rank 1 mission, it was not guaranteed that someone would accept it. It was normal that no one from the 2 dragon palaces had accepted it. Only one person can take on this mission. To think that your Red Dragon Palace sent out 3 people. It looks like you are truly angry. The youth in the Blue Dragon Palace's uniform said as he looked at the Red Dragon race trio. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as they die at the hands of our Red Dragon clan. The leader of the Red Dragon clan was a muscular young man in a white robe with flame patterns on it. His voice was filled with suppressed rage. This mission was a humiliation to the Red Dragon Palace. The Red Dragon Palace did not intend to get the Dragon's Gate's help at all, wanting to kill demonic Venerate Mu Yun on their own. However, after the upper echelon of Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon's Gate evaluated demonic Venerate Mu Yun's strength, they still sent the mission to the 7 outer palaces. If we run into demonic Venerate Mu Yun, we can just attack him ourselves. After we kill him, we do not need Mu Yun's head. The leader of the Red Dragon Clan Cultivator said seriously. Rage flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Palace's leader as he said sullenly. The 3 core disciples of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The Red Dragon race seemed to be xenophobic. Their words did not sound very pleasant. The core disciples of the 6 outer palaces all had their own pride as they possessed the divine dragon bloodline. Murong Yen, aren't your words a little overboard? Although you are hailed as an unparalleled genius of the Red Dragon Palace, there is no need to look down on us like that, right? The Silver Dragon Race core disciple, Yun Tianhe, said indifferently with a slight frown. If you feel that we are going overboard, you can leave now. The Red Dragon Race does not need your help. The 3 of us will give you the reward for the mission. We will not let you make this trip for nothing. Murong Yen did not appreciate the offer at all. His tone was filled with hostility. The Blue Dragon Race core disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Then, he patted Yun Tianhe's shoulder to stop him from continuing. Chongfeng, on account of you, I will not lower myself to his level. The rage in Yun Tianhe's eyes had yet to fade. Murong Yan's words were simply too overbearing. However, the Red Dragon bloodline was extremely hot-tempered. If they continued arguing, they would definitely end up fighting. Someone is coming. Just at this moment, the only woman in the team, the young woman from the White Dragon Palace, raised her head slightly and looked into the distance. The others also sensed someone flying over from the mission cards. I wonder if it is from the Golden Dragon Palace or the Green Dragon Palace. If it is a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, then this mission is in the bag. If it is a Green Dragon Palace core disciple, that is fine. At the very least, there is no need to worry about injuries or the corrosion of the demonic qi. The 3 discussed softly. As they spoke, they felt interested in this final person. However, as that figure approached, the expressions of the 3 Red Dragon race cultivators turned increasingly unsightly. Yun Tianhe and the other 2 also showed strange expressions, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. Damn! This is never ending. It is one thing for the people of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Now even a mixed blood dragon is here to join in the fun. What do they take our Red Dragon Palace for? Murong Yan's rage completely erupted. Boom! A terrifying, scorching aura burst forth. Murong Yan's figure flashed as he turned into a flame and charged out, moving as fast as a meteor. Whoosh! The Blue Dragon Palace core disciple frowned slightly. He leaped up and blocked Murong Yan at the critical moment. Situ Chongfeng, what are you trying to do? Murong Yan showed an irritable expression on his face. Clearly, he was in a rage. Situ Chongfeng's expression remained calm as he said in an amiable manner. Murong Yan, no matter what, one more person means one more force. Why the need to reject him like this? There is no need. Humph! The 2 of you tell that mixed blood dragon to scram. If he does not, blast him out. Before Situ Chongfeng could finish speaking, Murong Yan snorted coldly and got the other 2 Red Dragon race core disciples to chase away Xiao Chan. Situ Chongfeng sighed and decisively turned around to meet up with Xiao Chan. Situ Chongfeng, stay here and mind your own business. However, Murong Yan did not give Situ Chongfeng this opportunity. He directly punched at the turning Situ Chongfeng. When Murong Yan punched, intense flames surged into the sky. A boundless sea of fire burned behind him. The boundless, mysterious phenomenon of fire looked as terrifying as lava from hell. Although Situ Chongfeng wanted to, he could not. He could only turn around and fight, delayed by Murong Yan. I'm afraid this person is going to be unlucky. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe looked at the distant Xiao Chan and said indifferently to the young White Dragon race girl. The 2 of them did not want to interfere in this matter. A mixed blood dragon was not worth their time. Chapter 1891. Xiao Chun had rushed all the way to the rendezvous point on the mission card. In order not to delay others, he had rushed at full speed. When Xiao Chun approached, he saw two people flying out of a distant sand dune, charging at him. Two people fought on the sand dune. Even from a distance, Xiao Chun could feel their horrifying auras. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, two furious shouts rang out. Where did this mixed blood dragon come from? Scram! This is the matter of our Red Dragon Palace. It is not your mixed blood dragon palace's turn to make a move. If you still don't scram, we will make a move. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples unleashed their dragon might, pressing towards Xiao Chun. Rumble! Formless might and might immediately caused the surface of the violent flame desert to churn like waves. Xiao Chun's face sank. Just as the two dragon might approached, he landed firmly on the ground, and his dragon might surged out. Bang! Amid the loud rumbles, the surging desert dust suddenly exploded as the dragon might clashed with each other. It was like a sandstorm that soared into the sky. An enormous murderous cloud filled the air, traversing the heavens and covering the sun. You dare to retaliate? You are reckless. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples raged. Their holy venerate wills surged out, pressing down on Xiao Chun. Under the pressure of the two holy venerate wills, the desert for 5,000 kilometers around immediately exploded apart. Many cracks spread out for 500 kilometers, looking like a spiderweb. However, Xiao Chun had already turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed over. His cultivation was his greatest weakness. The thing he feared the most was clashing with the holy venerate will. The pressure from the holy venerate will would weaken his strength significantly. Even if Xiao Chun forcibly scattered the holy venerate will, it would only last for a moment. Fortunately, he was fast enough to prevent the holy venerate will from suppressing him. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples were also hot-tempered. The moment they attacked, they immediately used their holy venerate wills. When the two saw Xiao Chun dodge, they turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the Red Dragon Palace core disciples. The two snorted coldly and attacked, sending out their fire Dao might. The two fire Dao might layered over each other and surged out, trying to force Xiao Chun out. Bang! Who knew the lightning did not come out? Instead, a lightning dragon that was even more violent than the flames pierced through the Dao might and flew out. The two of them were shocked and hastily retreated. However, Xiao Chun's thunderous attack had already begun. The dragon tail covered in electric light swept out, filling the sky with yellow sand. The yellow sand in the violent flame desert looked like sparks. The sandstorm created by the dragon tail was like a flaming tornado. The two retreating red dragon race cultivators each sent out a punch, trying to block the force of the dragon tail. However, the two of them had still somewhat underestimated the strength contained in the dragon tail. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths as they were violently knocked back, landing miserably on a sand dune. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe and the young white dragon revealed shocked expressions. The two of them were core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, yet they were knocked back. Boom! What a strong dragon aura! Following that, the roaring lightning dragon appeared in the two's vision. The berserk dragon might made the two's expressions grave as they raised their guard. Whoosh! Xiao Chun appeared and landed on a sand dune. Then, he looked at the two Red Dragon Palace core disciples. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at Murong Yan and Situ Changfeng, who had stopped fighting in the air. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Murong Yan. This person should be the one who gave the order. Xiao Chun's calm gaze instantly turned somewhat cold. Damn it! You mixed blood dragon, how dare you injure me? Boom! Murong Yan raged in the air. He had not expected his two junior brothers to suffer at the hands of a mixed blood dragon, so he immediately wanted to make a move. However, Murong Yan did not expect Xiao Chun to take the initiative to charge at him after he determined his target. There was no time to think. After Xiao Chun charged over, he immediately attacked. His vital qi surged as he threw a punch. Murong Yan swallowed the words that he could not say with much difficulty. Then, he had to deal with Xiao Chun's attack. Bang! 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 The two figures in the air quickly clashed, losing their momentum in one move. Murong Yan continuously retreated. After 100 moves, he shouted and forced Xiao Chun back. Whoosh! Murong landed on the ground and took 10 steps back. Sand and dust exploded in the surrounding desert, surging into the clouds like waves. The ground sank by more than 1 kilometer. After the two exchanged moves, the surroundings changed drastically. The two exchanged moves so quickly that the others could not react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late to stop them. Now, the two separated after much difficulty. Situ Changfeng and Yun Tianhe attacked at the same time, blocking the two. This brother, although the Red Dragon Palace has offended you, we are in the same boat now. There is no need to get angry. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we fight, we will both end up injured. That will just benefit demonic venerate Mu Yun, Situ Changfeng advised softly as he appeared before Xiao Chan. Yun Tianhe stopped Murong from continuing to attack. Then he mocked coldly. Murong, you are really incredible. I didn't see you kill demonic venerate Mu Yun. Yet you are flaunting your prowess. Murong smiled coldly and said, that is because I did not make a move. You cannot even deal with a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple. Yet you want to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun? You sure talk big. Yun Tianhe retorted, not giving Murong any face at all. Xiao Chun looked at Situ Changfeng. The other party should be a Blue Dragon Race Core disciple, as he gave off a peaceful aura of wind. The Blue Dragon Race was good at dancing with the wind and clouds. They were also known as the Dragons of the Sky. Just as Xiao Chun was about to say something, 2 Red Dragon Race disciples rushed over from behind and headed for Murong. Senior brother, demonic venerate Mu Yun killed someone else? The 2 Red Dragon Race disciples sent a voice projection. Murong expression changed drastically. He could not be bothered to continue fighting, quickly leading the two away. Qiu Xiuing and Yun Tianhe arrived beside Xiao Chun. When they sized up Xiao Chun, they felt shocked. A disciple from the Heaven Dragon Palace actually dared to attack Murong. This was simply incredible. Let me make introductions. This is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe. This is the White Dragon Palace's Miss Qiu Xiuing. Situ Changfeng gave a simple introduction. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Chun responded and gave his name. Murong should have obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's whereabouts. From the looks of it, he intends to act alone. From the looks of it, he intends to go alone, Yun Tianhe said indifferently as he looked in the direction Murong left, his tone containing dissatisfaction. Let's go and take a look. We all have a share in this mission, Qiu Xiuing said softly. Qiu Xiuing said softly, and was the first to follow. Obviously, she did not want to miss this mission with rich rewards. Yun Tianhe followed close behind, not wanting to be too slow. Brother Xiao, do you want to go together? Situ Changfeng invited. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not someone we can easily deal with alone. Let's go then. Xiao Chun did not overthink. It was fine as long as he could complete the mission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For hours later, Xiao Chun and Situ Changfeng sensed the dense aura of a demonic Dao cultivator. When they looked up, sinister winds filled the distant sky. All sorts of terrifying mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. There were raging flames soaring into the sky, wailing malicious spirits, and all sorts of ferocious beasts from hell. Quick, let's go. They are already fighting. Situ Changfeng's expression changed slightly as he quickened his pace. Xiao Chun followed unhurriedly. After a while, the two saw Qiu Xiuing and Yun Tianhe watching from a tall sand dune. After the four gathered, they looked down and saw Murong leading 2 Red Dragon Race Core disciples in a huge battle with a black-robed, middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator showed disdain on his face, as he held a ghost pennant with demonic dragons embroidered on it and fought with the 3. The black-robed cultivator should be that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Black smoke surrounded demonic venerate Mu Yun as he fought against 3 alone. He appeared to be in a sorry state, especially when facing Murong attacks. However, demonic venerate Mu Yun did not show any dismay or panic on his face. He just stared at the 3 with greed in his eyes. Haha! Holy venerates of the Red Dragon race, good timing. What I want is the blood of a holy venerate. Ha ha ha! Stay here and don't let any of you leave. Demonic venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand. A sinister wind blew, and the horrifying temperature of the violent flame desert immediately dropped. Murong Yen and the other two felt a chill and could not help shivering. This was a chill that came from the soul. Veritable essence energy could not block it. Die! Demonic Venerate Muyun shouted, and a black demonic dragon head with a scarlet horn emerged from the ghost pennant. The demonic dragon's eyes glared, inspiring horror in the hearts of Murong Yen and the other two. When the demonic dragon's head appeared, the terrifying demonic dragons might force back the three's dragon might. Ha ha ha! Use your blood and souls as a sacrifice to my blood prison demonic dragon. Demonic Venerate Muyun laughed maniacally. As the demonic dragon slowly emerged, its might grew increasingly terrifying. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky, turning pitch black. Roar! When the demonic dragon completely emerged, it roared ferociously. Murong Yen and the other two were no match for it, forced back by the demonic dragon's roar. What a terrifying demonic dragon! Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing could not help exclaiming. This demonic dragon refined using an evil technique was already much stronger than demonic Venerate Muyun himself. Chapter 1892. The moment the blood prison demonic dragon appeared, Murong Yan's group immediately fell into a disadvantage. This demonic dragon's dragon might was extremely frightening. It was unknown how many experts' dragon souls it had absorbed to achieve such an effect. The strangest thing was the bloodhorn on the demon dragon's head. It was bright and glistening. It didn't match his black torso at all. Just looking at it would make people feel uncomfortable. Ha ha ha! They are all holy venerates with grade 5 divine dragon bloodlines. With the blood and souls of the three of you, my blood-held demonic dragon can be considered a success. I can leave this damned place now. The demon cloud venerate laughed maniacally. Occasionally he made a move to harass Murong Yen and the other two, making things even more difficult for them. Just the blood prison demonic dragon alone was already a headache to deal with. Blood prison demonic dragon? This person is a cultivator from one of the 10 great devil sects, the blood prison devil hall. He isn't a rogue cultivator. Situ Changfeng stared at the demonic dragon as a trace of worry flashed between his brows. This time things were going to be troublesome. A good opportunity. This is the best opportunity to kill this demon cloud overlord. The eyes of Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing lit up. They could clearly tell that the blood prison demonic dragon was demonic Venerate Muyun's greatest trump card. That demonic dragon's strength had far surpassed his own. It would definitely take a lot of effort to control it. So, the two did not hesitate to attack decisively, charging at that demonic Venerate Muyun. Situ Changfeng frowned slightly. He wanted to stop Xiao Chun but did not say anything in the end. He only looked at Xiao Chun and said, Brother Xiao, I think this demonic Venerate Muyun still has trump cards. If Brother Yun and Lady Qiu run into trouble later, I'll have to trouble you to save them. Xiao Chun could not help criticizing demonic Venerate Muyun in his heart. These two were clearly greedy and rash, underestimating him. If there was any danger, he could not blame anyone else, so he had no obligation to help. However, since Situ Changfeng said so, Xiao Chun nodded and said, I will do my best while ensuring my own safety. That's all I need to say. Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and leaped into the air. Wind and clouds gathered around him. In an instant, the gentle Situ Changfeng seemed to have become a completely different person. Looking disdainfully at the world, looking down on the world, wind and clouds rose together. And only I am supreme. With a furious bellow, he reached out and grabbed the blood prison demon dragon's neck. Dragon's Gate secret technique, dragon seizing hand. Situ Changfeng, who was in the air, was incomparably insignificant compared to the blood prison demonic dragon. His aura expanded infinitely. Although his body was small, the entire world could become his body. With the sky as his will, with the clouds as his body, with the wind as his wings. Situ Changfeng's attack was boundlessly imposing. As the blood prison demonic dragon leaped high into the air, his attack struck. Standing on the dragon's back, he pressed down on the blood prison demon dragon's head and pinned it to the ground. Murong Yen and the other two quickly moved back, finally getting a chance to catch their breath. Wind God Silver Wing Palm. A pair of silver dragon wings suddenly appeared on Yun Tianhe's back. As the dragon wings flapped, the silver light of the great path behind him immediately expanded until it covered the entire sky behind him. When Xiao Chan threw a palm strike, thousands of silver palm imprints carrying the rage of a strong wind flew towards demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Sword light like leaves falling leaves like ice. Ice falling leaves sword. Qiu Xiuing remained expressionless as she swung her sword. The sword intent filling the air froze into ice, turning into fallen leaves drifting in the air. A cold light as resplendent as a star appeared at the tip of Qiu Xiuing's sword as it headed for demonic Venerate Mu Yun's chest. The two's auras flourished, and they attacked decisively, preparing to deal with demonic Venerate Mu Yun in one strike. Do you think that I did not discover you? Indeed, the Dragon's Gate's outer palace is filled with a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. Since you are here, then there is no need to leave. Great sun like blood. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun had long been prepared to face the two's attacks. As he laughed maniacally, his skin suddenly ruptured, revealing a ferocious expression. Blood slowly flew out of demonic Venerate Mu Yun's body drop by drop. Then it gathered into a huge ball of blood encasing him. Whoosh! The ball of blood grew increasingly resplendent and intense, dazzling and piercing. The terrifying demonic might actually contained an aura that Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing were familiar with. The aura of their race. This is dragon blood. Boom! The ball of blood exploded like the sun. Be it the thousands of palm imprints or the ice sword chi filling the air, they all shattered. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing, who sensed that something was wrong, retreated one step too late. The scarlet light knocked them back, severely injuring them. The scarlet light scattered, and demonic Venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. All of you, I will drain you of your blood and trample on your souls. I will make you suffer so much pain that you wish for death. Ha ha ha. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand, and many miniature demonic dragons came out of it. The might and aura of these demonic dragons were much weaker than that of the blood prison demonic dragon. However, there were many of them. A sinister wind blew behind demonic Venerate Mu Yun, producing ghostly wails and wolf howls. More than 1,000 miniature demonic dragons flew out and surrounded Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing. The severely injured two could not catch their breath before they fell into the encirclement. Overwhelmed. Damn it! Yun Tianhe's face twisted in extreme rage. The dragon wings behind him flapped continuously, but he could not do anything. On the other side, Qiu Xiuing's situation was not much better. When Situ Changfeng, who had captured the blood prison demonic dragon, saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. After observing for a while, he quickly shouted, Miss Qiu, Brother Yun, the two of you quickly regroup. If the two of you work together and use your sword intent to open a path and strong winds to shock the enemy, you will definitely be able to escape. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing, who were fighting on their own, startled to their senses. That was indeed the case, so they quickly did their best to regroup. Just take care of yourself, you fool. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun raged. Taking advantage of Situ Changfeng's distraction, the blood prison demonic dragon roared ferociously and struggled free. The blood prison demonic dragon raised its head and sword, ruthlessly flinging Situ Changfeng away. Roar! The scarlet dragon horn on the blood prison demonic dragon's head pierced towards the tumbling Situ Changfeng at lightning speed. Connected cloud steps. In the time it took for a spark to fly, flower-like clouds suddenly appeared under Situ Changfeng's feet, allowing him to move in the air. As Situ Changfeng floated around, he continuously attacked. Palm winds rumbled like thunder, shaking the surroundings and knocking back the blood prison demonic dragon. Dragon's Gate secret technique? Heaven burning rage. Suddenly a ferocious roar came from below. Murong Yen, who had rested for a while, attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the sky was instantly set ablaze. Blazing flames spread out for 1,000 miles, as if they were going to burn through the sky. Pa! The flames formed a huge palm in the sky and ruthlessly smashed the blood prison demonic dragon into the ground. Situ Changfeng took the opportunity to land. Thank you for saving me, Brother Murong. After Situ Changfeng landed, he felt lucky. Others did not know about the danger from earlier. If he was pierced by the blood horn of the demonic dragon, he would immediately fall into an illusion. His soul would be without a place to rely on, and even a deity would not be able to save him. Murong Yen remained expressionless as he looked at the blazing blood prison demonic dragon, which was smashed to the ground by the colossal palm. He frowned slightly. Surprisingly, it was only a light wound. This demonic dragon was not made of flesh and blood, so the damage that the dragon flames could do to it was limited. This won't do. We have to instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Situ, if the four of us activate our great desolate Aeon bloodlines at the same time, we won't be able to kill this blood prison demonic dragon. If I use my holy venerate will to suppress it, I can instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Then it will be easy to capture and kill that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Determination flashed in Murong Yan's eyes as he said sullenly, "No, the only thing we can do now is to think about how to leave. We do not hold any advantage. Since this demonic venerate Mu Yun dared to come, he must have thought of a way to deal with the great desolate Aeon bloodline." Situ Changfeng analyzed calmly. Once we stake everything on this, there will be no way out. While the blood prison demonic dragon is injured, let's save Brother Yun and Miss Chiu and leave first. We are at a disadvantage not because we cannot defeat him. It is just that we know too little about demonic venerate Mu Yun. Next time we will be prepared. We will be able to take him down easily. Humph! Murong Yan snorted coldly. How did the Blue Dragon Palace produce a cowardly person like you? It is just death. Why should the people of my Red Dragon Palace fear death? Let's attack. Yes, senior brother. Boom! The 3 Red Dragon Palace core disciples suddenly burst out with terrifying dragon might. The Overlord-class bloodline from the ancient Great Desolate Aeon reappeared. The 3 burst out with a red light that rivaled the blazing sun. Their eyes looked like they were painted with a golden light. Damn demonic dragon! Suffer the rage of the Red Dragon race. Murong Yen roared and his forehead swelled up. A terrifying holy venerate will, supported by the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, pressed down on the demonic dragon like it was solid. 3 overwhelming wills carrying an unparalleled dragon might instantly encase the blood prison demonic dragon before ruthlessly pressing down. Fiery light spread out, and everything within 5,000 kilometers collapsed. 5,000 kilometers away, yellow sand surged like a tsunami in all directions, surging towards this place. Countless fireballs floated in the sky, swaying back and forth. Senior brother, the dragon might of that blood prison demonic dragon is gone. The 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples exclaimed loudly, rejoicing when they sensed that extremely hateful demonic Dao dragon might vanish from their bodies. Good. Let's pursue this victory. Before the Great Desolate Aeon dragon might vanishes, we will deal with this demonic venerate and take revenge for our Red Dragon Palace brothers. Murong Yin shouted. Then, he led the 2 towards demonic venerate Mu Yun. Stupid, lowly dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yun revealed a mocking smile. Then, he took out an evil talisman made of dragon blood and shot it over. After the dragon blood talisman landed, the blood prison demonic dragon immediately burned with a large scarlet light, turning it into a scarlet sea. Malicious spirits filled the sea, making it look like hell. Roar! Waves surged, and the blood prison demonic dragon was reborn in blood. Not only did it recover from all its injuries, but it even recovered to its peak even stronger. How can this be? Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples were greatly startled. Despair appeared in their golden eyes. Ha ha ha! I already said that none of you can leave today. You 3 little bugs obediently lie down and die. As demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally, the reborn blood prison demonic dragon gave off an even stronger dragon might. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of filthy corrosive flame, looking like it would swallow up the 3 stunned people. Sky, please protect my race. A golden light flashed in Situ Chongfeng's eyes as he instantly came to life. Wind and clouds gathered around him as he held his hands in front, palms facing the sky. His veritable essence energy and soul energy drained continuously. A blue light burned in his palms. Vaguely, a strand of an ancestor dragon's dragon might traveled through time and space, coming from the distant past to hear a junior's call. 3 invisible palms instantly tossed Murong Yen, and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples tens of thousands of meters into the sky, avoiding the fatal corrosive flame and leaving the battlefield. Damn it! 3 managed to escape. However, your bloodline alone is enough to deal with 3 of them. Demonic venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Changfeng after executing his secret technique. Just as demonic venerate Mu Yun was about to make a move, his expression changed slightly as he sensed an extremely weak killing chi. Then, he turned his head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Insignificant mixed blood dragon, I did not go and look for you, but you actually dared to come and overturn the sky, demonic venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Changfeng after executing his secret technique. Where is he? Demonic venerate Mu Yun suddenly discovered that Xiao Chan, whom he sensed earlier, had vanished. He could not help feeling bewildered. Die. Firmament's rage. It turned out that Xiao Chan had already turned into a lightning bolt and entered the clouds. Then, he descended from the sky and executed Firmament's rage. The fingers of the huge burning palm were like sabers. A boundless saber intent spread out from the palm. When the palm landed, it completely encased demonic venerate Mu Yun. Firmament's rage. The Firmament's rage that has already been cultivated to the second layer. Pleasant surprise flashed in the fatigued Situ Changfeng's eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, brother Xiao Chun. Chapter 1893. Xiao Chun found the right opportunity and struck like a bolt of lightning. It was effective in an instant. With one look, it was clear that this demonic Dao cultivator was good at controlling all sorts of demonic creatures. He had strong soul energy, but his physical defense was relatively weak. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's Firmament's rage, even with defensive Dao tools and secret techniques, Xiao Chen's Firmament's rage would not be able to withstand it. Even if all of them were hit, it would be hard for him to escape death. Boom! As demonic venerate Mu Yun watched in despair, Xiao Chen's palm strike landed. The saber intent covering his palm instantly riddled his body with holes. The power of thunder exploded violently, and the giant palm fell with a loud rumble. His entire body was smashed into nothingness on the spot. Without a head, he could only gather the remnant souls around him as proof that he had completed the mission. However, when Xiao Chan landed on the ground and radiated his soul power, he frowned slightly. No, there wasn't a single remnant soul in the surroundings. It didn't seem like someone had died here. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, it was impossible that he couldn't find a single remnant soul when he spread out his soul power. There was only one possibility. Demonic venerate Mu Yun was not dead yet. The one he killed was just a clone. The ghost streamer on the ground suddenly flew up, and the blood prison demonic dragon and many smaller demonic dragons quickly entered the ghost streamer. The ghost streamer moved as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light and fleeing far away. Boom! A sand dune in the distance exploded. Demonic venerate Mu Yun leaped out and landed on the ghost pennant, quickly fleeing into the distance. So. When Yun Tianhe and the white dragon maiden landed on the ground, they looked deeply at Xiao Chan with lingering fear. When Xiao Chan was trapped earlier, he had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he had received Situ Changfeng's guidance. Otherwise, not to mention escaping, he would not even be able to protect himself. Even when the five of them worked together, they could not defeat such a horrifying demonic venerate. Yet, the moment Xiao Chan appeared, he scared off demonic venerate Mu Yun. How could they not be shocked? Brother Xiao Chan, thank you for saving me. Situ Changfeng walked over tiredly and thanked him softly. Xiao Chan didn't feel good accepting this gratitude. He shook his head and said, Not really. I'm just doing it for myself. Brother Situ, you don't have to be so polite. I still have to chase after this demonic venerate Mu Yun, so I'll take my leave first. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he did not want to waste any more time. Without waiting for Sitiyu to reply, he quickly chased after demonic venerate Mu Yun. This fellow is truly abominable. He waited until we fought to the death with demonic venerate Mu Yun before making a move. Now that demonic venerate Mu Yun is injured, he is ungrateful and immediately left. Seeing Xiao Chan leave, Yun Tianhe was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he was trapped. He also wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough. However, in his current state he was incomparably weak. There was no way for him to forcefully chase after them. However, Xiao Chen's words were rather interesting. It was as if he had forgotten that he had watched Murong Yan and demonic venerate Mu Yun fight for a long time before deciding to make a move. Situ Changfeng frowned slightly and said, These are all minor matters. However, although this demonic venerate Mu Yun is injured, It is still very risky to give chase alone. Unfortunately, we still let him escape. If we had detained him earlier, we could have killed him, Qiu Xiuying said with some dissatisfaction as she looked into the distance. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "There is no need to find it unfortunate. This demonic venerate Mu Yuan is not as strong as we imagined. It is just that we do not understand him well enough. The next time we meet him, we just need to recruit a cultivator good at archery and a beast controller. We can easily defeat him. Alternatively, we can recruit a dragon race cultivator good at mental attacks. One of them can defeat him." "Where's demonic venerate Mu Yuan?" Just at this moment, Murong Yan and his 2 junior brothers, who had been sent out of the battlefield, rushed over anxiously. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying glanced at Murong Yan. However, they were not in the mood to bother with him. They closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Situ Changfeng went over and gave a rough account of what happened. "It's that mixed-blood dragon again." Feeling upset, Murong Yan asked sullenly, "Which direction did he go?" Situ Changfeng felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he pointed in the opposite direction. After him. Murong Yan did not hesitate to lead his 2 junior brothers in a mad dash, kicking up a trail of sand and dust. Yun Tianhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the distant Murong Yan. Then he closed his eyes again and said indifferently, "Idiot." At this moment, Xiao Chan, who was chasing demonic venerate Mu Yuan, stood on a sand dune. When Xiao Chan looked into the distance, he could no longer see demonic venerate Mu Yuan's figure. There was not even a lingering aura. He truly lives up to being a demon venerate who dared to charge into the divine dragon empire alone. He really has many backup plans, Xiao Chun said faintly. He was also a little impressed in his heart. He was cunning enough, had many tricks up his sleeve, and handled matters cautiously. When he escaped, he did not forget to remove the aura he left behind. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the more it was so, the more Xiao Chan wanted to chase after it. The various signs showed that this demonic venerate Mu Yuan was truly injured. The destruction of his clone had significantly affected his main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Even if demonic venerate Mu Yuan had set up a diversion, he would have left behind some clues to lure his pursuers. If Xiao Chun did not deal with demonic venerate Mu Yuan while he was injured this time, he would be even harder to deal with next time. Xiao Chun took out the death god mask and put it on. Then he closed his eyes and executed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art with a thought. Whoosh! Demonic clouds filling the sky immediately gathered in the sky, continuously spreading out to the front. As the demonic clouds churned, they covered 500 kilometers in one breath. This was much faster than Xiao Qin's movement technique. The demonic clouds in the sky were like Xiao Qin's eyes. Everywhere he passed, he could see everything clearly under the demonic clouds. It was even clearer than what one could see with the naked eye. Every grain of sand on the ground could be clearly distinguished. More importantly, these demonic clouds were extremely sensitive to the auras of demonic Dao cultivators. As long as Xiao Chun discovered one, he could immediately lock onto the target. As the demonic clouds spread out, the clouds gradually thinned, reducing the drain on veritable essence energy. Although Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy could not cover an entire great realm like the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings, it was still incredibly dense. However, it could still cover millions of kilometers. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could consume primeval heavenly pills to replenish his drain at any time. Demonic venerate Mu Yuan, who had already fled far away, sensed that there were no pursuers within 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, demonic venerate Mu Yuan had completely erased his aura along the way. A holy venerate would not be able to discover any traces at all, unless it was a sovereign personage. However, based on the information that demonic venerate Mu Yuan obtained, the Dragon's Gate had not raised the rank of the mission to absolute rank yet. That way, no sovereign personage experts would come, and demonic venerate Mu Yuan could rest easy. Damn it! To think that a mixed blood dragon spoiled my plans. Demonic venerate Mu Yuan leaped out of the ghost pennant and cursed as he held the ghost pennant. As demonic venerate Mu Yuan spoke, he could not help coughing a few times. The destruction of his demonic Dao clone had inflicted significant damage to his main body. Most importantly, his soul energy was damaged. preventing him from maintaining control over the thousands of small demonic dragons, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon with a horrifying might. If demonic Venerate Muyun persisted, when these demonic creatures saw that he was weakened, they would definitely attack him and destroy him. However, it does not matter. After some time, my blood-prisoned demonic dragon will advance further, and it will be able to materialize in endless hell. At that time, even if a sovereign personage comes, I will not be afraid. When I return to the demon royal halls, my status will be even higher. Demonic Venerate Muyun said seriously, a fanatical look flashing in his eyes. That's not right. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? Suddenly, Demonic Venerate Muyun looked up and was shocked to discover that demonic clouds had gathered above him at some point in time. Someone of the demonic Tao? Demonic Venerate Muyun grasped the ghost pennant in his hand tightly with his right hand. His eyes showed uncertainty as he raised his guard. Whoosh! Xiao Chun, who was far away, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of demonic eyes appeared in the demonic clouds that gathered above Demonic Venerate Muyun in the sky. Might I ask which expert you are? Since we are on the same path, why not show yourself? Demonic Venerate Muyun asked somewhat nervously, praying that the person who came was not too strong. No one answered him. The pair of eyes that appeared in the demonic clouds glanced at him before vanishing silently. Whoosh! Xiao Chun turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the demonic clouds. His speed immediately increased by more than 100 times. In merely one breath, he rushed over. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds and struck a sand dune. Then Xiao Chun appeared on the sand dune and looked coldly at Demonic Venerate Muyun. Demonic clouds gathered from all directions, churning like the tide. The demonic clouds became thinner and thicker. The demonic might in the sky slowly strengthened. Under the demonic might, the air turned viscous. No wind could move it. I am the blood prison demonic palace's Demonic Venerate Muyun. Why are you here? If it is for the dragon blood, I can give you half of what I have. Xiao Chun, who wore the death god mask, had his aura isolated. Demonic Venerate Muyun could not see through Xiao Chun at all. He only found Xiao Chun mysterious and unfathomable. His expression immediately turned extremely grave. That mask looked exquisite. There were 2 rows of mysterious scriptures on the white mask. With one glance, one found it strange and felt fear in one's heart. If one continued to look, one would feel fear in one's heart, not daring to continue looking. Sir, don't be too greedy. Half of the dragon blood is already my greatest concession. Demonic Venerate Muyun snorted coldly, and the ghost pennant in his hand fell heavily. An overwhelming demonic might surged out from his body. I don't want your dragon blood. What do you want? I can give you whatever I can. Everything is negotiable. I'll kill you. When Demonic Venerate Muyun heard that, he immediately became enraged. He waved the ghost pennant in his hand and said, This old man has been enduring for so long. You really think that I am easy to bully? Die. The blood-prisoned demonic dragon darted out of the banner like a bolt of lightning, carrying an even stronger demonic dragon, might as it swept towards Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chun sensed the vast demonic clouds in the sky, he could look down on the surroundings without moving. It was a wonderful feeling to look down on the world. Looking at the charging blood-prisoned demonic dragon, Xiao Chun sneered. The Chongqi ghost streamer appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, Chongqi, a prehistoric fierce beast, flew out. Soul Tool. Demonic Venerate Muyun was startled. In his fluster, he tried to summon back the blood-prisoned demonic dragon. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The blood-prisoned demonic dragon instantly clashed with the great desolate Ian Chongqi in the air. After clashing for a while, the ferocious beast tore the blood-prisoned demonic dragon into pieces. Demonic Venerate Muyun screamed in pain. His complexion pale, devoid of blood. Withdraw! Xiao Chun shouted, not wanting to overuse this Chongqi ghost streamer. The ferocious beast roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings before reluctantly returning to the banner. Bang! The ferocious beast's roar directly knocked Demonic Venerate Muyun into the air. When Demonic Venerate Muyun landed on the ground, he secretly held a talisman and silently circulated his secret art, making one last gamble. However, his face still showed horror and despair. As long as this person comes over, I can instantly reverse the situation. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Whoosh! Clearly, this was just demonic Venerate Mu Yun's wishful thinking. Then Xiao Chun took out the God Shadow Bow and used the last of his soul energy to shoot an arrow. The instant Xiao Chun let go, the arrow stabbed into demonic Venerate Mu Yun's chest, bringing him back to life. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's meridians shattered, and his soul scattered. His life force drained in that instant. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he removed his mask. Then, he looked at demonic Venerate Mu Yun expressionlessly. However, he still did not approach. After Xiao Chun verified that demonic Venerate Mu Yun was truly dead, he walked over and took a look. Then he swung his saber and chopped off demonic Venerate Mu Yun's head. Xiao Chun successfully completed the first mission. Chapter 1894. Xiao Chun took the head and destroyed the ghost pennant. After using 2 soul tools in a row, Xiao Chun felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had only brought out a small portion of the soul tool's might, he had drained Xiao Chen's soul energy. However, this also drained his soul energy. His mind was fatigued and his complexion paled. Actually, Xiao Chun could have killed this demonic Venerate Mu Yun without using a soul tool. After all, this person was already severely injured in the first place and had drained a lot of his soul energy. However, it would be hard to avoid spending more time, and there might be some variables. After putting away this person's storage ring, Xiao Chun returned the way he came, not rushing or slowing down. Then he recuperated and recuperated. Xiao Chun recovered his exhausted soul energy and dealt with uncontrollable accidents. 1 hour later, Murong Yen rushed back with his 2 junior brothers. He said angrily, "Damn it! This demonic Venerate Mu Yun ran too far away. There are no traces of him at all." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing slowly stood up. They knew what was going on, but they showed no intention of explaining anything to Murong Yen. Yun Tianhe looked at Situ Changfeng and asked, "Changfeng, what do you think of Xiao Chen's chances of catching up to demonic Venerate Mu Yun and killing him after that? If Xiao Chun dealt with demonic Venerate Mu Yun, there would be no need for them to continue wasting time here." Facing the Red Dragon race displeased him. If someone snatched away the mission, Xiao Chun would immediately leave this place and go as far as he could. Qiu Xiuing also looked at Situ Changfeng, waiting for his answer. Situ Changfeng entered deep thought. Then he said, if he can catch up, he should have an 80% chance of killing demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun has drained a lot of his soul energy and is severely injured. If he does not have any trump cards, only death awaits him. After all, he is facing someone who successfully cultivated Firmament's rage. However, whether or not we can catch up to him is a question. Since this person left behind a demonic path avatar as a backup, it's impossible. Since this person left behind a demonic Dao clone as a backup, he must have thought about how to escape after the clone was destroyed. Murong Yen nodded at the side and said seriously, "That's right. He did not leave behind any aura at all. I even used the Sex Dao tool for tracking demonic qi. In the end, I did not find any clues at all. That Xiao Chun will not be able to find him either. Violent Flame Desert is boundless." Yun Tianhe and the White Dragon Girl had weird expressions on their faces, but they still didn't say anything. "What's with your expressions? Did I say anything wrong?" Murong Yen demanded angrily when he saw Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuing's strange expressions. Situ Changfeng quickly smoothed things over. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Let's do it this way then. Let's go first. We can't just wait here for Xiao Chun. Leave a jade slip and tell him where we're going to stay. When he comes back, he can meet up with us." Murong Yen said disdainfully, "The next time we meet this demonic Venerate Mu Yun, we will need the help of a mixed blood dragon. I already have a countermeasure." "I'm afraid your countermeasure is useless." A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds in the sky. Then Xiao Chun revealed himself and slowly walked over. "I already killed demonic Venerate Mu Yun." Astonishment flashed in Yun Tianhe's and the White Dragon Maiden's eyes. This development startled Murong Yen. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. My senior brother and I searched 500,000 kilometers to the northwest and did not find the aura that demonic Venerate Mu Yun left behind. How could you have found him?" "Northwest? Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression. He glanced at Situ Changfeng and roughly understood the reason. Then, he took out demonic venerate Mu Yun's head and said, "His head is here. Do you still not believe me? Senior brother, it really is demonic venerate Mu Yun's head." The two red dragon cultivators could not help exclaiming when they saw it clearly. Murong Yin immediately felt extremely upset. To think that a mixed-blood dragon, whom he looked down on the most, killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in his own territory. This was simply a slap to his face. Murong Yin simply could not accept this. His rage surged up and down. "Senior brother, in any case you took revenge for our red dragon brothers. In the future this violent flame desert will be safe. In the end this is a good thing." The other person tried to console Murong Yin. Demonic venerate Mu Yun had killed hundreds of red dragon disciples. The red dragon race already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. If the red dragon race could not complete the mission, they would send out their own elders to complete it. However, the elders in the sect were all sovereign personages. They were very useful and could not be easily mobilized. Naturally, it would be best if the elders could not be mobilized. Murong Yin calmed down for a while before he regained his composure. Then he gave Xiaochen a deep look. "Consider this my red dragon race is thanks to you. This old man has not thanked a mixed-blood dragon before. You should feel honored." Murong Yin took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Xiao Chun. Then, he turned around and led his two junior brothers away. Xiao Chun gently grasped the jade bottle and opened it. It was filled with primeval heavenly pills, about 3,000 of them. If it were in the past, Murong Yan's words would have upset Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun would not have let him leave so easily. Now it did not matter. Xiao Chun could tell that this Murong Yan's intelligence was somewhat lacking. There was no need to lower himself to his level. "Congratulations, brother Xiao," Situ Changfeng said with a cupped fist salute as he walked over. Although Qiu Xiuing and Yun Tianhe were reluctant, they still came over to congratulate Xiao Chun. "You are too polite. Although I killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun by myself, I would not have been able to kill him so easily without the help of the three of you. Hence I did not complete this mission alone. The reward is a total of 10,000 primeval heavenly pills." Xiao Chen's words stunned Situ Changfeng and the other two. After a pause, Xiao Chan continued. "Originally, I only wanted 5,000 primeval heavenly pills and split the rest evenly among the three of you. However, since Murong Yin left, I will keep 7,000. Of the 3,000 primeval heavenly pills, each of you will get 1,000. As Xiao Chan spoke, he took out the primeval heavenly pills he had and distributed them to the three. Primeval heavenly pills were good stuff. Although the core disciples of the other outer palaces had high stipends, receiving at least 2,000 primeval heavenly pills a month or 3,000 or 4,000 at most, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. However, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. They all accepted the primeval heavenly pills with smiles. "This is the first time I feel somewhat guilty." Situ Changfeng smiled but still accepted the primeval heavenly pills. There was no need to be overly pretentious at this moment. "Goodbye." Xiao Chen acted decisively. He still had 3 major missions to attend to and could not delay for too long. After dealing with the demonic venerate mission, he had to rush to the next one. As Situ Changfeng watched Xiao Chen leave, he sighed. He left in such a rush. I still wanted to chat with him along the way. However, I do not have a chance to do so. Haha. Could it be that you want to befriend him? Although this person is pretty good, he is still a mixed blood dragon in the end. He will not amount to much. There is no need to waste time on him. Yun Tianhe smiled faintly. Although he did not show his disdain on his face like Murong Yin did when facing a mixed blood dragon, the pride on his face remained. After saying that, Yun Tianhe took his leave. Qiu Xiuing and Situ Changfeng said their goodbyes and quickly followed Yun Tianhe. Mixed blood dragons, mixed blood dragons, mixed blood dragons are the most common in the empire. Was the Black Dragon King's lesson not enough? Situ Changfeng smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Back then, when the Black Dragon King waved his hand, most of the mixed blood dragons in the Divine Dragon Empire followed him, going on an expedition to the abyssal underworld. When the Black Dragon King became the prime of the underworld monarch, he nearly destroyed the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, that period of history was too distant. The divine dragon descendants of the current empire had already forgotten it. Thinking of the Black Dragon King, Situ Changfeng suddenly felt excited, comparing Xiao Chan to the Black Dragon King. In the future, if this Xiao Chan waved his hand and called for help, how many mixed blood dragons would follow him? Situ Changfeng also felt that his thoughts were a little ridiculous. Situ Changfeng leaped into the air, using the sky as his will, the wind as his wings, and the clouds as his body. Then he turned into a dragon in the sky and soared far away. Soon he overtook Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were still in a daze in the clouds in the sky. Blazing Sun Valley. This was one of the famous danger lands of the Divine Dragon Empire, located in Blazing Sun County. This Blazing Sun County was the territory of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chan used the transportation formations between the counties and the light of freedom to travel in the clouds. After 7 days he arrived at this place. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. Many of them had overlord-class bloodlines and were known to be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Fortunately, the Blazing Sun berserk ape that Xiao Chan wanted to kill was not an overlord-class ferocious beast. However, it was still very difficult to deal with. It was a middle-stage holy venerate. Normally, it would be unrivaled among middle-stage holy venerates in pairs. However, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that this Blazing Sun berserk ape had a berserk bloodline. After it entered a berserk state, it could burst out with the strength of a late-stage holy venerate. This mission could only be accomplished with intelligence, not brute force. The only good news was that ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts after all. Unless they were like the six-tailed heavenly fox, they were much less intelligent than humans. As long as one was not stupid, one would be able to think of a way to deal with them. 3 days later, Xiao Chan found the aura of a Blazing Sun berserk ape in the perilous Blazing Sun Valley. However, what surprised Xiao Chan was that someone had already started fighting with the Blazing Sun berserk ape. Chapter 1895. Someone beat me to it? This was something unexpected. After all, this mission was not like the earlier assassination mission, which was not shared with the other palaces. Given this, it could only be that someone else wanted to obtain this Blazing Sun berserk ape's beast core. The Blazing Sun berserk ape possessed a berserk bloodline. Its beast core was very valuable, and could be refined into a medicinal pill with the berserk effect. If one could reduce or eliminate the side effects, then the refined medicinal pill would tempt even Xiao Chan. Just think about it. It could instantly raise one's cultivation by several times. That was simply horrifying. Even if there were some side effects, it could be used as a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. It was still very attractive. After withdrawing his aura, Xiao Chan silently appeared on a mountain peak. Then he opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and hid in the clouds. Immediately, Xiao Chan saw the scene of that person fighting the Blazing Sun berserk ape. That person fought 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes alone on the lava-covered land without being at a disadvantage. That person wore golden dragon robes and a purple gold crown on his head. He also wore several rings with gems embedded on his fingers. That person exuded a noble aura. Strands of golden dragon chi circled his body. That person's cultivation was not high, only early-stage holy venerate. However, his aura and the air that he gave off were stronger than several late-stage holy venerates that Xiao Chan had seen before. The 6-colored divine dragons, the golden dragon race. Xiao Chan muttered to himself. The golden dragon race was the strongest of the 6-colored divine dragons. The current dragon emperor, who was also the dragon's gates master, was the current dragon emperor. The golden dragon emperor held supreme authority in the divine dragon empire, and his strength was incredibly horrifying. Naturally, the overall strength of the golden dragon race was higher than that of the other 5 races. Without the corresponding strength, one could not take the position of dragon emperor. The other 5 races were not people to be trifled with. When the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes worked together, their strength equaled that of a late-stage holy venerate. Furthermore, they did not go berserk. If they went berserk, their overall strength would be even higher. This person dared to fight 1 against 2. He was truly confident in his strength. Xiao Chan squinted and discovered that the 5 rings on the other party's hand were all inherited Dao tools. Looking at the golden dragon robe, It was also an inherited Tao treasure. In other words, this person could use the power of 6 great Taos. This Xiaochun felt somewhat speechless. In reality, inherited Tao tools were even more useful than soul tools from a certain point of view. Xiaochun could not bring out a soul tool at full power. He could only use it slightly and could not control it freely. As for inherited Tao tools, he could use them casually. As a holy venerate, he could easily bring out the full might of inherited Tao tools. With so many inherited Tao tools, it was no wonder this person was so confident, daring to barge into Blazing Sun Valley alone and fight 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes alone. The Blazing Sun Berserk ape was covered in long fiery red fur. When it stood upright, its fur looked like it was on fire when it fought. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and it let out angry roars from time to time, causing the surrounding lava to explode. Terrifying waves of fire burst out and soared into the sky before turning into burning flames. When they fell, they were like blazing meteors, dazzling and resplendent. They crashed into the ground with a huge impact. This resulted in an even bigger explosion, and the surrounding waves of fire never stopped. That golden dragon race cultivator fought steadily, occasionally using his great Tao energy to easily resolve the various dangers, dealing with them calmly. Xiaochun thought to himself, thinking of countermeasures. The reward for the Blazing Sun Valley mission was slightly less, only 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. However, to Xiaochun this was a huge sum. He absolutely could not give up on it. However, someone had already beaten him to his target, and the battle had gone on for a long time. Xiaochun did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Xiaochun could only search for other targets. There were many ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. It would not be easy to find other Blazing Sun Berserk apes. For example, Xiaochun had searched for the target before him for several days before finding it after much difficulty. If he was unlucky, he would have spent even more time. How unfortunate! Xiaochun shook his head and left decisively to search for other Blazing Sun Berserk apes. For hours after Xiaochun left, the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes finally lost their patience and went berserk. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, turning into a sea of lava. Only a few places could stand. A strong and berserk aura spread out from the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes. Their heavy breathing sounded ear-splitting like thunder. At this moment, the most suitable countermeasure was to put some distance between them. Xiaochun could not clash head-on with the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes. After this period, it would be time to reap the harvest. However, this young golden dragon race cultivator revealed a smile on his face. He did not show any signs of pulling away. Anticipation flashed in this young golden dragon race cultivator's eyes as he muttered, "They finally went berserk. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time already." This young golden dragon race cultivator did not move at all as he stood on the sea of flames. The 2 Berserk Blazing Sun Berserk apes charged at him without even thinking. Bang! 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 With every step the Blazing Sun Berserk apes took, they kicked up tsunami-like fiery splashes, shaking the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Terrifying roars spread out, causing many ferocious beasts to flee in fear. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes landed on the golden dragon race cultivator at nearly the same time. His golden dragon robes glowed. The golden dragon motifs on his robe seemed to come to life, forming a golden dragon shield around him. Kasie! The dragon shield immediately shattered. The huge rebound knocked the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes into the air. The 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes crashed into the sea of flames, kicking up large waves. When the waves fell, it looked like fire rained down from the sky. The 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes were severely injured. The earlier dragon shield seemed to have some trick to it. The stronger the attack, the more severe the injury. The auras of the severely injured Blazing Sun Berserk apes instantly plummeted from their peak. They were even weaker than before they went berserk. Die then! The yellow-robed cultivator snorted coldly. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air shattered. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air carried the golden dragon's might as it flew out. Kasie! Kasie! Thousands upon thousands of incredibly sharp golden shards stabbed into the bodies of the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes. The life force of the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk apes immediately drained rapidly. It only took a moment for them to go from peak to end. The blazing sun berserk apes lost their patience, but so did the yellow-robed cultivator. He had never thought of dodging these blazing sun berserk apes. The 5 gemstone rings on the yellow-robed cultivator's hands flashed at the same time. Then, 5 Dao discs appeared behind the yellow-robed cultivator. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, and his aura reached an incredible level. Then he punched. A 5-colored fist wind kicked up boundless waves, finishing off this dying blazing sun berserk ape. The yellow-robed cultivator revealed a smile after successfully retrieving the beast core. With 2 beast cores, it is time to search for the remaining blazing sun berserk apes. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good. He found a pair of blazing sun berserk apes at the foot of a desolate mountain. He did not rush to make a move, patiently observing them. As he observed this pair of blazing sun berserk apes from afar, he kept his guard up against the other ferocious beasts in the valley. Xiao Chen had a hard time. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the 2 blazing sun berserk apes' every move in great detail. Xiao Chen was not like the golden dragon race cultivator, who was covered in inherited Dao tools. He could only be cautious and create the most suitable opportunity to attack. If only the demon blood vulture were here. With its speed and strength, it could easily lure one away for Xiao Chen. However, that did not matter. After observing for 3 days, Xiao Chen finally found an opportunity. The 2 blazing sun berserk apes did not always forage together. They also took turns to forage, but there was no pattern. On this day, the opportunity that Xiao Chen had found came. One of the blazing sun berserk apes came out alone again. However, it did not stray too far from its companion. As long as it roared, it would quickly receive a response. If Xiao Chen attacked head-on, the other blazing sun berserk ape would definitely sense it. Whoosh! Standing on the mound, Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he drew back the bowstring and fired an arrow, striking the blazing sun berserk ape that went out to forage. That blazing sun berserk ape immediately became enraged and charged in the direction of the arrow. The other blazing sun berserk ape found this slightly strange. However, it did not sense any danger. Since its companion did not call out to it, it did not pay it any mind. Just like that, Xiao Chen leaped around the mountain, luring this blazing sun berserk ape further away. However, he still did not show himself. This drove this blazing sun berserk ape crazy. It's almost time. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put away the Soul Slayer bow. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chen arrived before the blazing sun berserk ape that had been left behind. This blazing sun berserk ape already felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to give chase, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared and launched an attack at him. Just like that, the distance between the 2 blazing sun berserk apes widened. As Xiao Chen dealt with the blazing sun berserk ape's pursuit, he carefully avoided the territories of some overlord-class ferocious beasts. He lured the blazing sun berserk ape to a remote area. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had been observing the actions of these 2 blazing sun berserk apes. However, his heavenly eye did not stop. He had already grasped the terrain and the ferocious beasts within 1,000,000 miles. Only by making ample preparations did this operation go smoothly. For hours later, Xiao Chen stopped on a vast piece of black land. He silently turned around and instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Boom! The colossal palm carried the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon as it descended from the sky. Its fingers were like sabers, flickering with electric light as it smashed at the blazing sun berserk ape chasing after him. That blazing sun berserk ape had never expected its prey, which had been fleeing, to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the blazing sun berserk ape got struck by Firmament's Rage. The blazing sun berserk ape's colossal body was smashed down in midair. The blazing sun berserk ape's coarse skin and thick flesh immediately became riddled with wounds. Electric light flickered endlessly as the blazing sun berserk ape lay on the ground, howling in pain. His anguished wails contained a shocking rage. Boom! The instant the blazing sun berserk ape got up, it suddenly entered a berserk state. A blood-like flame burned on its body. The blazing sun berserk ape stared straight at Xiao Chen, and a terrifying ferocious might pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and the mountain behind him instantly shattered under this ferocious might. vanishing without a trace. It went berserk in advance. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The situation before him somewhat surpassed his expectations. The main reason was that Firmament's rage was too mighty. The moment Xiao Chun attacked, it injured the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape, making it feel threatened. If the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape did not go berserk, its injuries would worsen, and it would have no chance of defeating Xiao Chun. However, that's fine. It will be fine after this period. After the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape went berserk, Xiao Chun was not willing to clash head-on with it. He would suffer greatly with every exchange. Using Light of Freedom's movement technique, Xiao Chun turned into lightning and continuously clashed with the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape swatted at Xiao Chun like it was swatting a fly. However, it could not land a hit on Xiao Chun. The horrifying attacks completely changed the landscape, turning it into a scene of desolation, riddled with thousands of holes. The ground cracked, covering 5,000 kilometers. Shattered rocks filled the air, covering the sun and sky. Boom! Just at a certain moment, Xiao Chun felt the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's aura drop. The electric light turned into a lightning dragon, charging over with the boundless dragon might of thunder. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape got knocked into the air. When it landed, it blasted out a huge pit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stand up. Whoosh! The lightning dragon circled around, and Xiao Chun landed at the edge of the huge pit. Then he looked coldly at this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. After all, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Their intelligence could not compare to that of cultivators. Of course, cultivators like Murong Yen did not count. In hindsight, Murong Yen was actually very similar to this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to deliver the final strike with the Tyrant Saber, a disharmonious voice rang out behind him. Haha, not bad. This young master feels gratified that there is a talent like you among the mixed blood dragons. Step back then. I want this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. I Qin Outyin owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me.